The boss is rather curious about your identities. You guys only need to answer honestly. Since your appearance is somewhat unique, you guys might be able to disguise yourselves as members of the ancient race and spy for us. After all, we can't find anyone as short as you guys around here. The barbarian captain said sincerely. Chen Feng's group was speechless. By the side, the barbarian that was in charge of inspection gave Kong Bei a thumbs up. Even my entire hand is not sufficient to grab the entirety of it. You, kid, are a true man. Instantly, Kong Bei's killing intent surged. Getting groped by a man, no, a barbarian at that, was definitely not something worthy of praise. That was simply too embarrassing. HMPH. He snorted coldly before entering the building. Chen Feng and Kong Bei followed behind him. This was the inner hall of the palace and the domain of the legendary leader of the barbarians. After gaining a certain level of understanding with regard to the barbarians, Chen Feng's group had mentally prepared to meet this leader. Unexpectedly, they had still underestimated this barbarian leader. As they entered the inner hall, an astonishing scene entered their vision. An expanse of wilderness could be seen. 2 green mountains were in front of them, and weeds were growing all over the mountains. The peaks of both mountains joined together, a dense bush growing on it. Occasionally, small birds could be seen flying around, giving off an incredibly lively feeling. This was quite a magnificent scene. It would seem like this barbarian leader was someone who knew how to enjoy his life. However, only the green mountains and the pleasant scenery could be seen here. Nobody else was in sight. Is the leader not here? Kong Bei muttered. That shouldn't be the case. Earlier, they had obviously. Just wait a while, Chen Feng said with a deep voice. Qin Hai nodded. Right at this instant, an imposing voice descended upon them from above. After seeing me, why are you guys not kneeling down to pay your respects? Bang! The voice was so loud that it was akin to a thunder. What? Chen Feng's group raised their heads instinctively, and their expressions changed greatly at what they saw. That so-called mountain range was, in actuality, an over 10-meter tall immense stone man. Those green mountains were actually the thighs of this stone man. As for that place where the mountains joined, it was actually, oh, FCK. That thundering voice echoed through the air. You guys are not part of the ancient race. From your body, the aura of my race can be felt, despite how weak that aura is. Along with the thundering voice, that immense mountain range finally started moving. That perfectly straight mountain range piercing straight to the clouds started descending upon them. Next, a 10-meter tall stone statue appeared in front of them. Even if the stone statue had reduced the size of its body, it still appeared very large. Chen Feng felt somewhat apprehensive. This is the leader of the barbarians? Based on Chen Feng's guess, the so-called aura on their bodies was quite possibly the 50% energy immunity they had obtained previously at the Land of Legacy. That was the reason some sort of resonance between their bodies and this leader had appeared. Regardless of what this leader said, Chen Feng was able to understand the leader's hidden meaning. If they had not possessed this aura on their bodies, they would most probably have been killed off immediately after arriving in this world. Even the inspections and what the captain had done earlier had probably been authorized by this leader. These barbarians were evidently much smarter than the barbarians of the genetic era. You are the leader? Chen Feng asked. Leader? The huge stone statue chuckled and said, there is no such thing as a leader. If you have no idea what to call me, you can call me the Divine Ancestor. Divine Ancestor? The expressions of Chen Feng's group changed slightly. They had once heard about the Divine Ancestor from that young lady. This was one of the 3 strongest existence in this world. Apart from this Divine Ancestor, the other 2 were the Sage and Devil King. This guy here was at least an existence surpassing A-class. Chen Feng tried to sound calm. What do you need us to do? Since this Divine Ancestor had gathered them here instead of killing them, he most certainly had something important for them to do. The aura of my race on your bodies is rather weak. As such, I am the only one able to feel it. Those fellows from the ancient race would not be able to feel the aura in your bodies. Hence, I have an extremely important mission for you guys, the Divine Ancestor stated. Please say it, Chen Feng said with a calm expression. The ancient race has a divine tool with extremely formidable killing power. Every single time we battle, a countless amount of people are killed by this tool. That divine tool is located in the core area of the ancient race. I need you guys to sneak into the ancient race's territory and stay there as a part of them. When an opportunity arises, destroy that divine tool. The divine ancestor's killing intent could be clearly felt as he said these words. As for Chen Feng's group, their hearts jolted furiously. It was indeed such a mission, a spying mission. As part of the ancient race, they exchanged glances and looked at each other in dismay. They had only entered this place to obtain the legacy before gathering sufficient pure energy to return to the genetic era. That was the only thing they wanted to do. If they had to go where the ancient race was, instinctively, Chen Feng asked, "How long will this mission require?" 10 years. The divine ancestor answered with a deep voice. "I will give you guys a deadline of 10 years. Shwa." Their hearts chilled. 10 years. This was too long a time. Did they truly have to stay there for 10 years? But if they refused to go, this was an option they did not see happening. Despite the inquiring tone this divine ancestor had used when asking them, it was certain that if they dared to refuse, the consequences would be rather fascinating. They exchanged glances. What to do? It was impossible for them to reject this mission. However, if they were to accept it. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, "Can we enter the land of legacy? Our strength is too weak." "If we can enter the land of legacy and improve our strength." Shwa. The eyes of Kong Bei and Gin Hai shone. True. If they could enter the land of legacy earlier, they would be able to obtain the legacy and pure energy required. After that, they could directly return to the genetic era. Who would be bothered with whatever happened here next? The ice-cold answer of the divine ancestor shattered their hope. "No." "Why?" Chen Feng asked. "The aura in the land of legacy is too thick." The divine ancestor pondered before continuing. "With your current strength, the moment you guys obtain the legacy, even if your guys' strength increases greatly, similarly, your bodies will contain a stronger aura of our race. At that time, I'm afraid even those from the ancient race will be able to determine your true identities. It will no longer be possible for you guys to be spies." The divine ancestor's reason for refusing their request was something they couldn't argue against. The divine ancestor smiled. "However, you guys need not worry. When you guys return, I will personally open the land of legacy to grant you guys a stronger power, transforming you guys into true experts." Their hearts chilled as they heard this. Ancient race. Return. 10 years. Suddenly, the calm tone of the divine ancestor became somewhat stern. "Or perhaps, you guys are not members of my race after all." At this moment, the normal-looking clouds in the sky suddenly transformed into a huge clump of dense black aura that roiled endlessly. A terrifying power echoed about in the sky. Bang, bang. A thunderous sound could be heard. The voice of the divine ancestor echoed without stop. This was a threat. At this moment, the divine ancestor's eyes seemed to have turned purple, and dazzling lighting appeared in the sky, seemingly as if an astonishing and terrifyingly powerful attack was going to descend upon them at any moment. "We agree," Chen Feng answered hurriedly. Shwa. The dark clouds vanished. Chen Feng breathed out in relief and explained, "I was only worried that we won't be able to complete this mission. After all, the three of us are too weak for such an important mission. If we fail," the divine ancestor indifferently stated, "don't worry. I will pray for you guys." Shwa. The divine ancestor pointed midair. A beam of light appeared and landed on the bodies of Chen Feng's group of 3. This was a blessing bestowed by the divine ancestor. They felt apprehensive. From the information obtained from the young lady, the blessing of this divine ancestor was incredibly formidable. Divine ancestor's blessing, able to block 3 fatal sources of damage. In other words, any attack capable of killing someone could be blocked 3 times. This was a formidable power of the divine ancestor capable of blocking even the power of the sage. Naturally, the disadvantage of having this blessing was the fact that, moving on, they would be totally under the divine ancestor's monitoring. With this, the lives of the 3 of you are safe, the divine ancestor stated indifferently. "Many thanks, Lord Divine Ancestor." The 3 of them laughed bitterly. What more could they say? Regardless of how powerful this divine ancestor's blessing was, as far as they were concerned, this was akin to a huge shackle, controlling them firmly. At first, they had believed that the barbarian leader would be an A-class at most. Unexpectedly, that divine ancestor was the leader. This time, they truly had no other options. Escape? It was pointless. This was the territory of the barbarians during the era of barbarians. They had no way out. As for resisting, they had no intention of dying this early by resisting this divine ancestor. "It seems like we will have to make a trip to the ancient race this time," they mumbled inwardly. However, right at this moment, bang, a huge thundering sound appeared in the sky. Numerous terrifying beams of light rushed out, and a cold voice echoed through the sky. Divine Ancestor, get your ass out here. Bang! What a powerful entry. The Divine Ancestor frowned. Sage? He was not afraid of the sage. However, the timing of the sage's appearance, the Divine Ancestor was somewhat anxious. Have they noticed something? Shwa. He tossed Chen Feng's group somewhere hidden and said, the three of you stay here and wait. Bang! Stepping into the void, the Divine Ancestor soared up. The Divine Ancestor bellowed, Sage, do you not know that your act of coming here is akin to a declaration of war? The sage sneered. So what if I'm declaring war? The both of us will have a battle sooner or later. Do you think that I have no idea? Why are you preparing this army of yours? Ha ha, since you are intending to battle, why not battle right now? Bang! The space midair cracked, revealing the void behind. All the ancient race members, attack! Bang! Instantly, thunderous sounds filled the sky and dazzling radiance appeared without stop. Both these powers had constantly been at conflict, and numerous minor wars had happened. However, they had never imagined that the ancient race would declare an all-out war this early. What would the Devil King do now? There were more than two powers in this world. If they started an all-out war, wouldn't the Devil King be the one who profited from their war? Had the ancient race gone crazy? Bang! The first wave of ancient invaders was defeated. The Divine Ancestor was furious. Sage, if we fight, are you not afraid that the Devil King will profit from this? The sage's mouth curled up, forming a smile. That person, they, he, will most probably perish, just like you guys. The sage toyingly said. The Divine Ancestor's expression sank. What? Only now did he realize that this damnable sage had actually attacked both the barbarians and the Devil King at the same time. The sage's gaze was cold. Dirty species like you guys are, after all, not something that belong in this world. Then, let me purify the world of all of you. Bang! With a dazzling radiance, all the ancient race members erupted in power. The numerous radiances were so powerful they caused one's heart to palpitate. The Divine Ancestor sneered. Since you are courting death, come. They had been fighting the ancient race for several centuries. As such, he was clear on the strength of the ancient race, let alone attacking two powers simultaneously, even if they were only attacking a single power. Suddenly, from the ancient race's camp, a huge crossbow could be seen being pushed out slowly. That was a huge crossbow that was several tens of meters in size. Every single component or string on the crossbow was shimmering with a gold radiance. It seemed to be a crossbow produced from energy, filled with an alarming power. What's that? The Divine Ancestor's expression changed. The sage laughed malevolently. This, I have named it the God King crossbow. Shwa. The sage waved his hand coldly. Bang! A terrifying pillar of gold appeared, seemingly piercing through heaven and earth. The gold radiance shot out of the crossbow seemingly separated the entire world into two, leaving only that resplendent gold radiance existing in between heaven and earth. Puh! The gold beam pierced through the Divine Ancestor, nailing him firmly to the ground. Howl! The Divine Ancestor started struggling frantically as the earth trembled from his struggles. However, regardless of how strong he was, that terrifying gold radiance was unmoving, and it had him nailed firmly to the ground. At this time, once again, the sage moved. Although the God King crossbow can't kill you, it is able to stop you from moving, the sage stated coldly. Next, I shall be making my move. Bang! The sage stepped out. Accompanied by the radiance that filled the sky, he landed on the Divine Ancestor. Here, everything seemed to be changing. It was totally outside of Chen Feng's group's expectations that, right after issuing a mission to them, the Divine Ancestor would suffer a beating at the sage's hand. From how things were progressing, the Divine Ancestor might very well fail to even escape this. That God King crossbow. Chen Feng raised his head and glanced at the crossbow. It was indeed excessively astonishing. Merely the faint energy radiating from the crossbow was sufficient to cause one to tremble with fear. As for that so-called sage, he truly greatly resembled a normal human, the only difference being the tail behind him. An extremely long tail. Was this what the barbarians had mentioned previously? As for the rest of the ancient race members, at a cursory glance, many seemed to possess horse heads. Some of them had the lower body of a snake, and some had eyes as large as a fish's. These people. No, These life forms are the so-called ancient race. Suddenly, a familiar term appeared in Chen Feng's brain: beastmen. Despite that glamorous name, ancient race, they were essentially beastmen. The only difference from the beastmen he had read about in novels was that the beastmen here were rather huge in variety and had a higher degree of mutation. These people here were what beastmen truly looked like. Apart from that sage, most of the ancient race members had a rather high degree of mutation. Is their strength unrelated to the degree of mutation? Chen Feng guessed. However, right after this thought appeared, bang, accompanied by a loud sound, the sage stepped into the void and transformed into a huge bird with an extremely huge pair of wings and a long tail, signifying that he was in fact the one with the highest degree of mutation among the ancient race members. Bang! The strength of the transformed sage surged rapidly. With this, the divine ancestor that had still been able to persevere with great difficulty under the sage's attack was no longer able to hold on and was on the verge of dying. After getting nailed firmly to the ground by the crossbow before receiving the attack of the transformed sage, the eventual fate of this divine ancestor was now clear. Chen Feng's group of three exchanged glances. Go. With the eruption of this war, the divine ancestor unable to move, the ancient race members and barbarians clashing against each other, the entirety of the palace had sunk into chaos. At this moment, nobody was bothered with nobody's like them. Now was their best opportunity. Shwa, shwa. They started charging frantically toward the land of legacy. Several ancient race members noticed them. Despite the lack of the ancient race's aura on their body, from their appearance, they were definitely not barbarians. They concluded that several fellows with a low degree of mutation had joined this campaign of theirs. As such, they did not do anything to Chen Feng's group. As for the barbarians, they ignored Chen Feng's group as well. Even the occasional barbarians that noticed them were aware that these three were the ones that their divine ancestor had summoned personally earlier and were on the same side as them. Therefore, amidst the chaotic battleground, Chen Feng's group was able to smoothly reach the land of legacy, the core area of the barbarians. Chen Feng blasted the barrier apart and the three of them stepped inside. A familiar energy started radiating dazzlingly. Along with the collapse of a portion of the barrier, the pure energy contained within bloomed. Within this land of legacy was actually a huge amount of pure energy. The timing of the ancient race's arrival was simply too nice. After being attacked, the divine ancestor was unable to be bothered with them. This gave them a good opportunity to obtain the pure energy before transmigrating back home. What perfect timing! Understood. Kong Bei walked toward the pure energy. However, surprisingly, at the same time, the faraway sage seemingly noticed the activity here as well. He had seemingly noticed the pure energy contained here. The sage pointed coldly. Take it. A huge amount of ancient race members swarmed toward the pure energy. Howl. The furious barbarians wanted to resist, but with a wave of the sage's hand, they were all stopped. Bang! The air started trembling. Accompanied by a furious roar, a terrifying red dragon appeared. The sage grinned. You have finally appeared, the totem of the barbarians. Bang! Bang! A red radiance started shining dazzlingly. At this instant, the air was seemingly separated by two expanses of red and white. On the ground, the formidable ancient race had already intruded into the city of the barbarians. Without their super-powerful divine ancestor, the strength of the barbarians was greatly weakened, and they were in no way a match for the ancient race. Bang! The barbarians were finally defeated. The barrier to the land of legacy shattered, and the ancient race members charged in. Chen Feng looked at Kong Bei. Where's your profitable third-party ability? At a time like this, when the ancient race and barbarians were battling each other, shouldn't the profitable third party be greatly effective? If it worked nicely, it might possibly cause both sides to suffer damage. Kong Bei smiled bitterly. It's ineffective. I tried earlier. The difference in their strength is too huge. Chen Feng was alarmed. Too huge a difference? How was that possible? The ancient race and barbarians had been at odds for so many years, neither of them gaining the upper hand. They should obviously be evenly matched. Otherwise, the barbarians would have been wiped out long ago. Even if the ancient race seemed more powerful, they only had a single sage. As for the barbarians, even if they appear somewhat weaker, they had the divine ancestor and the red dragon at their side. Therefore, they should be evenly matched. Even if the divine ancestor was heavily damaged, he shouldn't be completely helpless against the ancient race. right? With Kong Bai's ability of enhancing one party's strength by 20% and reducing one party's strength by 20%, it was not something as simple as a difference of 40%, it was actually a difference of a party with 120% combat power against a party with only 80% combat power. Even with that, the tides of the war couldn't be reversed. Moreover, the requirements for activating Kong Bai's ability were rather low. As long as one party didn't possess a combat power 2 or 3 times that of the other party, Kong Bai's ability would be effective. How was it failing now? Unless Chen Feng stared toward the center of the ancient race's camp. There, the gold God King crossbow was shining dazzlingly. Even after the crossbow had been used earlier, it was still emitting a power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened. Luck aura, activate. I want the details of that thing. Shwa. 10 points of luck value were consumed, and the details of God King crossbow were transmitted to Chen Feng. Name, God King crossbow. Ability, shoots out a divine arrow, unleashing the entire soul aura to deal a certain degree of damage depending on the amount of soul aura accumulated. It is also able to bind the target to the same spot. Soul aura, by absorbing the souls of the deceased, soul aura can be formed. The higher the amount of the enemies killed, the more powerful the soul aura will be. After accumulating a certain amount of soul aura, a divine arrow can be formed. Using the method most familiar to himself, Chen Feng obtained the details of that crossbow. However, the result. Soul aura? Chen Feng's heart chilled. The scene of that single attack from the crossbow was still vivid in his memory. A magnificent divine ancestor had been directly heavily injured. Such a formidable power. How high was the amount of accumulated soul aura? How many lives had this sage reaped? These lives. Were they all enemies? No wars had erupted recently. The barbarians would definitely not have allowed the ancient race members to slaughter their members. As such, it was quite possible that the ancient race had been slaughtering their own. In other words, the sage had killed a huge amount of his own just to heavily damage the divine ancestor and eliminate the barbarians. Only by doing this had the God King crossbow been able to unleash such power. What was scary was the fact that, even now, that crossbow was still accumulating its power. What place was this? A battlefield. The elites of the barbarians and the ancient race were dying without stop. As such, the power being absorbed by the God King crossbow was increasing at an unprecedented rate. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before the God King crossbow was once again ready for use. At that time, its target might very well be that dragon. No wonder Kong Bai's profitable third party had failed. By this point, Chen Feng's group had finally figured out how the barbarians had been eliminated. Ancient race. Chen Feng's group of 3 inhaled deeply. Chen Feng said, the barbarians won't be able to hold on much longer. Kong Bai sighed. I know. From the moment his ability had failed, he had been aware of the result of this battle. Presently, the ancient race members were already charging into the land of legacy and were heading straight toward the pure energy. They were completely uninterested in the barbarians' legacy and were not bothered with making a move against Chen Feng's group. Their only target was the pure energy. This was a power any life form could utilize. This was the root of life. Kong Bai's expression was unsightly. What should we do? He had initially planned to absorb the energy in secret before transmigrating away. Now, though, it seemed his thoughts had truly been too naive. These ancient race members would definitely not allow Chen Feng's group to take their spoils of war. This pure energy was the largest spoil of this war started by the ancient race. A group of excited ancient race members charged toward the pure energy. Howl, howl. The 3 of them exchanged glances. What to do? Each of them could feel an intense sense of danger. Chen Feng inhaled and said, we don't have much time left. Now, only some regular troops of the ancient race are here. The moment those true experts currently entangled in the battle are able to spare some of their time, or perhaps when that sage is done with whatever he's doing. Kong Bai and Qin Hai understood what he was trying to say. At that time, the 3 of them would be in true despair. As for now, Kong Bai's gaze was sharp. Start killing. Then, I have transmigrated through countless worlds. I have been to countless worlds even more dangerous than this place. A mere beastman, what's there to be afraid of? Chen Feng looked at Qin Hai. How about you? Qin Hai only replied with one word. Battle. Good. Then let us begin. Chen Feng's blood started boiling. It had been a long time since he'd had such a feeling. Puh. The 3 of them moved at the same time. Instantly, The ancient race members passing by beside them collapsed like grass being mowed. The rest of the ancient race members were alarmed. Instantly, they noticed these three people who were somewhat bizarre due to resembling the ancient race yet seeming somewhat different at the same time. So these three were enemies. A nearby ancient race member reacted. Kill. Bang, bang. Groups of ancient race members charged at Chen Feng's group. Chen Feng's group had no fear. These regular soldiers were at most C-class. As far as Chen Feng's group was concerned, killing these weaklings was as easy as mowing grass. All three of them were able to easily defeat all their opponents. They started pushing in while slaughtering all the enemies they encountered along the way toward their goal. The pure energy. Presently, at the battlefield, a large majority of the ancient race members were concentrating on battling the barbarians. However, some of them still noticed what was happening in the land of legacy. A certain ancient race expert glanced at that direction coldly before saying, "You guys, go there." He pointed at Chen Feng's group of three. "Kill those three." Yes. A chilly radiance shimmered amidst the darkness. Just as Chen Feng's group was about to finish killing all the normal soldiers around them, suddenly, a terrifying killing intent descended upon them. The three of them were only barely able to evade the incoming attack. Shwa, shwa, shwa. More than 10 dark silhouettes descended from the sky. These newcomers were a unique species among the ancient race members. Each of them had a pair of bat-like wings behind them, and their speed was as fast as lightning, so fast one nearly couldn't catch a glimpse of them when they were moving. This was the lightning squad of the ancient race. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black silhouettes moved around, leaving after images everywhere. Numerous bloody scars appeared on the faces of Chen Feng's group. Chen Feng had a deep gaze. "They noticed us." B-class. Kong Bei said as he wiped the blood stains from his face. Qin Hai's killing intent surged. Just kill them. At this point, they had no other option. Earlier, when they had been killing those ordinary soldiers, they had been able to advance while killing. Now, though, they were facing a unique squad. As such, they first had to kill the newcomers before they could continue advancing. Otherwise, these newcomers would be able to exhaust them to death. Whoosh, whoosh. Cold radiances flickered without stop. Chen Feng's group wanted to kill those newcomers as soon as possible so they could continue advancing. But not much time passed before a huge amount of experts started streaming toward them unendingly. It was apparent that the number of ancient race members around them was increasing in amount. After killing one group, a new group would appear to give their lives away. Something so stupid did not seem like a mistake the ancient race would make. In fact, after they had witnessed how Chen Feng's group fought, they had first deployed the lightning squad, the group with the fastest speed, to hold them back. Next, they deployed some elite squads over. Instantly, Chen Feng's group sunk into an impasse. They had no way out. The ancient race was much smarter than they had imagined. Chen Feng's group of three was already covered in bloody scars. The intelligence and strength of these ancient race members had greatly exceeded their expectations. Seeing how the ancient race members couldn't beat Chen Feng's group, they had shifted from outright fighting to trying to exhaust Chen Feng's group here. A brand new scar had just appeared on Chen Feng's body. As Chen Feng raised his head and looked over, a huge amount of reinforcements for the ancient race members had already appeared. Far away, that huge red dragon was being pressed down by the sage and was being used to wipe the ground, seeming to only have a final breath left. As for the barbarian army, they were similarly struggling at death's door from the continuous attacks of the ancient race. The gloomy sky seemed to be covered by a boundless fog, and the shouts of the combatants could be heard from the direction of those light rays that could be discerned from the dusky region. Bang! A dazzling explosion erupted beside Chen Feng. A relatively powerful ancient race warrior at A-class had finally arrived. That warrior's terrifying attack started descending as a choking power enveloped Chen Feng's group of three. Are we going to die now? Their hearts tightened. Transmigration? Before absorbing the pure energy, Kong Bei was simply incapable of activating this ability. Fight back? What could the three that were already tired and exhausted, both physically and mentally, use to fight back? That terrifying power descended from the sky, and the stifling and formidable power landed on their body. Can we not hold on any longer? Sigh. Accompanied by a sigh, Qin Hai walked out. He was planning to use his body to block this incoming attack. However, Chen Feng stopped him. Huh? Kong Bei and Qin Hai turned around to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng stepped out and blocked in front of both of them. In a serene manner, He stretched his hand out. Their expressions changed slightly. "What are you planning to do, Who?" There was no reply from Chen Feng. He merely calmly stared at the incoming attack. Since it had reached this point, there was only one method out of this. Luck aura, activate. A faint radiance started swirling around them. Once again, Chen Feng had activated his luck aura during a moment of crisis. As for what would result from this, nobody knew. Bang! That terrifying attack landed, causing a dazzling explosion. 1 point of luck value was reduced. Next, a certain item Chen Feng had on his body started flickering with light. Along with that, a gush of bizarre energy started spreading and a gentle energy enveloped the three of them. Shwa! Instantly, Chen Feng's group of three vanished from right where they stood. Yi? The ancient race members were greatly alarmed. Escaped? The newly arrived ancient race expert frowned and fixed his gaze at the direction Chen Feng's group had disappeared from. He concentrated his gaze for a short period of time, but he couldn't find any trace of them. Where have the three of you escaped to? At this time, Chen Feng's group of three merely felt their vision blur before they appeared at an unfamiliar place. Where is this? The three of them looked at this environment that was a complete stranger to them. Kong Bei was astonished. Have we escaped? Chen Feng still had this up his sleeve. Space teleportation? Qin Hai was looking at Chen Feng as well. I think so. I have no idea either. Chen Feng took out the item that had worked at the last minute, and with astonishment, he found that it was that very figurine of the young lady he had obtained in the past. Earlier, this had been the item that was flickering with light before sending them here. But why? Even with the effect of luck aura, this shouldn't have been what happened. Based on his memories, this figurine, this young lady, should possess the power of time. An act of space teleportation like this. Chen Feng shook his head before putting the figurine away. Forget it. Let's hide ourselves somewhere safe before talking any further. The other two nodded their heads. However, just as they was about to leave, their hearts jolted abruptly. When they looked at the environment around them, something felt off. This place, Shwa. A bitingly cold breeze could be felt, and the world was seemingly filled with interwoven fog. On the ground, ruins occasionally appeared. On top of that, traces of erased diagrams depicting the ancient race could be seen as well. This familiar scene. Have we returned? Kong Bei dared not believe this. This was obviously the land of legacy, not the ancient land of legacy. Rather, the land of legacy of the present barbarians whose civilization was no longer prosperous. How? Kong Bei was shocked. Apart from him, Chen Feng was also capable of transmigration? No, this did not make sense. Kong Bei was somewhat stupefied. Just like that, they had returned. He looked at Chen Feng. Evidently, Chen Feng was bewildered as well. Returned? Wait. If it was the figurine, that young lady clearly possessed the power of time. As such, if this was the doings of that young lady, it was reasonable that she was capable of returning them back to their original timeline. However, was this a feat even a figurine depicting her could accomplish as well? Chen Feng could not believe this. Qin Hai was curious as well. What on earth happened? In an absurd manner, the three of them had returned. However, they kept having a feeling that something was off. Suddenly, Kong Bei said, "Wait, look." Shwa. The other two looked over. On the ground, a huge crater could be seen. From the shape, this seemed to be the crater that was created when that ancient race expert was attacking Chen Feng's group. In other words, this place. Shwa. The three of them shifted their gaze in unison. This was exactly the same place they had been at earlier. They had merely transmigrated back to their point in time. However, their location was still the same. The only difference was that only ruins were now left here back in the future. We have only transmigrated through time instead of transmigrating through space. Chen Feng was about to say something when, suddenly, the figurine flashed with a faint radiance. Before the three of them could react to this change, to their astonishment, the scene where a chilly breeze rustled around vanished. The eerily silent surroundings started clamoring once again. It's them. They reappeared. Damn it, kill them. Numerous voices filled with killing intent traveled to their ears. When they got a clear look at what was around them, their expressions changed greatly. Far away, the soldiers of the ancient race noticed them and were charging at them. As for the expert of the ancient race, he was furiously flying straight toward them as a terrifying power emerged. Media. Die. Bang. A formidable power started descending. At this moment, Chen Feng's group was still somewhat dumbfounded. What exactly was going on? They had returned to this place again? Could it be? Chen Feng looked at the figurine in his hand before looking at the incoming attack. Next, he thought of what had happened earlier. Suddenly, he thought of something, and an understanding surfaced in his brain. If his guesses were correct, with the figurine in his hand, luck aura, activate, a radiance flashed past. Once again, that terrifying attack landed on nothing. Chen Feng's group had once again vanished without a trace. Ye escaped again? The ancient race soldiers stated indignantly. As for the ancient race expert, he fixed his gaze on the spot they had vanished from and said, "You guys continue retrieving the pure energy. Leave this place to me. I want to see how long those three can hide." At this time, Chen Feng's group only felt their vision blur before. Once again, they returned to the ruins of the Land of Legacy. On the ground, an additional crater that was the result of the ancient race expert's bombardment had appeared. In Chen Feng's hand, that figurine was still flickering with a bright radiance. Go! He dragged Qin Hai and Kong Bei and left this position speedily, quickly arriving somewhere several hundred meters away from their previous position. Shwa! The radiance emitted by the figurine disappeared. Accompanied by a flash, space started transforming, and once again, they reappeared at the Land of Legacy surrounded by ancient race soldiers. This time, they were several hundred meters away from their previous position. Rather than appearing at the exact same spot they had vanished from previously, they had reappeared at the spot they had traveled to. Chen Feng stared at the figurine in his hands. "So this is your true power?" At the Land of Legacy, the ancient race expert was filled with doubt as he stared at the distant Chen Feng's group of three. Those three had obviously vanished where he was. However, when they had reappeared, they had already been several hundred meters away. He had no clue how they had moved. Space teleportation? A concealment ability? He was unable to make sense of it. However, no matter what, this would not hinder him killing them. Regardless of the bizarre abilities they had, he only needed to kill them and everything would be clear. Shwa! His body streaked out and once again charged at them. This time, he was somewhat far away from them. However, with his current strength, he only needed a single instant to reach them. Yet this single instant was sufficient for Chen Feng's group to react to his charge. Go! They managed to barely evade the attack of the expert. Bang! At the place they had stood previously, a dazzling explosion erupted. A countless amount of ancient race members were killed by this ancient race expert. HMPH. The expert merely snorted and said, "Kill." Once again, he charged at them. Chen Feng merely smirked coldly. Hee shwa, with a nonchalant wave of his hand. When the expert was about to reach them, the three of them vanished once again. Bang! Another attack missed. Damn it! That expert was furious. "Get your asses out here!" Bang! 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 Countless attacks started landing on the spot Chen Feng's group had vanished from. Numerous clumps of terrifying energy exploded without stop. A crater several tens of meters deep was left in the ground. However, those three had seemingly vanished from the face of Earth. The expert was shocked. How is this possible? He couldn't wrap his head around this. Why were those few weaklings escaping from him? This was obviously something that was not supposed to happen. Red light flashed in his eyes. "You all can't escape me." At this time, at the ruins of the Land of Legacy, accompanied by a faint radiance, Chen Feng's group of three appeared. Once again, they returned. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. It indeed works. Earlier, he had only returned there to verify his guess. He had indeed guessed correctly. With the combination of his luck aura and the figurine, he was able to traverse as he wished between the Land of Legacy of the past and the Land of Legacy of the present. Granted, he wouldn't be able to stay here too long. However, this was already sufficient for him. Kong Bei and Qin Hai were still confused. "What's going on? You can transmigrate as well?" Qin Hai exclaimed in admiration. Kong Bei was staring at Chen Feng in shock as well. Qin Hai was a person who lacked knowledge about the numerous aspects of transmigration. However, Kong Bei was extremely clear on them. What Chen Feng was doing was not as simple as transmigration. Although he could transmigrate as well, the limitations were extremely harsh. Moreover, he might not be able to return from his transmigrations, but Chen Feng's version of transmigration, he could transmigrate as he wished. With a wave of his hand, he transmigrated. With another wave, he F-King returned. Who was the actual main character here? Kong Bei felt powerless to even berate this unfairness. This is only traveling between two different points in time, Chen Feng answered calmly. Presently, he did not have much time to explain to them. As such, he chose to simplify his explanation. I am able to return temporarily. The duration being, he checked the timer on his wristband. 1 minute. Instinctively, both Kong Bei and Qin Hai looked over at Chen Feng's timer as well. On his wrist, the screen hovered midair and the permission was set to public. With that, they were able to easily see the time indicated on the timer. 58, 59, 60. With a faint flash, the three vanished from where they were standing and returned to the ancient land of legacy. The expert was still waiting for them there. You have indeed returned. Come and die. Bang! With a loud sound, the expert that had been preparing himself all this while erupted with an incredibly powerful might. Bang! The ground started trembling, and a terrifying power started surrounding Chen Feng's group. Careful! Kong Bei cried out in alarm. Chen Feng merely gave the attack a single apathetic glance before nonchalantly waving his hand. Shwa! Light swirled around there, and once again, the three returned to the ruins. Kong Bei and Qin Hai exchanged glances. What was this? Chen Feng smiled calmly. We have 1 minute. Seems like we can now reach our goal easily, Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. With such a divine ability, wasn't reaching their goal an extremely easy thing to do now? Regardless of how powerful the experts of the ancient race were, could they interrupt what Chen Feng's group did out here? Go. Chen Feng was high-spirited. Amidst the chilly wind, the three vanished amid the ruins at the Land of Legacy. However, this Land of Legacy was, after all, still a place laden with danger. Going through these ruins were not such a simple matter after all. Before even half a minute of traveling forth, they encountered enemies. The enemies were barbarians that were returning from their explorations. Howl! As the group of barbarians saw the energy barrier around Chen Feng's group, they started going crazy. As far as they were concerned, only those elemental life forms possessed energy here in this place. In their eyes, Chen Feng's group had transformed into NPCs. Howl! With a resounding howl, several barbarians charged at them angrily. All the barbarians were B-class. Chen Feng's group would have no fear if it was a one-on-one match, but now that there were more than 10 of them, they retreated speedily. However, this was the home ground of the barbarians. These barbarians had explored this area innumerable times. As such, they were extremely clear on every nook and corner of this place. As for Chen Feng's group, they were the ones who were unfamiliar with this place. After less than 10 seconds of fleeing, they were surrounded by the barbarians with no way out. The barbarians roared proudly. Howl! The three of them were surrounded by a group of barbarians, and Kong Bei was maintaining their energy barrier with great difficulty. Chen Feng glanced at him. Persevere. He lightly stated. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It's time. Shwa! Light swirled around them, and the three vanished instantly. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the three that had just escaped the barbarians were now looking at the ancient race expert that was staring at them viciously. Kong Bei's expression darkened. Shit! Chen Feng pulled them and escaped hastily. Go. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Bang! The fatal attack of the ancient race expert descended. Shwa! The three vanished yet again. At this time, within the ruins, the barbarians that were still confused due to the vanishing act of Chen Feng's group noticed their reappearance not far away. Howl! With a bellow, the barbarians charged at them. Damn! Kong Bei howled. Why were things like this? Even when they were able to transmigrate as they wished, they were still being chased on both sides. Run! 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 The three fled frantically. Unfortunately for them, even if the barbarians only knew to follow behind them, the ancient race members were not idiots. After being tricked several times by Chen Feng's group, the expert was able to figure out the route Chen Feng's group was taking soon after. Astonishingly, the three were also heading toward the pure energy. In other words, regardless of how many times they vanished and reappeared, they were heading toward the pure energy in a straight line from where they had initially vanished. Their ultimate target was the pure energy as well. The expert sneered. If so, things are much easier to deal with. He stopped moving and concentrated his attention on this straight route, awaiting the reappearance of Chen Feng's group. The expert calculated the time. It's nearly time. He was unsure of the exact time, but he had some rough guesses on the time it would take for Chen Feng's group to reappear. On top of that, he had also managed to roughly guess the spot they would reappear at. All that was left. He felt an undulation somewhere. Now, the expert erupted instantly. Bang! A formidable attack was instantly unleashed. The figures that had reappeared vanished instantly, but in the air, blood splattered around. The expert sneered. Gotcha. Although the three had not revealed themselves, he could see the blood wafting through the air. His assumptions were indeed correct. The ultimate goal of those three was indeed the pure energy. Truly splendid. The expert slanted his head and said, "How long can you three little fellows survive?" He started laughing nastily. Since he had already discovered the secret of their vanishing act, they no longer had any way out. At this time, at the ruins, after a single flicker, Chen Feng's group vanished before reappearing again a short moment later. This time, though, all three of them were gravely injured. Chen Feng was spitting blood without stop. None of them had imagined that the moment they appeared there they would encounter such a powerful attack. Damn it! The blood of both Kong Bei and Qin Hai seemed to be boiling, causing them extreme discomfort. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Our luck was seen through. The act of traversing between two different points in time was indeed powerful. However, the moment the route they took was seen through by an enemy who then waited for them at the position they were going to reappear, a fatal blow was able to be dealt to them. "This won't do," Chen Feng muttered. What was worse was the fact that, at the same time, footsteps could be heard coming toward them distantly. Those barbarians were currently chasing after them in excitement. Evidently, these barbarians were thinking that Chen Feng's group was some hidden boss NPC for them to defeat. Things are getting troublesome. The three exchanged glances. They found this problem of theirs rather thorny. At the ancient land of legacy, the ancient race expert was waiting for them. Here at the ruins, the barbarians were hunting them as well. This super cheat ability of transmigration was actually being countered so badly by these people. What to do? Chen Feng's head ached. Kong Bei shrugged. "I can only last for 10 seconds maximum." The mini blue ball appeared and started leaping around him. In all honesty, if it wasn't for the unlimited energy supply, they would have been dead due to overexertion long ago. However, despite the unlimited energy supply, they wouldn't be able to last long under the attacks of all these barbarians. 10 seconds. Chen Feng checked the time before looking at the barbarians that were charging toward them. Hunting. Ancient race expert. His thoughts started racing. They seemed to be in a conundrum presently. To survive the attacks of these barbarians, they could only step into a different point of time. However, at the other point of time, there was another terrifying expert waiting for them. Moreover, that expert, all prepared and waiting for them, was much more terrifying than these clueless barbarians over here. That guy. Chen Feng started pondering. That guy had already figured out their route and was camping the route to the energy supply. As long as they continued on the same route, they would most certainly be discovered by that expert once they reappeared there. The only solution was to move in a different direction. Suddenly, Chen Feng's heart jolted. Yes, why not change direction? Abruptly, Chen Feng looked right there. An abandoned tunnel could be seen. After the destruction of this place, the tunnel had transformed into a blockaded hole. Apart from giving one shelter from the wind and rain, it no longer had any other uses. Anyone else would definitely die if they escaped into the tunnel. However, for Chen Feng's group, let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng led them into the depths of the tunnel. Howl. The barbarians chased after them. At the sight of them entering the tunnel, the barbarians became excited at the prospect of their prey transforming into a turtle in a jar. Within this hole, there was only one exit. They only needed to block this exit and those preys would most definitely die. Ha ha. The group of barbarians charged down. However, when they entered the tunnel, they were flabbergasted to find that the tunnel was completely empty. Chen Feng's group of three had once again vanished. At this time, in the ancient land of legacy, the ancient race expert was still waiting on the route heading toward the pure energy. His powerful senses were concentrated on this route, waiting for the reappearance of Chen Feng's group. Somewhat surprisingly, even when the estimated time had arrived, those three were still nowhere to be seen. He continued waiting for a short while, yet nobody appeared. He was somewhat surprised. They can remain separated for a longer duration? He had previously concluded that this ability of theirs was something akin to a separation. Those three would be able to conceal their body and aura, separating themselves from this world and hiding within the void. This was an ability he had seen before. Despite its prowess, the duration of separation was normally fixed. He decided to wait at the same spot. After another 10 seconds had passed, he started to feel like something wasn't right. Suddenly, somewhere far away, chaos erupted. He could clearly see that, 1 kilometer away from him, those they had suddenly walked out of a certain tunnel and were charging toward the pure energy. It's them, he frowned. Those bastards had indeed changed their direction. Shwa. The expert charged over speedily. However, those three were truly quite far from him this time. Moreover, those three were charging forth directly rather than traveling in a straight line toward the pure energy. As such, he only managed to reach them after quite a while. Unfortunately, just as he reached them, they vanished suddenly. He was speechless, separated again. Those three had evidently seen through his strategy. As such, they had deliberately changed their direction. Those three were obviously much smarter than those idiotic barbarians. Presently, among the ruins, a joyful expression had appeared on Chen Feng's face. Success. As long as they avoided the area the expert was waiting at, he would have no idea where they would reappear next. Not only that, they had also managed to shake off the barbarians over here as well. If so, let's begin. The three of them started searching for bunkers around them or places that were rather different from the other side. The numerous abandoned potholes they found became their most optimal options. They might appear to the left side, or they might appear to the right side. Or they might also travel in a straight line toward the pure energy. Their route of travel became elusive. As for the expert that was waiting for them, his expression became unsightly. The regular ancient race soldiers couldn't pose any threat toward those three. He was the only one capable of hurting them. But by himself, he was furious, hateful. Bang, bang, bang. One pothole after another was reduced to ruin. Those three were always able to appear from somewhere unexpected. He felt like a monkey that was being played around with by them. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. Finally, he stopped moving. Chasing after them in such a manner was now meaningless. He stared at the distant battlefield. Based on how it was progressing, before the ancient race could kill all the barbarians, those three would most definitely reach the pure energy. This was something he would not accept. That pure energy was their spoils of war. He laughed nastily. Do you think that, using such a method, you can force me to give up? Shwa. Taking wide strides, he charged forth, heading directly toward the pure energy. Since he couldn't kill those three, he wouldn't bother with them anymore. Rather than wasting his time pursuing them, he might as well stay at the pure energy and wait for them to come to him. As long as those three were targeting the pure energy, they would most certainly appear there. I shall be waiting. His ice-cold voice was filled with killing intent. Presently, Chen Feng's group were feeling curious as to why was the nobody trying to stop them. Next, they felt a shocking and super-powerful aura appear where the pure energy was. The super-powerful aura seemed to pierce straight into the heavens itself. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Guarding the tree stump to wait for the rabbit. Huh? Bang! Far away, a mournful whine resounded. That huge red dragon was now bathed in its own blood. As for the sage, his aura had become increasingly terrifying. The barbarians were being beaten back endlessly. It was apparent that not much time was left for Chen Feng's group to retrieve the pure energy. At the land of legacy, the clump of pure energy was shimmering, attracting countless gazes. The ancient race expert was standing there, waiting for his prey to appear. Shwa, shwa. He was paying attention to every single flicker in the air. Regardless of which angle it was that those three were planning to retrieve the pure energy from, they would still have to first appear here. Condense. He finished his preparations in advance. Within a circumference of 100 meters, regardless of which side those three came from, they would not be able to escape his notice. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared and started shining. Here they come. He concentrated. This angle. Are they trying to come out from underground? How ridiculous. Bang! A terrifying radiance erupted. The powerful energy hammer that had condensed in his hand was directly smashed into the ground. With a resounding bang, a huge crater was created in the ground. However, nobody could be seen. He sneered. They escaped again. His opponent's separation ability was much more powerful than he had anticipated. However, it did not matter. As long as he stayed and guarded here, they would have no chance of obtaining the pure energy. He stared ahead and noted that the battle was about to end. How much longer could those three small fellows hide? Whoosh! A shadow flashed past. He sneered. Here we go again. Bang! The silhouette that had just appeared was immediately smashed back where it had come from. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. He did not give them any chances. Ultimately, those people stopped trying. Presently, in the ruins of legacy that were many years in the future, helplessness was plastered all over the faces of Chen Feng's group. Their plan of silently arriving from underground had to be cancelled. This was too difficult. Initially, when they had noticed that the expert was guarding above ground, they had planned to approach from underground. Unexpectedly, the ancient race expert guarding the had even made sufficient preparations against any underground movements as well. That guy seemed to be a person with rich experience. Evidently, he was not someone that could be compared with an ordinary person. Chen Feng's group had appeared there numerous times, yet every single time, they had been beaten back. Even with the thick layer of earth separating them from the expert providing a buffer that were enabling them to escape. However, after several tens of attempts, they had still failed to find a point of breakthrough. Regardless of which direction or angle they had chosen, they had failed to get past. Qin Hai sighed. This is annoying. Kong Bei was feeling powerless to even berate this fate of theirs. I feel like I'm a mole getting smashed into the ground. Chen Feng. Wasn't this exactly like a game of whack-a-mole? The only difference was that the three of them were the moles this time. The moment a tiny bit of their aura appeared, they would be smacked by that energy hammer. This won't do. Chen Feng frowned. Brute force. This ancient race expert was too terrifyingly powerful. Chen Feng had no idea if they were his match. That was a PK class. At the present time, none of them had experienced actual combat against such a person. Kong Bei shrugged. Under normal circumstances, I can only fight against a peak B class at most. Qin Hai nodded. Same here. Chen Feng sighed. Me too. Apart from times when they made use of unique conditions or environments, with their strength, they could only face a peak B class. Although Chen Feng had broken through to B class, it was still too recent. As such, the increase in his spiritual energy was still rather low. On top of that, he had yet to fuse with his B class genetic ability. As such, he was still incapable of fighting an A class, let alone a PK class. Let me think. Chen Feng rubbed his head. Since they couldn't defeat that expert using normal methods, they had to think of some unique methods. Ancient race, Pika class. Chen Feng's brain raced. They couldn't stay here for long. The moment the duration was up, they would return to the ancient land of legacy, where the ancient race expert was ready and waiting for them, regardless of which spot they choose to reappear at. Why not directly appear on the pure energy? Qin Hai proposed. Kong Bei vetoed that suggestion without the slightest hesitation. No. Why? Qin Hai couldn't understand the reason for his rejection. Kong Bei sighed and said, what's the point of appearing there? Are we giving our lives away? Even the act of absorbing the pure energy will take some time. We need to absorb a sufficient amount of pure energy before we can transmigrate. If we were to appear there directly, Kong Bei pondered and then continued, we would definitely be insta-killed. Qin Hai sunk into silence. This won't do either. Then what should we do? Suddenly, Chen Feng said, that might not necessarily fail. Huh? The two looked at him in unison. With that expert guarding there, it was impossible for them to have any time to absorb the pure energy. With their strength, they couldn't drag out the time even if they wanted to. 1 second, that was the maximum time they could last before dying. Suddenly, Chen Feng looked at Kong Bei. Let me ask you, how much time will you require to absorb the energy? Me? Kong Bei pondered and then answered, for a single transmigration, with the degree of the stockpile at the land of legacy, I will only require 20 seconds. Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. Very good. Time to use it, then. Although we can't last too long facing that ancient race expert, who says that we must absolutely stay on that side to absorb the pure energy. Chen Feng said with disdain in his tone. Bang! At the land of legacy, the ancient race expert was still waiting for the arrival of those three. Based on his calculations, they should be reappearing soon. With his powerful spiritual sense, every single nook and corner in a circumference of 1 kilometer was enveloped as he waited for their arrival. Right at this moment, his acute spiritual sense picked up the trace of an aura. The position was exactly below that pure energy. This time, they were actually planning to absorb the pure energy from beneath it. How clever! he exclaimed in admiration before sneering shortly after. Unfortunately, I took this factor into consideration as well. Shwa. Instantly, his figure appeared underground. Bang! A bright radiance erupted from his hand. A powerful attack converged and was aimed straight at the spot right below the pure energy. However, right as his powerful attack was about to land, those three once again vanished. He frowned. They escaped again? Indeed, those enemies had been beaten back. However, he had an odd feeling like something somewhere was off. Those three had not even stayed more than 1 second here. They should not have been able to do anything yet, right? He calmed himself. Shwa. He spread his spiritual sense once again and waited for another chance to capture them. It was indeed as he had guessed. Those three reappeared once again shortly after. However, surprising the ancient race expert, they had still decided to reappear near the pure energy. Bang! With a nonchalant wave of his hand, his attack was launched at them. Once again, they vanished. The ancient race expert frowned. Nothing seemed to be wrong, but he kept having an uncomfortable feeling. This feeling originated from the terrifying intuition he had obtained through countless years of tempering. Those three, Shwa. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The ancient race expert placed his full attention on those three, looking for what was wrong, trying to figure out what they were planning, trying to figure out what their true goal was. He was also trying to kill them, to deal with this perfectly. Suddenly, after another wave of reappearing and disappearing, he finally figured out what was wrong. The pure energy was reducing. Shwa. Abruptly, the ancient race expert soared to the sky. Looking down from high above, he blanked as he noticed that the huge clump of pure energy had almost been emptied, leaving only an empty hull behind littered with holes. It was apparent that every single time those three had reappeared, they had forcefully taken a portion of the pure energy before vanishing. The current appearance of that hull left behind greatly resembled a comical face that was looking sideways at the ancient race expert in disdain. Volume 5. At the ruins of Legacy, Kong Bei was absorbing the final clump of pure energy in his hands. After transmigrating back and forth over 10 times, they had finally gathered a sufficient amount of pure energy. Naturally, the supply of pure energy there had almost all been retrieved by them. This should be enough, right? Qin Hai asked with a deep voice. Chen Feng nodded. Since they already had sufficient pure energy, their next step was transmigrating. They had arrived in the past purely by accident, and finally, they could return again. Although it was somewhat regretful that they had not obtained the legacy of the barbarians, the amount of things they had witnessed made this trip worth it anyway. Worth the price of the transmigration. It hadn't been easy for them to gather sufficient energy for transmigration. It's too difficult, Chen Feng lamented. Even so, there's no need for you to turn the hull of the pure energy into an emoticon, right? Qin Hai was too tired to even berate this. If Chen Feng wanted to take all the pure energy or leave, then just do it. Why had he insisted on leaving an empty shell there and turning it into an emoticon? That was too excessive. Qin Hai did not even need to imagine how angry that ancient trace expert was. The emoticon of the modern era was truly too hurtful. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and said while smiling, "This is called comical effect. You have to put some focus into the entertainment aspect of things." Surprising him, Qin Hai seemed to be somewhat absent-minded, seemingly thinking of something unknown and giving him an odd feeling. Was it because of his combat power? Chen Feng sighed inwardly. He had no idea how he should proceed with comforting Qin Hai for something like that. Once upon a time, Qin Hai was a proud son of heaven. Even after he no longer had any energy and focused purely on his physical flesh, he was still similarly vicious and had off-the-charts combat power. But now, he had been dealt this blow by Chen Feng and Kong Bei. Chen Feng truly wasn't too good at comforting people. Chen Feng had only been able to say, "Don't think too much. After returning, we will think of something for you." Qin Hai shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I'm not thinking about this. I'm thinking about something else." Good. Chen Feng stopped worrying. To deal with the matter that gnawed at one's mind, one had to rely on himself, after all. At this time, Kong Bei was gradually finishing his absorption of the pure energy. Almost there, Kong Bei stated. Chen Feng became spirited. Very good. Their next target would be transmigration. It was time for them to return. Due to this accidental transmigration, they had gone through various dangers in the ancient time period. Finally, they could return. Goodbye. the desolate ancient times. Kong Bei waved his hand. Go. Chen Feng activated his luck aura. Luck aura. Activate. Transmigrate. Kong Bei howled. Bang. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, piercing straight to the heavens. They were currently temporarily staying at the ruins of Legacy. If they were to transmigrate back to the current era, they should reappear at the same place as well. Therefore, the actual purpose of this transmigration was to cancel the temporary duration they could remain here. This was the best result as far as they were concerned. Surprising all of them, right at this moment, the world consisted of the ruins of Legacy stilled suddenly, and the whole world shattered like glass. At this instant, they actually returned to the ancient land of Legacy. Their expressions changed greatly. Not good. They were back here again, transmigrating. Could it be that they would only be able to transmigrate when they were at the ancient land of Legacy? They had to return to the normal condition from their previous semi-transmigrated state before they could transmigrate normally. They were not aware of the answer. This was not something they had expected to happen. Bang, bang. The terrifying light beam pierced straight into the heavens, attracting a lot of attention. At this instant, even the sage at the faraway battleground was paying attention to what was happening over here. He only gave that place a single glance, yet it was sufficient to cause killing intent to surge out of his eyes. A terrifying radiance started streaking toward them. The ice-cold voice of the sage was filled with bloodlust. Stop them! Bang! The sky itself started collapsing. Time seemed to still at this instant. Kong Bei only required a brief amount of time to perform his transmigration. Based on his past experiences, only 1 second was required. Now, though, it would seem like they couldn't even last 1 second here. The radiance resulting from their transmigration was simply too eye-catching. Bang! Come and die! The ancient race expert nearest to them was already charging at them. His eyes were filled with anger. It was apparent that he was losing his patience against these three that had been playing tricks on him for so long. Chen Feng! Kong Bei shouted. Hum! A clump of energy condensed in Chen Feng's hands. Energy equipment. Myriad illusions. Boosting energy equipment. At times like this, Chen Feng wasn't stingy with his luck value. He increased his combat power as best as he could. However, he was aware of his strength. Even with an enhanced energy equipment, Qin Hai inhaled deeply. Let me. The strongest ability of Chen Feng's was his energy equipment. This energy equipment could amplify his power by several times. However, Chen Feng's combat power was initially rather ordinary. As such, even with amplified power, Peak B class was the most he could fight. This was his limit. As for Qin Hai, without any energy or amplifiers, with his flesh alone, he could already combat a B class. If so, if he was given the energy equipment, a boundless radiance started converging. The clothes on Qin Hai disintegrated as an energy equipment instantly assembled on his body. Qin Hai opened his eyes sharp as electricity. As he felt the surging power within his body, the terrifying amplifier of the energy equipment, he was filled with confidence. He was somewhat speechless with the way in which he had transformed like Sailor Moon, though. Bang! He swung his fist out. That terrifying attack of his almost collapsed space itself. Bang! The void trembled. A trace of joy appeared in the eyes of the three of them. The attack had been blocked. It was somewhat forced, and it did not seem like it would last long, with Qin Hai being at the disadvantage in this clash, but he had ultimately blocked the incoming attack, buying half a second of time for them. Radiance started converging around Kong Bei's body. The transmigration was going to start. However, right at this instant, from the single kill word, uttered by the faraway sage, his terrifying intent started descending upon them. That terrifying intent swarmed them. A mere collision of their aura was sufficient to cause Kong Bei's radiance of transmigration to totter. Kong Bei's expression changed greatly. Not good. He was being suppressed. He had transmigrated countless times in the past, yet something like this had never happened. That radiance of transmigration that was nearly unstoppable was actually being suppressed by a single kill word. The radiance of transmigration dimmed. The three that were supposed to be transmigrating were forcefully stopped then and there. Damn it. Kong Bei gulped and anxiously stated, the energy exhaustion is too huge. If this continues, soon, the energy for transmigration will be fully exhausted. At that time, we will. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. Let me try. He was not aware of the amount of luck value transmigrating would require. As such, He had been holding back. Now, though, he could only put everything on the line. However, if his luck value was exhausted now, when they were transmigrating later and they lacked luck value, it would be truly hilarious. Perhaps the three of them would truly have to wander the universe then. Forget it. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. However, just as he was about to make his move, suddenly, Qin Hai spoke. Hey, Chen Feng. Suddenly, Qin Hai laughed. Thank you. What? Chen Feng frowned. Why was he saying this at times like this? You once rescued me. I am aware that you are trying to help me. That is the reason you always kept one set of gene reagents behind whenever you produced any breakthrough gene reagents. Anytime you obtained anything good, you would get He Liang to give me some. I know I am not supposed to do this. I should be surviving to repay you. However, I'm sorry, Qin Hai mumbled. Bang! With a single punch, he pushed the ancient race expert back. I am not resigned to this. I am not resigned to being a mere side character. I am not resigned to being your baggage. I, Qin Hai, am not supposed to be so useless. Qin Hai bellowed angrily. Shwa. Borrowing the energy equipment provided by Chen Feng, a familiar gold energy sword appeared in Qin Hai's hand. That dazzling sword was precisely the sword he had used to kill the Dark Freak previously. Goodbye. Abruptly, Qin Hai charged out. Glang! At this moment, accompanied by the crisp sound of the sword, the gold energy sword that was shining with an unprecedentedly bright radiance pierced through the heavens itself, slashing toward the word kill that was coming at them. Bang! A dazzling explosion erupted. Qin Hai, Chen Feng bellowed. The radiance that filled the sky, the suppression from the sage, slacked a tiny bit. The power unleashed by Qin Hai with his very life and the support of the energy equipment was truly too astonishingly powerful. Even the intent released by the sage cracked from it. The radiance of transmigration that had dimmed slightly once again shined an intense radiance. Bang! The radiance of transmigration pierced through the clouds and instantly enveloped both Chen Feng and Kong Bei. Numerous halos hovered around them, and instantly, the both of them vanished. Transmigration successful. Bang! Space and time swirled around them endlessly. Qin Hai. Chen Feng's gaze was fixed at that silhouette what was gradually growing indistinct. That guy. How dare he? Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. None of them had expected that Qin Hai would be the one to ultimately save them. This guy who was once a genius was still as much of a lofty and unyielding character even after losing his energy. Regardless of how difficult it was, he would still survive tenaciously. Chen Feng had once feared that Qin Hai would give up due to the blow dealt to him unexpectedly. He was not resigned to being baggage. He was not resigned to being useless. Even so, there was no need for him to do that. If Chen Feng had been allowed to use his luck value earlier, they might have still been able to escape. When that happened, they would have been able to transmigrate. With the power of the three of them combined, they would most definitely have been able to seek a brand new future for Qin Hai. It was truly unexpected that Qin Hai was so unyielding a person. So, you are still the Qin Hai of the past. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled Qin Hai's words. Perhaps he had already seen this coming. He had been keeping silent out of fear that Chen Feng would not agree with this plan. Qin Hai, without realizing it, had they been using Qin Hai as a bodyguard simply because he did not possess the power of luck like Chen Feng or the power of transmigration like Kong Bei? As Chen Feng recalled what had happened during this trip, every single time, it had been Qin Hai standing there at the forefront. Even so, Qin Hai had never once complained. And this time, to save them, he had stayed behind with the enemy. It did not need to be mentioned what would happen there. Those ancient race experts and that sage whose intent had been cracked by Qin Hai would most definitely not let him off so easily. Qin Hai. Chen Feng's heart trembled. At this moment, the void before them started collapsing, and endless radiance swirled around them. This was the first time Chen Feng had transmigrated while maintaining his consciousness. Kong Bei sighed. Don't be sad. His unlimited energy supply was activated. Only this would ensure that Kong Bei could maintain their transmigration process. He hadn't known Qin Hai for long. As such, he wasn't too emotional about Qin Hai's sacrifice. However, Qin Hai had still sacrificed himself to save them. After all, it would seem like, from today onward, he would owe an eternal favor that he no longer had a chance of repaying. The strength of that person's will was indeed something one couldn't not respect. Your luck is still required for this transmigration, Kong Bei said with a low voice. Although Qin Hai was dead, They still needed to stay alive. Chen Feng shut his eyes. I know. Luck aura was activated noiselessly. During the instant of their transmigration earlier, a huge amount of luck value had been exhausted. As such, the luck value required for the transmigration had already been consumed. The remaining luck value. Suddenly, Chen Feng opened his eyes abruptly. Kong Bei jumped from the scare. What are you doing? Your sudden movement was rather shocking. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Luck. True, luck. Says who that Qin Hai will definitely die staying there? No, even if it's a fixed fate. That's not for sure. Chen Feng checked his remaining luck value. As they had stayed here for 1 whole month, he had accumulated several hundred points of luck value. Even after the transmigration, he still had 150 points remaining. 150 points is sufficient. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Luck aura, activate. A power could be felt spreading noiselessly. If they had already returned to the genetic era, he would have no way to alter the past. Now, though, they were still in the process of transmigrating, existing at no specific point of time. If so, Chen Feng sighed as he commanded his luck aura, take all the luck value and ensure Qin Hai's survival. Shwa. Instantly, his luck value was completely exhausted. Next, Chen Feng slumped down weakly. Kong Bei held him up and asked with a low voice, are you fine? Chen Feng shook his head. I'm fine. A bizarre radiance flashed in Kong Bei's eyes. You helped Qin Hai. Chen Feng nodded slightly. As for his ultimate fate, it will have to depend on himself. Kong Bei sighed. Is that so? Luck was truly a magical power. At this time, they seemed to have reached the destination of their transmigration as well. The tunnel of transmigration started dimming, and in the distance, an exit shining with a white radiance could be seen. Hopefully your luck works, Kong Bei said, inhaling deeply and suppressing his anxiousness, in helping Qin Hai survive and in helping our escape. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. It will. Bang! Their figures vanished amidst the white radiance. Presently, at the Land of Legacy, the huge battle had just ended. By the time that radiance vanished, nobody was left behind. As for Qin Hai, he was half kneeling on the ground, and the energy equipment on his body was no longer there. His clothing was torn all over, and his body was stained with blood. Looking at the spot where Chen Feng and Kong Bei had vanished, a smile appeared on his face. Success. Forgive me, Chen Feng, Qin Hai said with a smile. The outsiders all said that he was a person who cared deeply about friendships and relationships. However, Qin Hai felt that he was instead a rather selfish person. The reason he had cared so deeply about friendships and relationships was simply to keep his heart clear. An example was what had happened this time. If he had allowed Chen Feng to die in front of him, that would instead have been something he would find hard to accept. After all, he owed Chen Feng way too much. As for now, he had a clear conscience, being the one left behind. As for Chen Feng and Kong Bei, if those two truly survived this, they would feel guilty forever, right? This was an eternal favor, a favor they could no longer repay. An eternal debt. Around him, heavy footsteps resounded. The ancient race expert that had been pushed back by him was rushing over, and numerous ancient race soldiers appeared around him as well. They were all fully armed and had Qin Hai surrounded, yet none of them dared to move. The only reason for that was because Qin Hai had managed to shatter the intent unleashed by the sage earlier, even if it was only in the form of a single word. Finally, the ancient race expert arrived. You deserve to be killed. His eyes were filled with fury and his killing intent was surging. He had never expected that, with his strength, he would be played around with by these weaklings. Ultimately, two of them had still managed to escape. This was intolerable. As for this one guy who had been left behind, the attack of the furious ancient race expert started descending. Die. Qin Hai laughed heartily. Ha ha. Come. Facing death, he had instead become more steadfast. If a next life truly existed, he wanted to be a main character as well. Bang. Midair, a radiance caused by a collision of energies bloomed, and blood splattered around. At this time, the faraway sage was merely watching on coldly. He was rather astonished that Qin Hai was able to crush his consciousness. However, that was all he felt, a small amount of astonishment. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a scene appeared before his eyes, a scene that he had been hiding in his heart for a very long time. Why have I suddenly thought of him? Suddenly, the sage looked toward Qin Hai. Is it because of you? That must be so. You two resemble each other greatly. after all. Perhaps this is fate. The sage sighed. With a wave of his hand, all the energy that dissipated. With astonishment, Qin Hai watched on as the energy that had been about to pierce through him dissipated. As he stared ahead, the sage that had always been standing tall throughout both heaven and earth was walking toward him, one step at a time. Are you willing to be my disciple? Bang! The dense white radiance that gave one an incomparably comfortable feeling started gradually fading, transforming back into the environment they were both familiar with, an environment with a chilly breeze rustling in the air, a bone-piercingly cold breeze that caused a great amount of pain to one's skin. Kong Bei was overjoyed. We are back. They had truly returned. After suffering an untold number of hardships, they had finally returned. He had gone through countless transmigrations in the past. However, not a single one of those transmigrations had been as carefree as this current transmigration. They had actually returned successfully. Did that not mean that Kong Bei was overjoyed at the prospect? He glanced at Chen Feng only to notice that Chen Feng's expression was rather serene. Kong Bei was worried about him. Are you still thinking about Qin Hai? Chen Feng frowned, seemingly deeply contemplating something. Suddenly, he asked, if I take you along, can we both still return there? Kong Bei's eyes widened. You're thinking of... This guy was actually thinking of going back there. To be precise, he wanted to return to the past and bring Qin Hai back to the future. However, the probability of such a transmigration occurring again... Kong Bei shut his eyes. Using the remaining energy he had on him, he tried. Kong Bei shook his head. It won't work. To be honest, I have transmigrated so many times before. Most of the time, they were space transmigrations or world transmigrations. Only when a unique energy was involved did I encounter a time transmigration. I suspect that our previous transmigration to the past is related to the remaining unique energy in the ruins of legacy. And now, Kong Bei tried sensing around. That energy has already dissipated. Is that so? Chen Feng stared ahead, wondering about Qin Hai's fate. Howl. A group of barbarians appeared. When they saw Chen Feng and Kong Bei, they charged over in excitement. Kong Bei patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Let's go. There are way too many things waiting for us to do. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Understood. Bang. They both streaked away and entered the depths of the ruins of legacy. Their journey had even brought them to the ancient era as they had walked this land of legacy. What was the reason for all that? It was precisely for the barbarians' legacy. Traveling through 2 points in time, they had reached this deepest depth of the land of legacy. Those things they had failed to obtain and had lacked the time to accomplish during the ancient era had to be completed here. Amidst the ruins of legacy, a clump of dazzling radiance flickered without stop. As both Chen Feng and Kong Bei stepped in, that gentle radiance started blending into their flesh. That was precisely the legacy of the barbarians. This was a legacy every single barbarian who passed the test could obtain: energy immunity. Back then, the entire race of the barbarians had almost gone extinct. This remnant of their legacy was likely the very thing that had helped them survive till now. This so-called legacy was most probably a certain degree of energy immunity. Let's try it out. Chen Feng shot a beam of energy at Kong Bei. Kong Bei did the same to Chen Feng. An immunity of 90%. This was still not as powerful as what the barbarians possessed. However, it was sufficiently terrifying to astonish others. In other words, all energy damage, curses, and so on would be weakened by 90% against Chen Feng and Kong Bei. This was simply a legacy that was in defiance of the natural order. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something. How about healing? Sure. Once again, they tried using energy on each other. With astonishment, they found that even healing abilities were weakened by 90% against them. This is indeed a double-edged sword. Chen Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Since the immunity was capable of reducing energy damage, it was natural that this immunity reduced healing energy as well. However, most of the abilities they possessed were combat-related abilities. As such, they weren't greatly affected by this. Let's go, Kong Bei said with a low voice. He felt like it was better for them to leave fast. Initially, the three of them had only come here for the legacy anyway. Now that Qin Hai was no longer with them and the both of them had obtained the legacy, there was no longer any meaning in staying here any further. Chen Feng nodded and started leaving speedily. Their journey back was still rather smooth. Only a small disturbance was encountered when they reached the entrance. Instead of stopping, they simply charged through. However, At the very instant they left the land of legacy, an ice-cold feeling descended upon them. Right after they returned out here, that bone-piercing chill could be felt. The super-expert surpassing A-class that had been chasing after them previously was actually waiting for them here. Kong Bei's heart chilled. It's over. So long has passed. Yet this fellow is still here? DM it. Are all experts that surpass A-class so free? Kong Bei nearly lost all hope. Against an A-class, they might still be able to escape. However, facing an expert surpassing A-class like this, they had no hope of succeeding even with the energy immunity they had just obtained. You both deserve death, the stone statue decreed with his ice-cold voice. The eyes of the stone statue were filled with a chilly radiance as his huge body started charging toward Chen Feng and Kong Bei. Bang! Space itself started collapsing. The both of them could only stare blankly at the incoming iron fist. Right at this instant, Chen Feng abruptly started talking. "Xunda, is that you?" The fist that was about to land halted. The eyes of the stone statue flickered with a red radiance as he stared at Chen Feng. "Xunda?" This name had seemingly roused an ancient memory. Back then, he recovered from his absent-mindedness. "Who are you?" Chen Feng unwaveringly stared straight into the stone statue's eyes. "You don't remember me anymore? Back then, you and that young lady of the ancient race rescued us. Furthermore, you personally brought us to the divine ancestor." Chen Feng looked at him. "Have you forgotten?" "Young lady, divine ancestor." The stone statue appeared to be in a daze, seeming to have finally recalled something. With great difficulty, he uttered, You are that fellow called Chen Feng." Chen Feng breathed out in relief. All would be fine if he recognized them. "Yes, it's me." More and more memories of the stone statue seemed to emerge. "So it's you guys." He had finally recalled the events that had happened in the distant past. That was truly an extremely ancient era. Chen Feng shot out a succession of questions. "How are you? Do you still remember Qin Hai? That pretty boy? What happened to him? What happened to the war with the ancient race? How have you stayed alive until now? What about that young lady you liked? How is she?" The stone statue remained silent for a long time before answering. "I don't know." Chen Feng was somewhat speechless. "Don't know? How was that possible?" This stone statue had lived on all these years. "They are probably all dead, I suppose." The stone statue sighed. "After all, the scale of that war was rather huge. By the time I arrived, only crumbling fences and dilapidated walls remained. The ancient race had already retreated, and a countless amount of people were dead." "How is that possible?" Suddenly, Chen Feng felt that something was wrong. "Wait. When you arrived, wasn't Xunda right there?" "I remember that. Back then, Xunda was fiercely clashing against the ancient race." Chen Feng's gaze became solemn. "Who are you?" "You are not Xunda." The stone statue shook his head. "I'm not." However, a gratified expression appeared in his eyes. A person might have accidentally seen some picture and recognized his appearance. However, only someone who had been there back then would know that he was not actually Xunda. As such, Chen Feng's identity was verified. "I am indeed not him." The stone statue sighed. "He was killed in that war. I am his brother, Xun. Instantly, Chen Feng had an odd expression on his face. The names of these barbarians truly caused one to be speechless. "When that happened, I was out hunting. By the time I returned, everything had already ended. I searched through every single nook and cranny to find some clansmen with breath still left in them and exhausted all methods available to me to help them recover before starting a small tribe with them." The stone statue stated painfully. This was truly a painful memory for him. In a low voice, the stone statue said, "I heard about you guys from my brother. You guys greatly resemble the ancient race yet are actually members of us barbarians. It was said that during the war, you guys killed countless ancient race members and even fought against the sage. You guys are the most respected and powerful warrior of us barbarians." Chen Feng suddenly asked, "How about Qin Hai?" Since Xun knew Chen Feng and Kong Bei, he should know Qin Hai as well. The stone statue's expression was somewhat odd. "He was brought away by the ancient race. It was rumored that he was accepted as a disciple by the sage. He also married the daughter of the sage, seemingly turning into a part of the ancient race. Despite his freedom being restricted, everything he wanted, he was allowed. As for the Devil King, they continued warring against the ancient race. Subsequently, news pertaining to the ancient race started becoming less common. As for the ancient land, the power of primal chaos started getting denser, and the races became separated. In the end, we were no longer capable of finding out whether it was the Devil King or the ancient race that was victorious. Primal chaos, is that the thing that separates the aura of the unknown regions from the outside world? This is the very thing that has caused human satellites to fail to get a clear look at the entire planet. This is also the very thing blocking all sort of exploration or sensory-related abilities. So, this is a leftover product of the ancient era. As for Qin Hai, it seems like the luck value worked back then. At the very least, he survived and lived on rather comfortably as well. However, as for whether he is still alive now, nobody knows. After all, so many years have passed. How have you guys stayed alive until now? The stone statue was somewhat amazed. He had survived by transforming into a stone statue, forfeiting his life force to become an existence that was essentially not alive. This was how he had preserved his consciousness and survived till now. These three, though, we have no idea. Chen Feng started telling a half-truth and half-lie. Actually, we are humans. We stepped into the land of legacy accidentally. Lord Divine Ancestor saw through our identity and bestowed us with some mysterious power, telling us to help the barbarians when we woke up. After we woke up, we were already here. He pointed at his forehead. There, the remnants of the Divine Ancestor's aura could still be felt. The stone statue's expression became solemn. It is indeed the power of Lord Divine Ancestor. Divine Ancestor, is this the favor your esteemed self bestowed upon us back then? He had indeed heard about the Divine Ancestor summoning these three. The present barbarians had truly declined greatly compared to their past and could no longer rise up if they were to follow this person. He looked at Chen Feng, young, dynamic, and formidable. Perhaps the future of the barbarians would lie with this person. Suddenly, the stone statue assumed a solemn expression. Chen Feng, right? From today onward, the descendants of the barbarians will be relying on you. Finishing his words, he pointed mid-air. A dim light bloomed from his finger before landing on Chen Feng's forehead. The radiance started shining brightly. Bang! The shockwave of the terrifying radiance engulfed their surroundings. Howl. Next, countless barbarians started charging at them from their surroundings, giving Chen Feng and Conbei quite a scare. To Chen Feng's surprise, these barbarians actually knelt down on the ground while muttering something with their mouths, muttering something like Lord Divine Ancestor high above, oh brilliant Divine Ancestor, and so on. Moreover, some of them even started taking out the portraits left behind by their elders and comparing the portrait with Chen Feng's appearance before becoming alarmed and starting to cry bitterly while kneeling on the ground. Chen Feng, vacantly, he stared at the numerous barbarians kneeling on the ground. As far as his eyes could see, there were barbarians kneeling. In the future, these are your people. To be able to see the barbarians obtaining a new future before leaving, I can rest in peace. The stone statue lamented endlessly. Chen Feng widened his eyes abruptly. You're leaving? The stone statue sighed. I should have left long ago. Although I transformed into a stone statue, as long as my consciousness exists, this stone statue will suffer damage. This is especially true whenever I use my power through this stone statue. So many years have passed since then and my true body has long decayed. Only this final breath remained in my body that was deep asleep underground. All this is to ensure the future of us barbarians. Fortunately, I was able to wait until this day. The stone statue appeared gratified. Lord Divine Ancestor indeed had his own arrangements. Chen Feng opened his mouth yet did not know what to say. What could he say? Tell them that, in fact, Lord Divine Ancestor had been beaten up badly by the sage. Tell them that back then, when Lord Divine Ancestor had summoned them, he had only intended for them to be spies, since they resembled the ancient race. Tell them how their ancestors had actually seen everything that had happened clearly, but that had been too bitter a battle and they had only been able to lie and say that their Lord Divine Ancestor had fought bravely to his death. But then, it was true that he had been killed there. What could Chen Feng say? He could only smile bitterly at this. He had originally only been planning to trick this Xun. Unexpectedly, he had gotten himself an entire tribe from this single trick of his. To the side, Kong Bei was sighing endlessly. Why not me? Look at this. They had both transmigrated. They had both been summoned by the Divine Ancestor. On his forehead was also the remnant of the imprint of the Divine Ancestor. Why the heck had this stone statue entrusted the barbarians to Chen Feng alone? Kong Bei was indignant. The stone statue glanced at Kong Bei with a hint of apology in his gaze. Actually, you would be more fitting for this than him, the stone statue said. Indeed. Instantly, Kong Bei felt elated. Unfortunately, your looks are somewhat lacking. The stone statue sighed before vanishing into the thin air. From here on, both his consciousness and soul would no longer exist. As for the Kong Bei that had still been rejoicing earlier, the smile on his face stiffened. Looks are somewhat lacking. Somewhat lacking. Lacking. With a dumbstruck expression, he stared at the stone statue that was no longer there. His face flushed red, and he started raging as he kicked at thin air. What is the meaning of that? Finish your sentence. FCKU, Xun get your ass out here. Do you have the balls to come back? What's the point in not finishing your sentence? What do you mean by me lacking in looks? You indeed deserve to perish, both in soul and consciousness. If you are still alive, I will most certainly grind your bones into dust. Come out. If you have the guts, come out. Kong Bei roared furiously. That was too excessive. Before his soul and consciousness perished, he felt the need to first berate me. What the HLL? Chen Feng. As the kneeling barbarians saw this, their eyes were filled with reverence as they thought about how these people were indeed the friends of their ancestor. Only such people worthy of being their ancestor's friend would display their emotions so openly, right? It was rumored that, when Xun had died back then, Xun had also cursed endlessly for 3 days and nights, asking Xun to return. Back then, Xun's emotions had been extremely unstable, and now, this Kong Bei was the same as well. Naturally, with the intelligence of these barbarians, they did not understand that the present Kong Bei was truly furious. He had been mocked by the demonic mirror, he had been mocked by the barbarian foot soldiers at the Land of Legacy, and now, even an expert surpassing A-class had mocked him. How was he supposed to live with this? Kong Bei did not even have the tears to cry. Chen Feng patted Kong Bei's shoulder before sighing heavily. Don't be sad. At the unknown region, as Chen Feng stared at the village in front of him, his head ached. MHM.Y had a training camp exploration mission transformed into a kingdom-building game. As they had spent quite a long time on this mission, he had almost forgotten that their primary goal here was to tame this unknown region and transform it into a training camp. Chen Feng pondered. It's already impossible to turn this into a training camp. After all, he couldn't really kill off all these powerful barbarians, right? This was an extremely fortuitous encounter for him, as Xun had handed over all these barbarians to him. The strength of the barbarians' combat power was not to be doubted. Every single one of them was comparable to a B-class. Moreover, the degree of their energy immunity was even higher than his. Most of them had an immunity above 90%. As long as sufficient training was provided, each of the barbarians would be able to transform into a terrifying combatant that was much stronger than a genetic warrior. However, were these barbarians reliable? Chen Feng pondered deeply. After all, he was not a barbarian. It was reasonable to suspect the loyalty of those from a different race. Chen Feng was not intending to raise a group of fellows that would not listen to him. Right at this moment, a dot of light started radiating on his forehead. That was the thing Xun had placed on him. Normally, it would be hidden within his body. Now that he had activated it, Chen Feng could keenly feel that this mysterious imprint was actually capable of controlling the barbarians. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration, "This is bloodline control?" He had once heard of something like this. It was rumored that certain powerful families used such a method to control their clansmen. As long as they were related by blood, everyone's lifeline would be under control. What this thing controlled was one's origin blood. Against some people, this control method was extremely effective. Those capable of being controlled were normally those possessing one's bloodline, such as one's children or offspring. Whoever it was, as long as that person's bloodline density exceeded 10%, this thing would work. Nobody would dare to rebel against this control either. Using familial affection and threat together, such a control method was extremely hegemonic. Chen Feng had never expected that the barbarians were also employing such a method to control their offspring. In other words, With this imprint, Chen Feng would be able to control the elites of the barbarians. This was Chen Feng's guess. Through his perception, he found out that this imprint was essentially the origin imprint of Xun MHM. Anyone who was related by blood to Xun Chen Feng would be able to control. Presently, Chen Feng was only praying that among the blood descendants of Xun a complete army was included. Only with that could he maintain order among the barbarians. That would be the best scenario. If the blood descendants of Xun only consisted of some ordinary barbarians or some barbarian thugs, what was the point of Chen Feng having control over them? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Hopefully, everything will work smoothly. Activate. Ding. He pointed mid-air. Xun imprint started blooming with a dazzling radiance. Numerous shining red dots could be seen on the imprint. These red dots were all joined by numerous red threads, akin to a horoscope. From this, Chen Feng was able to see the information and location of all the blood descendants. Soon, Chen Feng was able to see all the red dots. However, when all the red dots appeared, after Chen Feng studied them attentively, he felt like something wasn't right. As such, he studied those dots again, yet he still felt like something wasn't right. Chen Feng frowned. This amount, all the red dots were now joined, and the activation of the imprint was thus complete. Each of the red dots was flickering without stop. Chen Feng only needed to urge inwardly and he would be able to kill any of these barbarians anytime he wanted to. This was the present given to him by Xun However, this amount, Chen Feng was dumbstruck when he saw it. The red dots were so numerous that their radiance nearly blinded Chen Feng. He had initially believed that there wouldn't be many blood descendants of Xun with most of his actual blood descendants being the elites of this tribe. Unexpectedly, the entirety of the tribe were blood descendants of Xun That's right. All of them. What the HLL? Chen Feng tried calculating the total amount of the barbarians. MHM. The total amount of barbarians here was exactly the same as the barbarians contained in the imprint. In other words, everyone here was a blood descendant of Xun Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled what Xun had said earlier. When he came back, the war had already ended. He had only been able to rescue several dying barbarians with great difficulty, in order to leave some descendants behind. Only with this had the barbarians continued existing until this day. As such, the barbarians he had rescued had all been female. Therefore, by himself, that guy had continued the bloodline of the barbarians. It was still fine for his generation. As for the next generation, for the bloodline density of Xun to still remain 10% even among the barbarians of this generation, this signified that Xun had been working hard even among the subsequent generations. This. Chen Feng and Kong Bei looked at each other in dismay. This is truly the act of a single person creating an entire race. Kong Bei lamented. Chen Feng felt too powerless to even berate this. No wonder the intelligence of the barbarians decreased without stop. With their incestuous breeding method, it would truly be an oddity if their descendants were of quality. In all honesty, if it wasn't for their body quality being already on the extremely high side, granting them numerous immunities, the current generation of barbarians would most probably all be retarded. Kong Bei was curious. The bloodline density should be decreasing, right? Chen Feng coughed. Male barbarians, who were in charge of fighting, had a rather high casualty rate. As such, most barbarians left alive in the village were female barbarians. Therefore, I suppose our dear friend Xun still needed to work hard to continue extending his bloodline. Chen Feng lamented. Kong Bei. Could this be considered an act of keeping good things for oneself? The scariest question was, even if Chen Feng is in control of the barbarians now, how should the barbarians continue breeding in the future? All the barbarians here had bloodline density above 10%. This indicated that all of the barbarians were actually close relatives of each other. How would the child conceived through such pairings be intelligent? Suddenly, Kong Bei asked, mysterious organization. Are you planning to return? Yes, Chen Feng replied without the slightest hesitation. Why? Kong Bei couldn't understand the reason. Back then, hadn't Chen Feng stayed there by pure accident? Now that he was out here with great difficulty, why did he have to go back there and throw his life away? Chen Feng stared at the bustling barbarians around him. I did not say that I am returning alone. Suddenly, Kong Bei's eyes widened. Don't tell me. The HLL, this lunatic. He was trying to attack the mysterious organization using the barbarian army? There's something I need there. Chen Feng stated calmly. However, I'm afraid these barbarians won't be sufficient. Kong Bei shook his head. Although these barbarians were powerful, they were totally lacking when it came to high-level combatants. All of the barbarians were B-class. It would still be fine if they encountered an A-class, but if they encountered genetic warriors surpassing A-class, all those barbarians would probably fall there. How was this war supposed to progress? Then, Chen Feng was aware of the crux of the issue. Ultimately, it is still the bloodline that will affect the future of the barbarians. Through the methods Chen had employed, he had indeed prevented the extinction of the barbarians. Unfortunately, the intelligence of the present barbarians. Kong Bei shook his head. Several generations will be required to reduce the amount of bloodline density. The barbarians' growth was rather rapid and was more than 10 times faster than an ordinary human's. As such, what a human needed 10 years to accomplish, the barbarians could accomplish in several months. However, even if a new generation was birthed every 3 months, did they truly have to stay here for around a year or so waiting for the combat power of the barbarians to increase? This solution was rather unreliable. Moreover, there was one more point, an extremely crucial point. Chen Feng could only control the barbarians with bloodline density above 10%. Those with lower bloodline density would be out of his control. That was the largest problem he currently faced. The matter pertaining to the bloodline density was in fact rather simple to understand. In short, the control of Xun's imprint was stronger the higher the density was. If the density was too low, even if a genius barbarian was born in the future, the barbarian would most probably not be of use to Chen Feng. When barbarians with higher intelligence started appearing, it would be questionable whether they would still listen to Chen Feng or not. Chen Feng merely smiled nonchalantly at this. You don't have to worry about this. The problem pertaining to the control. Don't worry. I am even better than the White Church when it comes to brainwashing. Chen Feng smiled toyingly. If he employed methods similar to those multi-level marketing schemes to brainwash these barbarians starting from childhood, as long as he stayed alive, the barbarians would hardly revolt against his rule. Based on his memories, such multi-level marketing brainwashing methods were extremely effective. As for those who failed at brainwashing even after using those multi-level marketing brainwashing methods, they were normally those who had earned their failure by doing something stupid like telling their followers to kill their own parents or children. That was a rather idiotic action. By doing this, let alone brainwashed people, even a person whose entire being had been washed, it would still backfire. This was simply an action of forcing a revolt. Such an idiotic mistake was something Chen Feng would most certainly not commit. Controlling these barbarians using brainwashing methods might be even more reliable than Xun's imprint. As for the time required to produce some barbarians of better quality as mentioned by Kong Bei, after Chen Feng contemplated it, he concluded that since the body quality of these barbarians was rather high, there might be some means to solve this issue. From his memories, there indeed existed some gene reagents capable of speeding up the growth process. Kong Bei was dumbstruck. Bro, you are breeding the barbarians, not some livestock. The hell? This bro here is totally an unscrupulous businessman. He's actually planning to use the hormone injection method commonly used on livestocks on these barbarians. Chen Feng coughed and said, no, I'm only thinking of using some regular growth-enhancing gene reagents. Kong Bei rolled his eyes. That's the same thing as hormone injections. No. Chen Feng pondered deeply before saying, livestock are raised to feed humans. As such, we can't use hormone injections for them since they will be harmful to the consumers. The gene reagents I am planning to use on these barbarians are purely for enhancing their growth. Moreover, I will personally improve these gene reagents. As such, nothing harmful ought to happen. Kong Bei. After he had decided what to do, the remaining affairs became rather simple. For example, how to allow these barbarians to have fun in the bushes. Shwa. With a wave of Chen Feng's hand, the annual Night Spring Festival was once again activated. Thereupon, the barbarians who had been holding it in due to several interruptions became delighted and started having fun, performing that biological action that ensured the continuation of life. Chen Feng also added some enhancers to assist them in this. For example, a certain powerful gene reagent capable of rousing one's passion. For example, a certain mystical gene reagent capable of ensuring one was able to give birth to triplets. For example, a certain gene reagent capable of increasing one's body's activity level. This particular gene reagent was ordinarily only used once per person. It was something capable of healing a person who was about to die in only a short few days. When used on these barbarians, within the active duration of a short few days, the growth rate of these barbarians increased by several tens of times. Thereupon, within only half a month, Kong Bei could already see child barbarians popping out. Kong Bei was alarmed. What the FCK, this is even faster than hormone injection. Half a month. This was too excessive even by the standards of livestock, right? Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Stay calm. This is only the beginning. Kong Bei was bewildered. What? Chen Feng merely chuckled as a response. Hee. Subsequently, on the second day, those child barbarians could already run. On the third day, those child barbarians could already fight. On the fourth day, those child barbarians had already reached F class. On the fifth day, by the time the seventh day had arrived, those child barbarians had already reached B class. This was an extremely terrifying growth. Kong Bei was aware that the barbarians grew faster than humans, surpassing humans by more than 10 times. However, this speed accomplished by Chen Feng was rather horrifying. In 7 days, the barbarians had reached adulthood. Somewhat regretfully, though, among these barbarians, the strongest of them were merely B classes. Based on Chen Feng's senses, their bloodline density was still above 10%. Chen Feng could only sigh at this. At this time, the initial batch of barbarians Chen Feng had received from Xun started displaying the side effects of using those gene reagents. They became infertile as a result. The rapid growth had seemingly disrupted the balance of their bodies. Chen Feng breathed out in relief. Perhaps this is a good thing. He had feared that these fellows would accidentally create more barbarians with high bloodline density. If that truly happened, it would be rather troublesome. After all, there were no abortion hospitals here. The bloodline density is gradually decreasing, Chen Feng analyzed silently. Now, the breeding of the second-generation barbarians began. If one insisted on putting a name to this event, one could call this the Second Night Spring Festival. Once again, the barbarians started having fun happily. Multiple periods of 7 days passed. Chen Feng and Kong Bei were silently gathering data on these barbarians. Within a short period of time, the population of the barbarians expanded greatly, and the strength of their tribe increased by several times. As for the latest generation of barbarians, their level of intelligence was increasing as well. Finally, several barbarians managed to break through the shackles binding them and enter A class. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Success. A-class barbarians. An A-class physical warrior with energy immunity above 90%. Chen Feng did not even need to think to figure out how terrifyingly damaging these fellows could be. This was the dawn of the new era of barbarians. Howl. The barbarians cheered endlessly. These new barbarians that were more intelligent had started to contemplate the pros and cons of what Chen Feng had done. However, as they compared the previous and present condition of their tribe, they understood the reason for Chen Feng's actions. In unique times, unique methods were necessary. Now that there were already A-class barbarians and the bloodline density had lowered to a certain degree, Chen Feng stopped his previous breeding strategy. Since the classes were already appearing, this signified that the condition of the latest generation of barbarians had already normalized. Moving on, these barbarians could breed as they wished, and perhaps a higher amount of powerful and genius barbarians would be born. Naturally, Chen Feng would definitely not allow incest anymore. After thinking about it, Chen Feng made this an ironclad rule for all barbarians. Presently, Chen Feng was silently calculating the time. Based on his initial plan, by the time the A-class barbarians started popping out, it wouldn't be long before he had to fight the mysterious organization. However, surprising him, right at this moment, Kong Bei bid him goodbye. I'm leaving. Initially, I was worried that you would act recklessly. Haha. Now I see how successful you are. Despite your somewhat unscrupulous methods, the end result is still quite good. Good luck in your coming operation. In a carefree manner, Kong Bei left. He did not belong here anyway. Since he had already obtained the legacy, it was time for him to leave. Chen Feng did not say much either. If fate allows, we will meet again in the future. After all, Everyone had their own path to walk. A new generation barbarian that was filled with a youthful energy walked over to Chen Feng. Lord Chen Feng glanced at him. Anything? The formation of the first squad is complete, the barbarian answered loudly. First squad? Chen Feng's eyes shone. The so-called first squad was a special squad comprised fully of A-class barbarians, a squad that was a combination of the natural prowess of the barbarians and the equipment produced by Chen Feng. The squad is finally formed. Mysterious organization. I am coming. Unknown region. Leading a squad, Chen Feng was traversing amid the darkness. With 2 months and using gene reagents, he had created this powerful barbarian squad. A squad of 10 barbarians, all of them with a body strength of A-class and with over 95% energy immunity. Naturally, despite these fellows not having any problems with their brains, due to their actual age being young and their rapid growth, they were still all brawn and no brain. Each of these fellows was an existence akin to a boss in a game. In this era of technology, even weapons were all pure energy weapons. After witnessing the prowess of energy weapons, humanity had long given up on physical weapons. As such, even the mysterious organization was using high-energy weapons. Those were all useless against the barbarians. With over 95% energy immunity, only 5% damage would be dealt against these barbarians. Such an amount of damage might still be able to hurt an ordinary person, but against these barbarians with their heaven-defying bodies, these weapons were merely jokes. On top of that, a huge amount of gene reagents had been prepared by Chen Feng for these barbarians as well. The only goal for him at the mysterious organization was their spirit seawood. In actuality, things would be more interesting if he decided to instead slowly rise in ranks among the mysterious organization. However, the time required for this was too long. Chen Feng could not afford to spend so much time. As such, he had decided to use this method to rob them, which was much simpler. Have you all learned what I taught you? Chen Feng asked. All the barbarians nodded. The strength of the mysterious organization was not to be underestimated. Even if a vast majority of their members were normally out on missions, this was still not a place Chen Feng could act rampantly. As such, he had devised an extremely simple plan: flee immediately after the robbery. Using luck aura, he was able to estimate the location of the spirit seawood. That's right. The location was deduced using his luck aura. The mysterious power of the spirit seawood was capable of causing luck aura to lose its effect. However, in the entirety of the mysterious organization, only a certain area was undetectable using luck aura. As such, after mapping the mysterious organization's headquarters using luck aura, he had found a blank spot on it. If that was not the location storing the spirit seawood, what was? Chen Feng hollered at them. Remember, try your best to not attract any attention. Accomplish the goal while being as low profile as possible. The barbarians nodded. Very good. Light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Then, let the operation begin. Whoosh, whoosh. The group of 11 entered the mysterious organization noiselessly. As Chen Feng had been staying here for quite a while, he was clear on the areas that were monitored and the areas where he needed to be careful. Coupled with the assistance of luck aura, they were able to sneak in easily. From their current position to the location of the spirit seawood, they needed to travel through 7 tunnels. There would be patrols at all times. This would be a rather dangerous operation. However, I'll be relying on you guys, Chen Feng said in a low voice. Shwa. The barbarians around him vanished. Far away, at the first tunnel, a group of 7 was patrolling. All of them were B-class warriors, and the captain was peak B-class. This was the strength of the mysterious organization. A normal patrol squad was comprised fully of B-class warriors. Extremely terrifying. With squads like this, even if the one sneaking in was an A-class warrior, they would be able to hold out for quite a while, and the moment the alarm was activated, everything would be over. However, several barbarians concealed themselves quietly at the 2 sides of the tunnel. Silently, they awaited the arrival of the patrols. When the patrols reached the entrance of the tunnel, the barbarians erupted and appeared behind them instantly. Next, the barbarians placed both hands at the necks of the patrols before using the technique Chen Feng had spent several days teaching them, a technique they were extremely well practiced with after practicing against scarecrows, a technique known as the neck twist. One after another, heads separated from their bodies. A B-class patrol squad was decimated just like that. Even Chen Feng himself felt fear when he witnessed this scene. Was this the squad he had created with his own hands? He let out a long breath. That's right. This barbarian squad had been transformed into an assassination squad by Chen Feng. Were the barbarians powerful? Yes, they were. With powerful physical bodies and high energy immunity, if they were used as warriors, even A-class genetic warriors would need a long time to deal with them. These barbarians were simply akin to tanky meat shields. However, what was the point of that? The moment someone surpassing A-class made a move, or when one of the myriad abilities of those B-class genetic warriors happened to work against the barbarians, all the barbarians could very well end up dead there. It was too dangerous to use the barbarians out in the open for everyone to bombard as they wished like bosses in games. What if the barbarians were used as assassins? An A-class assassin with a super powerful physical body? They would be able to insta-kill anyone with lower body strength than them. One had to know that even regular A-class genetic warriors generally only possessed a body strength of C-class. At most, they would only have a body strength of B-class. What could these people do when facing assassins like the barbarians? The result of this encounter was a no-brainer. As for the counter-strike of the patrol's defensive energy abilities, against an assassin with energy immunity, one would have a good taste at how helpless one's defensive energy abilities were. As long as sufficient training was provided, such a barbarian squad might be able to kill even those surpassing A-class. Naturally, this would only work with the premise of them being undiscovered. This was also the ultimate goal of Chen Feng. Several crisp sounds resounded once again. Another patrol squad was killed off by the barbarian assassins. As for Chen Feng, he was busy using the numerous minor abilities he had to provide cover to these barbarians. For example, body concealment, aura elimination, decimator of corpses, and trails. Numerous patrol groups were eliminated. Chen Feng's group traveled forth without stop. By the time the alarm was finally activated, they had already reached their destination. There, enemies that were more powerful could be found. A-class patrols. With a single glance, Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. A group of 8, all of them at A-class, and the captain and deputy captain were PK classes. If this truly were the spirit seaward was stored, even mere guards were most definitely elites of the mysterious organization. Pika class. Chen Feng compared the strength of both parties. Theoretically, the barbarian assassins should be able to insta-kill them. However, this was merely theory. The premise of this happening was that the barbarians needed to first approach those A-class warriors. However, which of those A-class warriors wasn't a veteran with rich combat experience? The moment they saw the barbarians, the moment they discovered that the barbarians were immune against energy, these genetic warriors would most definitely use a different approach to combat them. They might not be able to defeat the barbarians, but they would be able to drag it out. The moment the reinforcements of the mysterious organization arrived, Chen Feng's group would be surrounded. Chen Feng's head ached. This is getting somewhat troublesome. Ordinary genetic warriors that were assassins normally possessed unique abilities such as blinking and killing. They would be able to instantly appear behind their enemies and unleash a fatal attack. This was something the barbarians could not compare to. Naturally, there were pros and cons to normal genetic warrior assassins. Despite their numerous abilities, the moment the enemies discovered them or started counter-attacking, the enemies might be able to even counter-kill the assassins. When something like that happened, it would transform into a competition of trump cards. None of this was a concern for the barbarians. Unfortunately, they lacked a method to approach their targets. If they were to charge out hastily, only death would await. They might also be exhausted to death here as well. Chen Feng's brain raced. What to do? At a certain location high above the sky, lightning was everywhere. Two illusory figures condensed and appeared there, seated cross-legged. The both of them were talking to each other casually. The vile environment around them did not seem to have any effect on them. Suddenly, a dim green flashed past. At this, the forehead of one of the two figures started shining with green. The radiance started spreading from his forehead and enveloped his head before spreading to his entire body. Toward the end, the entire body solidified as the true appearance of that person became clear. This was precisely Lu Han. Lu Han smiled. The fish has taken the bait. The figure opposite him smiled lightly. True. Black radiance started spreading as the other figure's forehead started shining black. As the radiance faded, his body solidified. revealing a black-clothed person whose face couldn't be seen clearly. However, even if his face couldn't be seen clearly, the diamond on his head was shining dazzlingly. Lu Han sighed. Junior apprentice brother, you still lack trust in me, as usual. He had known this junior apprentice brother of his for many years, yet he had never seen this guy's true appearance. This guy was the leader of the mysterious organization, yet this very person had also abided by the spirit of keeping things a mystery to such an extent as well. You know the reason for that? The mysterious organization leader replied calmly. Lu Han sighed. Fine. It was rumored that once, this junior apprentice brother of his had encountered a formidable opponent that had caused his face to be ruined. From then on, he had wrapped himself with his ability at all times, never revealing his true appearance. However, no one was aware of the authenticity of this story. That Chen Feng, the mysterious organization leader, paused before continuing, should be here already, right? Naturally, Lu Han stated calmly. We have no way of getting involved in this. The mysterious organization leader stared at the sky that was still dark. Presently, we still can't leave this place. This time, we can only let them handle it. Lu Han smiled calmly. Since Chen Feng is courting death, then just let him die. It's about time he pays back what he owes me anyway. Bang! The sky started thundering. Accompanied by Lu Han's malicious laughter, the lightning appeared even more sinister. The face of the mysterious organization leader was indistinct, however, his eyes appeared even deeper now. 1 whole month was sufficient for the mysterious organization to get to the truth of a lot of matters, such as the true identity of Wang Feng. If that Wang Feng guy had been around all the while, things might not have seemed so suspicious. However, he had been missing for more than a month. Such a long period of time was sufficient for the mysterious organization to get into the truth of things. During their investigation into Wang Feng's disappearance, they had accidentally uncovered that Wang Feng was essentially Chen Feng. This was the scariest thing they had uncovered. When this had first been uncovered, everyone had been horrified. Who would have guessed that their biggest enemy was hidden in their midst? Chen Feng was so brave. The entire mysterious organization was furious. Surprising them all, that wasn't the extent of Chen Feng's bravery. This Chen Feng guy had actually been courageous enough to return 1 month later, even after his identity had been exposed. Exactly how much did he look down upon the mysterious organization? They were all furious. From the lowest of their members to those in leadership positions, and even senior members like Lu Han. All of them were furious. The mysterious organization was an extremely powerful organization with a huge amount of B classes and A classes, and even warriors surpassing A class with a myriad of abilities at their disposal. It would have been fine if they had been unsure of whether Chen Feng was alive or dead. Now that they were aware that Chen Feng was alive, it was nearly impossible for Chen Feng to hide his actions from them. Thereupon, the subsequent actions of Chen Feng had been deduced. On a certain date, Chen Feng would lead a group of people and return to the mysterious organization. For the Chen Feng whose identity was no longer trusted and who could no longer use their underground transportation system, how was he supposed to take someone to the mysterious organization? He could only hide himself and assassinate his way in. He will operate in the dark. He will assassinate the patrols. He will try his best to avoid triggering the alarm. If we are without preparations, Chen Feng might be able to escape easily. This was what the powerful PK class seer of the mysterious organization had deduced. It appeared much simpler than they had imagined. Don't act rashly. Figure out Chen Feng's target first. After finding out his goal, we can make our move. Get some people we have already decided to kick out to be on patrol duty. Let them give their lives away. This was the plan of the mysterious organization. Hence, the members that were supposed to be kicked out were transformed into numerous patrols walking the corridors. Ultimately, they were all killed by Chen Feng. The others were not able to see clearly what had happened, but they could perceive it with their senses. This continued until they figured out Chen Feng's goal. That is where the Spirit Seawood is stored. Chen Feng's goal is the Spirit Seawood. How has he found out about the Spirit Seawood? Someone must have leaked the information. The mysterious organization members started discussing among themselves. The Spirit Seawood was the one of the deepest secrets of their organization, yet Chen Feng was aware of it. How much of their secrets is this Chen Feng guy aware of? Some of them sneered. I'm afraid that this time, we truly need to capture him. That's only natural, the rest responded. From the moment Chen Feng had stepped foot into the mysterious organization, he had already fallen into their trap. This was a trap specifically prepared for Chen Feng. They did not dare to get too near Chen Feng, nor did they dare to actively monitor his movements, as they feared that Chen Feng would notice them. However, they only needed to observe in an indirect manner to gather certain details. As an example, the strength of Chen Feng's group. This Chen Feng guy thought that nobody was aware of his assassinations. Unknown to him, every place he walked past and those he killed were fully investigated after he left. Those killed by him were essentially cannon fodder. His target has already been ascertained. The strategy department of the mysterious organization had already fully analyzed everything about Chen Feng. From the traces left behind, we can conclude that this is an assassination squad of 10 people. All 10 of them are veterans at assassinations. Peak B-class warriors will have no way of fighting back against them. Based on the information we have so far, our opponents possess the strength of peak B-class at the very least. It is actually quite possible that they are actually A-class warriors. At this, everyone's expression became solemn. A 10-man assassination squad comprised fully of A-class warriors. No wonder this Chen Feng was so egotistical and had the courage to sneak back here. Based on our analysis of the route they are taking, their final destination is the place where our spirit seawood is stored. We can prepare our ambushes around there. That's right. When it comes to assassins, even if they are powerful when it comes to sneak attacks, their strength is nothing to write home about when it comes to direct confrontations. We can prepare 10 A-class experts to face them. They are out there in the open, while we are operating in secret. As such, there is no way we can lose this battle. This time, I want Chen Feng to die without a burial site. The head of the strategy department said. The rest accepted his commands. Understood. Currently, along with the passage of time, they managed to verify their initial deductions. Regardless of Chen Feng's assassination squad or their strength, all of this was verified. Identity verification completed. Strength verification completed. The mysterious organization members had been prepared in the dark long ago, waiting for Chen Feng's group to arrive. Some of them started hearing the sound of footsteps. Here they come. 3, 2, 1. The eyes of the strategy department head shone as he shouted, "Go!" Shwa. Taking the lead, he streaked out. However, after only moving a short distance, the clear appearance of the assassination squad behind Chen Feng was revealed. At that moment, the strategy department head's expression greened instantly. Assassins? These are the assassins? As he felt the oppressive pressure emanating from those opposite him and saw their enormous bodies, the strategy department head, who had been heading out, stopped and returned forcefully. "Stop," he shouted. His subordinates couldn't even process what had happened yet. They looked at the head with bewildered expressions. "What's up?" The head gulped. "Look!" They raised their heads and stared ahead. Instantly, they blanked as they saw, from behind Chen Feng, a group of lofty giants with tall and sturdy bodies and astonishing power appearing one after another. Assassins? The mere sight of these assassins caused their legs to feel somewhat weak. If it had merely been someone whose body was huge, they would naturally not have been bothered. However, these giants they were facing emanated an incomparably terrifying and oppressive pressure and might. These fellows were comprised fully of A-classes. Assassins? Assassins my SS. These are obviously meat shields. One of the 3.5-meter tall giants started stretching his body. As he did so, the air filled with cracking sounds. When they glanced over, they found that these were actually the sounds of the air being compressed. If such power landed on their bodies, the mere thought of this caused their bodies to chill. As for the head of the strategy department, he was wishing he could slap to death the fellow who had previously deduced Chen Feng's strength. What to do? They became extremely anxious. At this time, they saw that Chen Feng had stopped moving as well and was seemingly pondering something. "We might not necessarily have zero chances," one of his subordinates said. "Although they are rather strong, we have two advantages. First, Chen Feng is still not aware that we already figured out his identity. Second, Chen Feng simply does not have the courage to expose his identity. They should still be thinking of ways to eliminate the guards secretly." The strategy department head pondered knowingly. "You're saying?" That person continued. "That's right. We can ambush them. When Chen Feng's group is ambushing the guards, we can ambush them and teach them a lesson about what it means to be the Oriole stalking behind the cicada. Moreover, look at their size." Shwa. The eyes of the strategy department shone. True. These guys might appear terrifying with their huge size, but they were, after all, still assassins. The main characteristic of an assassin was high attack and weak defense. As for someone with such a huge body, it signified that they would be an easy target to hit. In short, they could be damaged much more easily. When attacking these huge assassins, if the attackers were hidden in the dark, they wouldn't even face any risk. As long as sufficient attacks were launched, these fellows could very well be insta-killed. The strategy department head's eyes shone. Tell the other squads to finish their preparations. He seemed to recall that the last time they had attacked someone in such a manner was during the mysterious killing command incident. Chen Feng. How are you going to escape the calamity this time, Shua? Once again, they concealed themselves. Hidden amid the darkness, they could see Chen Feng's group approaching and were preparing to make their move. The strategy department was already done with their preparations, and killing intent appeared from their eyes. 1 step, 2 steps. Chen Feng's group was pressing forth without stop. Suddenly, a faint layer of energy flashed on Chen Feng's body. In this operation, he was aware that he wouldn't play too big a role. As such, all the abilities he used were those abilities used to aid the barbarian assassination squad, granting them an enhancement in their speed. With the naturally astonishing body quality of these barbarians, how fast would they be after having their speed enhanced by Chen Feng? Well, we'll find out. After trying, both Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. The energy concentrated in his hands bubbled. Next, under the support of his luck aura, the Myriad Illusions ability displayed its maximum power. Unleash. Speed. The 10 barbarians jolted as their bodies trembled violently. Next, an expression of comfort appeared on their faces as they stopped resisting and allowed the power to enter their body. Chen Feng was aware that energy support would only have a small effect on these barbarians. However, what if the energy inserted into their bodies was merely a seed? What if the wind was what it was supposed to work on? Suddenly, the wind grew chaotic. As for the barbarians, when they stepped forth, a burst of pushing power could be felt. This was the power of wind, a pure power of nature transformed from energy. The gale whistled. Who now? Chen Feng shouted. Shua. Almost instantaneously, the barbarians felt the terrifying burst of power. With that, their speed that had been already fast was enhanced by more than 10 times, and they reached their targets instantly. At this time, the expression of the faraway strategy department head changed greatly. We can't continue waiting too fast. They were aware of the strength of Chen Feng's group. However, they had never expected that Chen Feng still possessed such an enhancement ability. If they did not make their move as soon as possible, the head and those guards could very well all die here. Move. The strategy department head commanded without the slightest hesitation. Bang. At that instant, time itself seemed to stop. Flame, ice, venom, storm. Numerous powers started gushing out from a multitude of angles, streaming toward the barbarians. Speed reduction, void transformation. All sorts of terrifying debuff abilities erupted. Regardless of how powerful Chen Feng's group was, under such a bombardment, the amount of power left to them would most probably be even less than 1/10, and it would most probably fail to kill anyone in such a condition. Do it. The strategy department head ordered. The mysterious organization members charged out. As far as they were concerned, there was simply no suspense to this battle. However, by the time the first person arrived, by the time he soared up before slamming the energy dagger down toward one of the sturdy barbarians, glang, a crisp ringing sound echoed. The weapon of slaughter he was so proud of was unable to leave even a scar on that sturdy body. To be precise, only a small white line was left on that sturdy body. You. Finally. His expression changed greatly. Who the HLL had said that these were assassins? How was it possible for these guys to be assassins? Crack. That sturdy body had been ignoring his attack all along. Only after this person nonchalantly snapped the head of one of the guards did he turn around to look at the user of the dagger, a simple and honest smile on his face. Bang! Suddenly, an intense eruption of force could be felt, and next, the dagger user's vision darkened, never to wake up again. Before his death, the only thoughts in his head were, who the hell said that these guys are assassins? Who said that they have strong attacks and weak defenses? If I had known this in advance, I definitely would not have approached them. Currently, The same scene was repeating everywhere. The strategy department had indeed unleashed their attacks on Chen Feng's group. Unfortunately, none of the barbarians were injured. Moreover, those barbarians were nonchalantly slaughtering all the guards right in front of the strategy department head's eyes. Those powerful guards couldn't contend against the barbarians at all. The head was alarmed. How is this possible? This was totally different from what they had planned. Since the combatants of both sides were both A classes, the difference in strength shouldn't be so huge. Evidently, he was unaware that the life forms he was seeing were called barbarians. If he'd had sufficient understanding of barbarians, he would have known to never get into melee with the barbarians. Only by putting some distance between them could he stand a chance of victory. Bang! The earth trembled, and all the mysterious organization members were flung away. Only 1 second had passed since their first appearance here. Only now did Chen Feng notice these newly appeared fellows. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. We have been discovered. He was not aware that his identity had been exposed long ago. Everything he had been doing so far had been to avoid detection. He was clear on the strength of these barbarians. They could be used to great effect when ambushing and slaughtering enemies that lacked understanding of the barbarians. However, the instant someone surpassing A class got involved in this go, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng led the barbarians and slaughtered their way forward. Since the mysterious organization had already been alarmed, it was no longer possible for them to escape. If so, only one option remained for them to survive this. Spirit Sea would stop them. The strategy department head yelled. They absolutely could not allow Chen Feng's group entry into the cache of Spirit Sea wood. Who knew what damage Chen Feng would deal to the most valuable resource of the mysterious organization if they entered? These D-level assassins. No, to be more precise, these meat shields. The strategy department head's gaze raced around looking for any weaknesses in their bodies. He believed that it was impossible for these people to be perfect. Among similar A-class warriors, they might be more powerful than other A-classes, but it ought not to be so one-sided. Even if he were to ignore their energy immunity, how could their bodies be so strong as well? This was illogical. As such, he concluded that they most certainly had some weak points. For example, attack their weak points, the strategy department head said while gnashing his teeth. Truth be told, he did not particularly favor such a method of battling. However, based on the height of these enemies, this seemed to be the most optimal method when battling them. The expressions of the rest sank. For real? The strategy department head bellowed. Go. All the guards have already been killed. Do you all want to die together with them? As the rest heard this, they sunk into silence. True, this was a battle of life and death. At times like this, they should not be concerned with whether using such a method would embarrass them or not. The only thing they needed to concern themselves with was whether this method would work. They exchanged glances. Understood. Sure. Once again, numerous figures charged out. They were clear that this was their final chance to make a move against Chen Feng's group before Chen Feng's entry. This was also the only chance they had at stopping Chen Feng's group. As such, they had to succeed. Kill, accompanied by loud yells, they all charged forward. The barbarians turned their sturdy bodies around. Most of them were above 3 meters in height. As such, they were totally not bothered about those mysterious organization members that were half their height. In a nonchalant manner, they swung their huge hands down violently. Right at this instant, the strategy department head bellowed, "Do it." At this, the mysterious organization members erupted and a terrifying sheen appeared from their hands as their sharp weapons all pierced toward the butts of the barbarians. From this height and from their posture, those launched attacks were simply flawless. Pop! A stuffy sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. The strategy department head was overjoyed. Success. Indeed. Regardless of how powerful these damnable fellows were, that part was still their weak point. The bigger their size was, the easier it was to attack that part. That was most certainly a fatal weak point. Die. The strategy department head exerted more pressure as he tried to pierce deeper. However, surprising him, the scene where blood spluttered around did not appear. The mournful screams he had expected to hear did not appear either. The only thing he heard was a crazy and rough-sounding grunt. Howl. This single howl seemed to have an extremely profound meaning attached to it. The strategy department head was bewildered. What's going on? Next, he saw the huge figure in front of him turn around. In a somewhat bashful and shy manner, the barbarian gazed at him. Instantly, his body chilled, akin to someone that had fallen into an ice cave. The hell? Could it be? At this thought, his heart chilled. An immense palm landed on his shoulder. Next, a language he was familiar with entered his ears. Old Thai, enjoying yourself? 1. The rough voice with a trace of shyness added on lingered in his ears. Instantly, the strategy department head quivered before clamping both his legs tightly together, almost fainting on the spot from the scare. Bang! Next, a mighty force blasted his body, flinging his entire body out to smash against the wall. I was tricked. This was the last conscious thought of the strategy department head. However, he somewhat rejoiced the fact that he had been tricked rather than being. Bang! After smashing into the wall, he landed on the ground and lost consciousness. At this moment, the other mysterious organization members were flung out one by one as well. Chen Feng merely watched on as this one-sided battle unfolded. What joke was this? They had actually been planning to mount a sneak attack on these barbarians. How naive! Granted, their weapons were indeed sharp, but for these barbarians, these weapons were akin to toothpicks. How was it possible for these barbarians to be injured with this? Even the poop of the barbarians would most probably be thicker than the arms of these people here. Truly too naive. Chen Feng sneered. The barbarians appeared at a loss. Boss, what is the meaning of the old Thai thing you told us to say earlier? Chen Feng coughed. It's nothing important. This is the so-called etiquette, a way to express your politeness when you come in intimate contact with someone. Oh, one of the barbarians answered knowingly. Next, his huge palm slammed onto the butt of the barbarian beside him, and in a carefree manner with his rough voice, he said, Old Thai, enjoying yourself? As for the barbarian whose butt had been slapped by him, he quivered before reciprocating with a slap to the other barbarian's butt as well before saying, enjoyable. They started giggling foolishly among themselves. Hee hee, Chen Feng. Suddenly, he started to wonder the reason about these barbarians seemed even more foolish even after he had solved their low intelligence deficiency through his breeding methods. Cough. Stop messing around. Chen Feng placated them. Get this over with as soon as possible and leave. Yes, the barbarians replied solemnly. Next, they stepped into the building where the spirit seaweed was stored. At this time, at that place high above the sky, Lu Han was also speechless as he watched on coldly at everything unfolding. Since when had the guards of the mysterious organization become so weak? It's not that they are weak. Rather, it's the enemies that are too strong. The mysterious organization leader stated indifferently. These weird giants are immune to energy and have strong physical bodies and no weak points. Even if they have only recently advanced to A class, their combat power is equivalent to genetic warriors at PK class. It is understandable that those A class guards failed. Regardless of the guards or those from the strategy department, they were all A class warriors. As such, it was too difficult for them to deal with these barbarians. What you should be wondering is where did Chen Feng obtain these experts? After all, PK class warriors are not such common existences as vegetables, the mysterious organization leader stated profoundly. Lu Han narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Senior apprentice brother, I have heard that your wife has a weak power over time? The mysterious organization leader stated indifferently. I could sense a trace of the same power from the bodies of these people. Glaring at the mysterious organization leader, Lu Han said, one word at a time. What are you trying to say? The mysterious organization leader merely smiled. Perhaps. Forget it. Never mind. However, his gaze when looking at Lu Han was even odder now. The veins on Lu Han's forehead throbbed. Exclamation mark. What do you mean? What gaze is that? Clearly, Chen Feng is the one bringing people to attack your mysterious organization. How does that relate to me? What damnable power of time are you talking about? Chen Feng hasn't been in contact with her for a long. No, wait. Lu Han seemed to have thought of something. That figurine. She had once given a figurine to Chen Feng. That figurine was an item that was equivalent to herself. It possessed a certain degree of the same power she possessed. Moreover, the figurine and she could sense what the other was experiencing. Had Chen Feng? No way. Lu Han shook his head. It was impossible for Chen Feng to be aware of this. He hadn't the slightest idea even the methods of using that figurine. But then, what was up with the power of time on the bodies of those giants? Although his junior apprentice brother was an indifferent person, he would most certainly not talk drivel. If so, wait. Suddenly, Lu Han thought of an extremely scary possibility. Could it be that back then, when she had given Chen Feng the figurine, she had also left behind a user manual of some sort? That woman, The mere thought of this caused Lu Han to be filled with rage. "It seems like you have finally thought of something," the mysterious organization leader said indifferently. For an unknown reason, when his senior apprentice brother had raged earlier, he had felt that his senior apprentice brother's strength had grown somewhat stronger as the green radiance had become even denser than in the past. Lu Han merely snorted as a response. HMPH. He inhaled deeply and calmed himself before calmly stating, "We don't have to talk about this matter of mine for now. Your great mysterious organization is allowing them to enter as they wished." The mysterious organization leader laughed. "Naturally, that won't be the case. The appearance of these giants is simply something unexpected. With such a power under his control, it is sufficient for Chen Feng to charge into any faction he wishes. Would you believe it if I told you he can even charge into the genetic union if he wished to do so? However, entering is one matter, leaving safely is an entirely different matter." Lu Han's eyes shone. "Oh, wait and see." The mysterious organization leader smiled in a tranquil manner and continued, "It's about time for those guys to reveal themselves." At this time, at the mysterious organization, along with the blazing alarm, the experts that had been out on missions were rushing back rapidly. This was their headquarters, a location those branches couldn't compare to. 1, 2, 3. Numerous genetic warriors appeared. In a short period of time, the location Chen Feng's group was at was already completely surrounded. A certain amount of B-class warriors, 30 A-class warriors. This terrifying organization that had been competing against the genetic union in the dark was, for the first time, utilizing all power it could. As a result, an astonishing might was being displayed. No less than 30 A-class genetic warriors were assembled, sufficient to shock countless people. All this was a mere prelude to what was to come. As time passed, one alarming expert after another appeared. Even those A-class experts had to make way when these experts appeared. These newcomers were precisely the PK-class warriors. The strongest ordinary members of the mysterious organization had finally appeared. 1, 2. By the time they were done gathering, a total of 5 PK-class warriors, 36 A-class warriors, and a certain amount of B-class and C-class warriors had already assembled. This was truly a shocking spectacle. When did they enter? Some asked. 10 minutes prior. 10 minutes. This much time is sufficient to do a lot of things. Their strength is not weak. There's no need to try taking them on with brute force. Just prepare everything and trap them to their deaths in there. Trap them to death? Yes. This will become their grave, a PK class stated coldly. Some of them were anxious. Will there be any danger to our cache of spirit seawood? A familiar-looking figure appeared. No. If Chen Feng were here, he would most certainly recognize this person. This was precisely the department head who had been at odds with the White Church, Tang Lan. The department he was in charge of was also the department in charge of the spirit seawood. You are all clear on the structural makeup of the spirit seawood. Tang Lan gave them a glance before continuing. For spirit seawood to display its effect, it undergoes numerous refinements using all sorts of materials. Finally, it must ferment for 100 years in order to produce the badges that you are all using. Under normal circumstances, spirit seawood is essentially useless and is incapable of showing any sort of power. Tang Lan shook his head slightly. Despite the prowess of the spirit seawood, the limitations were rather harsh as well. Even I am not able to use it in its raw form. The doubts of the others were dispelled with this. If so, I can be at ease. Oh, right, if we attack, will we damage the spirit seawood? Someone asked anxiously. Tang Lan chuckled. A sufficient defense mechanism was put in place long ago on a spirit seawood. You guys can attack as you wish. Only at this did everyone feel relieved. That's good. Then, suddenly, glang, glang, a stuffy sound of machinery echoed about. Everyone turned their heads to take a look, and instantly, their hearts jolted as they saw an immense high-energy weapon being brought out and aimed straight at the building, that weapon appearing incomparably fierce. Fear rose immediately in the hearts of some of them after they saw this thing. That is, it's that thing. Everyone felt their soul departing bodies. It was the Death's Eye. This was a super high-energy weapon, a legendary weapon rumored to be capable of destroying the heavens and earth. A single full-powered attack from this weapon was equivalent to an attack launched by a PK class with all his power. A single attack from this was sufficient to destroy an entire city. This weapon had been used 3 times in the past. As a result, 3 different organizations had been destroyed, not a trace remaining. Not even A classes could escape the destruction caused by this weapon. Everyone trembled with fear. They actually took even this thing out. This time, the organization was truly generous with the resources they were willing to spare. But then, this was reasonable. It had reached a point where even their core resource, the spirit seawood, was being coveted by the Chen Feng guy. How could they not be angry? Now, Chen Feng's fate of sure death was sealed. Regardless of how powerful those barbarians were, the Chen Feng who was trapped here had no hope of surviving. The only thing the organization needed to worry about was how to get rid of Chen Feng with the lowest amount of sacrifice on their part. Prepare everything. Yes. Shwa. Radiance started swirling around. A dim radiance started blooming from the death's eye. At any moment, this weapon would be able to unleash its attack. Around it, everyone exchanged glances with each other before noiselessly retreating by several meters. They did not have the courage to even stand near this weapon here. After all, this was the death's eye. At this time, Chen Feng's group had only broken through the outer defense mechanism surrounding the spirit seawood. To protect their spirit seawood, the mysterious organization had utilized numerous types of defense systems, such as a physical defense system, energy defense system, net defense system, and so on. Even with the amount of methods available at their disposal, they would still require quite a while to break through the defenses. First, the barbarians had broken through the energy defense system with brute force before destroying the physical defense system as well. However, when facing the completely incomprehensible net defense system, they were helpless. Ultimately, Chen Feng was forced to make a move. This was not all. There were also ancient defensive restrictions placed here as well. If not for Chen Feng's luck aura and his identity as a master producer, he would simply have had no hope of breaking through. One layer after another, only after spending 10 minutes did they manage to break through all the defense systems. Finally, the legendary spirit seawood appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. They appeared completely different than the smaller portion of spirit seawood Chen Feng had seen in the past. In front of Chen Feng was a thick and solid trunk with numerous branches on it. Unexpectedly, some green leaves could be seen on the branches as well. One side of the trunk was soaked within an incubation liquid, seemingly absorbing some energy from the liquid. This was a nearly complete miniature version of the spirit sea tree. Was this what they had been using to produce their badges? Chen Feng became excited. Lightly, he stretched his hand out and stroked the branch of the spirit seawood. The moment he touched the wood, his luck aura started raging. Here it comes. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. The luck aura that had been still for a long time was once again taking the initiative to attack and started to absorb the power of the spirit seawood. The spirit seawood in front of Chen Feng was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A faint radiance started shining. Chen Feng could feel a mysterious power undulating around him as an abstruse yet magical power surrounded his body. Once again, his luck aura transformed. At the same instant Chen Feng absorbed the spirit seawood, a stifling sense of vigilance flared up, and instantly, the entire world seemed to be enveloped by a dark radiance. Bang! The radiance exploded, and a terrifying force that seemed to have pierced through heaven and earth appeared. A terrifying power descended. Instantly, the entire building was reduced to ruin. A black-colored power had seemingly engulfed the entire world. The entire building was being corroded by the black radiance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually, the building was reduced into nothingness. The power of the black radiance was so terrifying it caused one's heart to palpitate. This was the power of the Death's Eye, a power of death that could match a PK class. More importantly, and also the most terrifying aspect of this weapon, was the fact that it had a range of 100 meters and a firing arc of 180 degrees. This signified that anything within 100 meters of this weapon had no hope of escaping the fate of being slaughtered, regardless of who it was or what building it was. Even the earth was corroded, leveling the ground. Had it ended? Someone muttered from amidst the darkness. Right at this instant, a furious howl resounded. Howl. Next, a tall and sturdy giant walked out blocking in front of Chen Feng. With his own body, he obstructed a huge amount of the black beam, his gaze resolute. This was one of the members of Chen Feng's group. The mysterious organization members were astonished. Taking on the attack on behalf of Chen Feng, Tang Lan merely shook his head. He won't be able to block it. This was the Death's Eye. If the giant could block it so easily, would this still be the formidable divine weapon everyone knew it as? Regardless of the color, The biggest advantage of light was the lack of blind spots. The beam of light that was being blocked by the giant was still capable of shining upon Chen Feng through a different angle. Bang! Instantly, the black light exploded. The dazzling radiance caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. Ultimately, everything was reduced to nothingness. The endless expanse of black gradually faded, and the mysterious organization members started looking over. With such a large-scale attack, regardless of how powerful Chen Feng's group was, how many of them could have survived? Moreover, even if those giants could survive, how about Chen Feng? In the end, he was still an ordinary person. Despite their thoughts, when they looked over, they were all startled at the spot where Chen Feng had stood, that spot that was supposed to have been erased to nothingness. Several giants were blocking in front of Chen Feng, using their bodies to block all attacks. One giant was insufficient to block the attack. It did not matter. There were 10 of them in the group anyway. 10 giants could be seen surrounding Chen Feng, forming 2 layers of sturdy meat walls around him to forcefully take on all the black beams of light. All the mysterious organization members blanked. This works. None of them had expected that those giants would use such a method to protect Chen Feng. Unfortunately, the energy immunity of these giants was shockingly high as well. Not much damage had been dealt to them. This is a unique and dreadful breed of humans, someone said with a heavy expression. It seems like a huge battle is going to start. One expert took out his weapon. The death sigh was taken away noiselessly. Since this thing was useless against Chen Feng, there was no point in using it. After all, they would have to pay a terrifying price for every single usage of this weapon. Tang Lan sighed. I originally believed that we would be able to deal with this easily. They had originally expected the death sigh to greatly reduce the combat power of Chen Feng's group. Even if Chen Feng's group had survived, they should have been gravely injured. Unexpectedly, this was what had happened instead. Battle it is, then. Many of them were already getting ready for a battle. However, Tang Lan kept having a bad feeling. As he paid careful attention, his expression changed greatly, especially when he saw the scene behind the meat wall after those giants moved away. Only at this point did he realize that something bad had happened. Tang Lan's expression changed greatly. Where's the spirit sea wood? As for the other mysterious organization members, when they realized what had happened, their expressions became unsightly as well. Could it be? Earlier, some of them were staring at Tang Lan with hostile expressions. Hadn't he said earlier that the spirit seawood was well protected? Tang Lan shook his head. The defenses were indeed prepared long ago. 15 layers of defenses with all sorts of categories. Even ancient restrictions were placed there as well. Let alone the death sigh. Even those surpassing A class shouldn't be able to break through those defenses by brute force. Although the death sigh is capable of dealing a huge amount of damage, facing these unconditional defenses, it shouldn't be able to deal any sort of damage. Unless. Suddenly, Tang Lan thought of a possibility. He looked at Chen Feng abruptly. You removed all the defenses? Chen Feng merely laughed as a response. Tang Lan's expression became deathly pale. It's you indeed. So that's what happened. Just as Chen Feng had finished removing the defenses and been about to escape with the spirit seawood, the death sigh had erupted, coincidentally destroying the spirit seawood. As Tang Lan thought of this possibility, he almost spat blood in anger. Therefore, the most mysterious possession of their organization had been destroyed by him just like that. Chen Feng. Tang Lan raged. You must pay with your life. Same as before, Chen Feng mere replied with a laugh. At this moment, nobody was aware of what Chen Feng was experiencing. If Tang Lan was able to get nearer to Chen Feng, he would most definitely be able to feel the bubbling mysterious power around Chen Feng. That was precisely the power of luck. Had the spirit seawood been destroyed? Nope. The entirety of the spirit seawood had been absorbed by Chen Feng's luck aura. As for Chen Feng, he hadn't been saying anything, not because he did not want to. Rather, presently, he was simply incapable of saying anything. He had absorbed too much luck value, stuffing his body full. His luck aura was crazily absorbing the luck value to increase its level. As for the excess power of luck, almost all of it was flooding Chen Feng. As such, Chen Feng was being forced to expend all his effort to control the excess power. This power. He raised his hand. There was nothing in his hand, yet a heavy feeling could be felt. Anger flashed in Tang Lan's eyes. Kill him. For destroying the spirit seawood, he must pay with his life. Tang Lan was pointing at Chen Feng as he said this, despite the fact that he had yet to figure out how Chen Feng had broken through their defenses. Understood. The other mysterious organization members were extremely furious as well. With the disappearance of the spirit Seawood, it was likely that they could no longer upgrade their badges in the future. Only by finding new spirit Seawood would they be able to once again upgrade their badges. This Chen Feng was truly a bringer of disaster. An expert whistled and said, "Let me do it. I heard that you destroyed a countless amount of the mysterious organization's resources. Unfortunately, every time it happened, I was unable to arrive in time. This time, let me have a taste of your abilities." Shwa. He stood midair while radiance started swirling around him. This was actually a PK class, the first expert of the mysterious organization to have arrived earlier. With a hearty laugh, a different PK class strode out. "Let me make up the number as well." Shwa, shwa. In succession, several other people strode out as well. They might not necessarily join hands to attack Chen Feng, but with them standing there, it was sufficient to prevent Chen Feng's escape. Several PK class warriors were sufficient to lock down all of Chen Feng's escape routes. "Come, then," the first person shouted. Hua, hua. Countless A-class and B-class warriors charged out, their targets being those fierce-looking giants. After their previous experience against these giants, they had already figured out the giants' weakness: containment. That's right, containment. Due to their energy immunity and strong physical bodies, these giants were nearly unequaled. However, the biggest weakness of such unequal giants was containment. Energy containment methods might be weak against these giants, but what about physical containment methods? Bang, bang. Suddenly, the ground started transforming. A PK class warrior with earth element abilities waved his hand and caused the ground to start transforming. At this, several huge barbarians were forcefully trapped within a pit over 100 meters away. If they wanted to return, they would first have to climb out of the pit. As long as they figured out the weakness of these giants, they could trap these giants to death even if they couldn't kill the giants directly. These traps that one with energy could solve easily had instead become something quite deadly when used against these giants. The only thing the giants could do was slowly climb up out of the pit with their physical bodies. This was the biggest weakness of these giants. Shwa. Stepping on thin air, the expert started walking toward Chen Feng, radiating killing intent with each step he took. "And now, enjoy your time in hell." Chen Feng had a tranquil expression. He was aware that he currently was not powerful enough. With his current combat power, he could at most only face a peak B class and would not be able to defeat a normal A class warrior. As for a PK class warrior, it was simply impossible for him. But then, shwa, with a wave of his hand, the heavy power hovered above his hand. Tang Lan stared fixedly at Chen Feng. "Be careful." The others all thought that the giants were the scary ones here and believed that by discovering the giants' weak point and getting rid of them, this battle would most probably end. But for Tang Lan, the scariest person here was still Chen Feng. He had once taught Chen Feng, and as such, he was aware of how terrifying this guy was, and he was also the only one who knew how scary arcane studies and luck could be. The others did not seem to mind. "Don't worry," they said. If even these giants with energy immunity were prostrating before them, what was a mere B-class Chen Feng? Any random mysterious organization member here was stronger than him. Bang! The ground started collapsing. A huge earth element hand rose from the ground, and the ground trembled. The huge hand grabbed at Chen Feng, planning to squash him to death. Bang! When that hand moved, it was so huge it seemed to form a canopy covering the skies. That huge terrifying hand descended upon Chen Feng. However, right after the huge hand grabbed at Chen Feng, before the palm could even clasp, the wrist of the huge hand exploded. With a resounding explosion, the huge hand formed from the earth element collapsed, transforming into countless chunks of earth before landing loudly, kicking off a small storm of smoke and dust. What? Instantly, the expressions of the others changed. The PK class was furious. How is that possible? Even if this earth element hand was merely a minor ability for him, it was still an ability even normal A-class warriors couldn't deal with, let alone a mere B-class Chen Feng. Moreover, earlier, Chen Feng hadn't even done anything. It's spatial collapse, one person said. The rest were flabbergasted. Oh, due to the previous battle, too many different energies lingered in the air here. After the battle ended, some of the energies dissipated into the air. It is quite probable that some sort of reaction catalyzed as a result, causing the spatial collapse. Naturally, due to the stability of energy, Such unique occurrences should have a nearly non-existent probability of occurring. As he reached here, he paused before continuing. This Chen Feng is somewhat freakish. Everyone sunk into silence. Chen Feng. Once again, Tang Lan repeated himself. It's better to be careful. This time, the rest nodded their heads in agreement. Even that PK class expert did not add any comments. Even if he truly believed that he was much stronger than Chen Feng, he did not intend to have any mishaps happen when victory seemed so certain. It was precisely as Tang Lan had said, this Chen Feng was somewhat freakish. However, was there a point even if they were careful? Shwa. Once again, several A-class warriors made a move against Chen Feng. However, every single time they approached Chen Feng, every single time they were about to kill Chen Feng, some odd occurrence would happen. Bang! Suddenly, the brain of an A-class expert exploded. This was due to the eruption of a rare energy storm with a low probability of occurrence. It had unexpectedly, coincidentally erupted near his head. Bang! Suddenly, both legs of an A-class expert exploded. Once again, a spatial collapse had happened. 1, 2. By the time this happened to the fifth A-class warrior, the expressions of everyone there were already changing. Finally, they were sure that these so-called coincidences were all Chen Feng's doing. Tang Lan shut his eyes. Sure enough, Chen Feng had fully grasped the arcane studies Tang Lan had taught him, and Chen Feng was even more proficient than him at them. He had once gasped in admiration at Chen Feng's freakish talent. He had once been sure that Chen Feng would most definitely surpass him in the future. However, he had not seen it coming this fast. How long had it been since he had taught Chen Feng? If he was aware earlier that this guy here was Chen Feng, Tang Lan sighed. Chen Feng, Wang Feng. Luck, arcane studies. Exactly what kind of freak had he created? Who? Tang Lan inhaled deeply. Since he was already aware that Chen Feng was utilizing such a combat method, things would be simpler to deal with. For something like this where even A-class warriors were helpless, he was the one who had a better method of dealing with Chen Feng. Against such a unique battling method, one had to employ unique methods as well. Tang Lan pointed at a particular B-class army far away. Let them go. Even if Chen Feng was capable of causing spatial collapses, so what? There was more than one B-class here. Among these people, geniuses were not lacking either. For them, a battle-transcending class was something as common as having a meal. There were even some B-classes capable of directly battling an A-class. The most terrifying thing was the sheer quantity of them. One might be able to deal with one of them, but then, could one deal with 10 of them, or 100 of them, or several hundreds of them? That huge quantity was something even people like Tang Lan did not dare to face. As for those barbarians, they were still trapped in the earth element pit summoned by the PK class warrior earlier. That expert was not capable of hurting them, but he was capable of controlling their movements and preventing their escape. This was the largest weak point of those giants. Despite their energy immunity, when facing such an ability capable of altering the environment, they couldn't do anything. Even now, the pit trapping them was becoming deeper and deeper. Regardless of how they exerted their strength, they couldn't climb up out of the pit. Within this pit so deep the bottom couldn't be seen above, facing the smooth walls and the muddy ground, these barbarians filled to the brim with strength couldn't even display their strength. Tang Lan concentrated his gaze. This time, how are you going to block us? Along with his command, several hundreds of B-class members finished their preparations and started stepping forth one step at a time, surrounding Chen Feng in the middle. Each of these people was not weaker than Chen Feng. The mysterious organization members stepped forth without stop. Stepping forward with orderly footwork, they approached Chen Feng as a myriad of abilities were being prepped. Chen Feng raised his head and glanced at them. Coming. When these several hundred B-class warriors worked together, they gave rise to an odd pressure. They emanated an imposing aura in the air around them. This was the power of resonance. Such a terrifying power was something even A-class experts might fear. Chen Feng was clear on his own strength. With his strength, it was possible to defeat 5 or 6 B-class warriors. However, it was impossible for him to clean these several hundred B-class warriors. It was even more impossible for him to induce spatial collapses to deal with all of them. Although spatial collapse was a typical example of a super powerful attack, only a small part of the space could be collapsed. In short, this was simply a single target attack. On top of that, spatial collapses were generated by the collision of the numerous energies left over in the air. Despite the huge battles earlier, there was a limit to the amount of leftover energies in the air. Even if Chen Feng used all of them to cause an explosion, at most, only around 10 of these B-class warriors would be killed. Evidently, Tang Lan and the others had thought of this as well. That was why those PK-class warriors had been withdrawn and a huge amount of B-classes had been deployed to obtain victory. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up and formed a smile as he sensed the terrifying power in his hands. Do you believe that I can't do anything against this? This was the very first time he had such a terrifyingly high luck value under his control. The luck value was so huge in amount that he was even feeling burdened by it. Chen Feng slanted his head as he pondered. If so, what if I want one of them to come? Sure. He pointed midair. Suddenly, Tang Lan's vigilance sprang up. Careful. However, nothing special happened. False bravado. Tang Lan was still being cautious. Suddenly, far away, a silhouette appeared. Here it comes. Chen Feng saw that silhouette smiling. That was an extremely ordinary-looking person. A person Chen Feng was extremely familiar with, and also the person most proficient at crowd attacks among all the people Chen Feng knew. What is the meaning of this? Tang Lan noticed the change in Chen Feng's expression and instinctively gazed along Chen Feng's gaze. There, behind them, a petite figure was running toward them. Chen Feng's reinforcement? No, it doesn't seem so. From far away, that chick yelled while gasping for breath. Brother Tang, something happened. Tang Lan's heart thumped. Something happened? Could it be that Chen Feng could actually apply his arcane studies to affect the occurrences of other places, to besiege other places to relieve his current predicament? What happened? Tang Lan asked hurriedly. At the command center, the chick stated nervously. Before the chick could even finish her sentence, Tang Lan's expression changed abruptly. Wait. As he looked at her familiar face, he recalled this chick's introduction in their database. You are. Suddenly, Tang Lan cried out in surprise. Xi Zongdong? That's right. The one who had appeared here was precisely Xi Zongdong. Tang Lan had met this chick previously, and therefore, he was aware of how terrifying this chick was. It was rumored that this was a chick capable of eliminating an entire family or power all by herself. The only flaw of hers was the fact that she could only operate solo. And now, suddenly, Tang Lan bellowed, careful. What? Everyone else was puzzled. What's going on? I'm obviously here to help. Why is Tang Lan telling me to be careful? Chen Feng laughed. It's too late. Sure. With a point by Chen Feng in midair, a bizarre power started surging out of Xi Zongtong's body, and noiselessly, the power started spreading. Instantly, the pink-powered energy enveloped the entire mysterious organization. A boundless energy started spreading. Numerous energy barriers were erected. Those powerful A-class warriors were capable of mounting an appropriate defense speedily. However, the several hundred B-class warriors erupted into chaos. The sounds of people gasping for breath started echoing everywhere. As the A-class warriors that were fortunate enough to survive saw the scene unfolding before them, their chrysanthemums chilled. The HLL, luckily we were able to respond fast enough, otherwise, we would be. The mere thought of what would have happened caused them to be covered all over with cold sweat. At this time, an A-class warrior walked out. Mere trickery. With a single wave of his hand, the pink energy that seemed to cover the entire world was absorbed and the odd energy was purged. Ultimately, Xi Zongtong's level was too low. As such, her strength was somewhat lacking. Despite him erasing the pink energy, the expression on that expert's face was rather unsightly. That was because the incomparably mighty and majestic-looking B-class warriors were now all sprawled all over on the ground, their faces flushed red. It was unknown what unspeakable thing they had experienced in the short few seconds earlier. Several hundred B-class warriors had lost their combat power just like that. Why is she here? As Tang Lan thought of this, his head ached. Why was it that this person who was a nuclear option prepared specifically for the genetic union always erupted right here at their own headquarters? Moreover, every single instance of her erupting seemed to be related to that damnable Chen Feng. He was clear that with Xi Zongtong's strength, she wasn't even qualified to be gathered here. As such, the only reasons for her appearing here were all sorts of odd coincidences. Arcane studies and luck. Tang Lan sighed. I shouldn't have taught you back then. However, the more formidable this Chen Feng seemed, the more determined he was to kill this Chen Feng. From Chen Feng's body, a familiar power could be felt, a unique power that he couldn't control. Such a guy, And such a talent, Chen Feng. As Tang Lan looked at the serene-looking youth, he renewed his evaluation of this person. This was a person who was nearly a freak. Finally, a PK class expert walked out. "Let me do it, then." Tang Lan nodded. All right. Since things had reached this point, he had no choice but to let those people make their move. Be careful of spatial collapses, Tang Lan reminded him. That person smiled calmly. Don't worry. A faint yellow radiance enveloped his body. This was a legendary ability, true steel armor. At its core, this was still elemental armor. However, different from the ordinary stone or earth elemental armor used by ordinary genetic warriors, this true steel armor was a super powerful energy armor only PK class warriors could use. It was able to defend against a stronger attack and was also able to stick close to the user's skin. It was also a lighter armor. Shwa. Chen Feng pointed midair, and instantly, a spatial collapse occurred near the expert. Bang! Along with a terrifying spatial collapse, the terrifying power of space started engulfing the surroundings. When this power landed on that person's body, it was actually obstructed by that thin layer of yellow radiance on his body. A mocking smile appeared on that person's face. Only this much? Regardless of how witty Chen Feng was or what methods he employed, this Chen Feng guy was, after all, still a mere B-class MHM. On top of that, he was a B-class that had yet to fuse with a B-class ability. That person pointed midair. This time, I won't give you any chances. Have a taste of True Steel Prison, an ability I created myself. Next, a silhouette with the same earth element power appeared midair. This was actually the same thing as what was currently covering his body, the only difference being that this thing was softer, more delicate, and bigger. Shwa. That clump of yellow radiance surged toward Chen Feng and surrounded him like a huge bag, trying to envelop and trap him within. Even Tang Lan and the rest were greatly shaken as they saw this ability. This guy was already this powerful. The true steel armor was already the strongest defensive ability among earth element abilities. In this guy's hand, he had actually further transformed that ability and created such a magical ability. But then, that was reasonable. Which of those capable of reaching PK class were not geniuses? Shwa. Chen Feng was enveloped by the yellow radiance. Chen Feng pointed midair. Scram. Bang. Once again, a spatial collapse occurred nearby. Astonishingly, when that terrifying power of space landed on the yellow radiance, it felt like it landed on cotton. After causing several undulations, multiple layers of the space power were shaken off. A spatial collapse seemed completely ineffective here. Traces of astonishment flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. A defense with a flexible attribute, huh? At this time, Chen Feng had finally gotten a clear look at the so-called True Steel Prison. In short, this was something akin to a fusion of two true steel armors in the shape of a sack that was capable of trapping someone inside. This was a sack with a length of 1 meter and a diameter of half a meter capable of easily trapping someone inside. Coupled with its formidable defense and its ability to automatically stick close to a person's skin, it was sufficient to trap anyone to death within, causing the person trapped to choke to death helplessly. This was the True Steel Prison, extremely capable at both trapping and killing. Shwa. With a yellow flash, Chen Feng was already trapped within the yellow sack. As the True Steel Prison sensed Chen Feng's body within it, it started closing in automatically. Instantly, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. He was aware that the moment this sack finished closing in, he would be totally trapped. What to do then? Chen Feng shook his head. This True Steel Prison was excessively tough. As such, it was impossible to destroy. He had no idea what he could do either. However, was there a need for him to know what to do? Chen Feng smiled at this thought. Brother Tang, in the end, you are still underestimating the power of luck. Shwa. He raised his hand slightly. Instantly, the power of myriad illusions bloomed, releasing a bizarre around his hand. With this, a power capable of countering the power of this True Steel Prison appeared around his hands. In the seemingly unbreakable True Steel Prison, a hole appeared. At the mysterious organization, along with the True Steel Prison's descent, Tang Lan and the rest were watching on nervously. He gasped at this display of power, and at the same time, he wondered anxiously if Chen Feng would really be trapped by this. After all, this True Steel Prison was a secret art created after modifying the True Steel Armor ability. There won't be any problems, right? I doubt it. I once battled him. True Steel Armor has an astonishing degree of toughness. The moment this modified true steel prison touches one's body, that person will start experiencing a choking feeling. Even I can't guarantee that I would be able to escape it. As for Chen Feng, he is a mere B-class. It is simply impossible. Before he could even finish this sentence, he halted abruptly. What's up? The rest blanked slightly before suddenly feeling an odd aura. Instinctively, they looked toward where Chen Feng was. Instantly, their expressions changed greatly. There, on the sack wrapped around Chen Feng, a sharp sheen had actually appeared. Puh, accompanied by a crisp sound, on the topmost spot of the sack, a hole was forcefully pierced. Immediately after, a huge, sharp radiance appeared and started flickering, leaving numerous holes in the true steel prison. Bang! The entire sky was enveloped by the bright radiance, and the true steel prison burst apart immediately. On Chen Feng's hand, a tiny dot of a sharp radiance could be seen flickering about. When everyone put their attention on it, they noted that it was actually a needle formed through unique energy, an incomparably sharp, shiny needle. That PK class expert was shocked. How is this possible? The true steel prison is formed through the true steel armor. Chen Feng merely sneered. Although the toughness of the true steel armor is unequaled, its original form is still a mere armor used to protect the user's body and provide defense for the user. Have you ever wondered why the true steel armor was never altered into a sack and used to knock someone out instead? It's because the moment its structural makeup is altered, making it softer to assume another shape, it will then possess a fatal weakness. Indeed, it has become softer and has a higher degree of durability. However, in this form, it is also no longer capable of resisting a purely sharp attack. A single sharp needle is required. Chen Feng waved the needle he had in his hand. A single stab is sufficient. Shwa. That person's expression changed greatly. He appeared dazed. How is this possible? With true steel armor as the core, he had been improving and altering it without stop to create a series of abilities. Moreover, he had also created countless code names representing these abilities, such as True Steel 001, True Steel 002, True Steel 003, and so on. Every single one of these abilities was supposed to be incomparably powerful. These were all abilities he was proud of. However, for Chen Feng, these abilities were merely something a single needle could defeat. He could not tolerate this. His eyes gleamed coldly. I refuse to believe this. Let me show you my real true steel series. Shwa. A powerful elemental power started converging around his body. True steel sword. He yelled. He had actually formed a formidable and sharp sword using his power of true steel, and the sword was currently being swung toward Chen Feng. This was a different variation of his modified true steel armor that used the powerful durability of true steel armor to create an improved sword. With this rendition of his ability, the solidity of the true steel that had originally been durable and had had a good defense had been improved, turning it into something that could break through all defenses, something more firm and upright than the true steel armor. Die. His sword slashed down, ripping apart space with a whizzing sound as the sword descended. Chen Feng could only shake his head at this. Is there a need for this? He had once heard of this true steel armor ability. This was indeed a legend-like ability, an ability that created something with the most optimal combination of flexibility and hardness. It had become a powerful and legendary ability that had been continuously passed down for countless years. Was something like this an ability a person could easily modify? The previous true steel prison had removed its hardness, leaving only flexibility behind and thus giving Chen Feng an opportunity to puncture it with a single needle. And now, this rendition where flexibility had been removed and only hardness was left. Perhaps for a lot of people, and even PK class warriors at a similar level as him, a huge price would have to be paid to face this attack head-on. For Chen Feng, though. Chen Feng pointed midair. Luck aura activated at full power. Bloom, myriad illusions. Shwa. A bone-piercing chill started blooming from his hand. The moment that true steel sword with only hardness remaining came in contact with this bone-piercingly cold power, the terrifying chill started rapidly spreading to the sword. At this moment, that so-called true steel sword that was capable of breaking all defenses actually started shattering. It was actually too hard, resulting in it failing to resist such low temperature. When something becomes too hard, that thing will become too easy to break instead. This saying surfaced in the brains of a lot of people when they saw what was happening. His alteration of the power of true steel had indeed granted him more powerful methods of dealing with enemies. However, Along with this benefit was also a more distinct weakness for his created abilities. If these weaknesses were not exploited by the enemies, he would naturally be more powerful when using these created abilities. The moment the weaknesses were exploited, though, Tang Lan sighed. "You should retire for now." That PK class expert was feeling indignant. "I am not reconciled to this. How could this power of true steel that he had spent his entire life researching be broken by a little B-class kid? It was impossible." True steel hammer. Shwa, shwa. The furious BK class moved once again. Numerous different abilities modified from true steel armor appeared. Unfortunately, every single time, Chen Feng was able to find the weakness of these abilities and exploit them. Some of them were weak against fire, some were weak against water, some were weak against softness. Nearly all his creations were defeated by Chen Feng, failing to do anything to Chen Feng. He was dazed. How is this possible? His lifetime of research was incapable of defeating a mere B-class. Among all these abilities, the strongest and only ability Chen Feng couldn't exploit was the original true steel armor, that legendary ability that had been passed down for so many years. That was because this was an ability with no weaknesses. Unfortunately, this was an ability only capable of defending. If he wanted to use it to kill Chen Feng, it was impossible. His eyes gleamed coldly. "Seems like I can only use that, then." Tang Lan glared at him. "What are you waiting for? Retire." "Your ability is indeed powerful. Your different renditions of them each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Unfortunately, he is capable of countering your abilities. What are you worried about?" "But, if you continue your standoff with Chen Feng, everyone else will discover all your weaknesses as well," Tang Lan warned him. Shwa. Instantly, that person came to himself. Wasn't that true? The numerous abilities he had created from his research had originally appeared unequaled and powerful, things nobody could defeat. Due to his confrontation with Chen Feng, he had displayed nearly all his abilities, all of them being countered by Chen Feng. And now, almost every one of the mysterious organization's members was aware of his trump cards and, also, his weaknesses. The more attacks you launch, the more thorough the exposure of your information will be, Tang Lan stated indifferently. Instantly, that person's expression changed greatly. Only now did he retract the new ability he had been about to unleash before retreating hastily, eliminating all his thoughts of continuing to battle Chen Feng. Silence once again enveloped the area. "So it's myriad illusions," Tang Lan stated with a sonorous voice. They had still gained something from the earlier battle. After all, he had finally seen through what Chen Feng had been using. The seemingly endless abilities in Chen Feng's possession were actually something resulting from the combination of myriad illusions and arcane studies. It was no wonder that the earlier expert had been defeated. Regardless of how powerful a person was, as long that person had a weakness, then the weakness would most definitely be countered. Who would have guessed that these two abilities that were seemingly weak could become so powerful when combined? A pity. Since I am already aware of your methods, I will not give you any chances. Tang Lan inhaled deeply. "Duel, go." Yes. A simple and honest-looking guy stepped out. He wasn't the strongest among these PK class warriors here, nor was his defense or attack the strongest. His defense was merely average among those of a similar level. The only merit of this person was him being someone with no weaknesses. He grinned malevolently. "Chen Feng, let me face you for a bit." Duel was a PK class expert of the mysterious organization. He was the lowest profile person among the experts of this organization. At the same time, he was also the most unique person. Despite his rather ordinary combat power, the number of PK class warriors capable of actually defeating him was so low in amount that a single hand was sufficient to count them all. The reason for this was that Duel was a person with no weaknesses. Physical body strength, a class. Energy attack, a class. Fusion ability, a class. Speed, and so on. He was a thorough jack of all trades, a person who did not fall short in any aspect. His weakness was also his strength at the same time. It was extremely difficult to actually defeat a person like him. Previously, a particular person who had supposedly surpassed Duel in all aspects had challenged Duel. Beyond all expectations, when Duel had seen that he wasn't a match, he had decided to leave without hesitating. What had happened next was his opponent failing to catch up to him. With that, things had become somewhat awkward for that person. The conclusion from that encounter was that if one wanted to defeat Duel, one had to surpass him in everything. Attack, defense, speed, body, energy, almost everything one could think of, one needed to surpass him in. Naturally, Due to Duel's all-rounded capabilities, he was also rather conservative in nature. When battling, he would not take any radical or extreme actions, always battling in a steady manner, giving his opponents endless headaches. Even when facing Chen Feng, he maintained his style. Despite the provocations hurled out of his mouth, he was still taking slow steps toward Chen Feng as a faint radiance converged around his body. That was precisely Duel's defensive ability. 1 step, 2 steps. Cautiously, he approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned. Conservative faction, huh? Since Duel was focusing only on defending, he decided to directly unleash his own attack instead. The myriad illusionary wind blades that had not appeared for a long time once again appeared. Wind blades, ice blades, venom blades. An endless radiance started blooming. The numerous shiny blades flooded Duel. Along with Chen Feng's eruption, the multicolored blades interwove together, resulting in a milky white radiance. Bang, bang, bang. Duel was completely submerged within the radiance of blades. Chen Feng watched on expectantly. He was aware that this was not supposed to be sufficient to deal with a PK class, but still, it was still the myriad illusionary wind blades he had unleashed with all his might. An attack with this level. Suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. Instinctively, Chen Feng looked over. His pupils constricted immediately at what he saw. There, the milky white radiance faded, revealing Duel's malevolent expression. Not an ounce of damage had been dealt to Duel. Not only that, even the defensive barrier Duel had erected still appeared perfect. This guy. Duel glanced at Chen Feng and coldly stated, "He, the defense erected by me, Duel, is not something true steel can compare to. Although true steel is capable of defending against stronger attacks, it is also laden with flaws. As for my defense, despite its inability to defend against too strong an attack, as long as the attack does not exceed the energy limitation of my barrier will be flawless. The damage of your attacks is simply incapable of breaking through my barrier. You are truly not bad. As a mere B-class, no, let me correct myself. Since you have yet to fuse with your B-class ability, as a peak C-class, you are actually capable of unleashing an attack as strong as an A-class. You are truly extraordinary. It is no wonder that you are capable of becoming our most wanted person. Unfortunately, all this ends here." Chen Feng's earlier eruption had indeed scared him a little. However, what he had been scared of was the future Chen Feng, not the current Chen Feng. Before even fusing with his B-class ability, he was already so powerful. If this guy were allowed to reach A-class, the mere thought of this caused his body to shiver all over. Chen Feng had to die. Despite him reaching his verdict on what to do with Chen Feng, he was still approaching Chen Feng cautiously like before, not making any rash moves. 1 step at a time, he stepped forth, forcing this future genius to his death. For him, something like a mistake was non-existent. Chen Feng was somewhat fearful. He is still not making a move. The defense of this Duel guy was unbreakable. At the same time, this guy refused to attack and had chosen to approach Chen Feng 1 step at a time, forcing him to the path of death. The moment this guy approached him, a guy with the physical body of an A-class. Back then, Chen Feng had witnessed with his very own eyes how terrifying the A-class barbarians were. No, Duel was someone who was even capable of using energy. Moreover, he could even use energy to enhance his strength. At that time, at the moment he approached Chen Feng would most probably die without even knowing how it had happened. He has no weaknesses. Chen Feng raised his hand. Luck aura, activate. Myriad illusionary wind blades, activate. With luck aura powering his myriad illusionary wind blades, he would allow these abilities to automatically select an ability that countered the enemy's weakness. This had always been something Chen Feng was extremely good at, despite the fact that this method consumed quite a huge amount of luck value. However, countless amounts of wind blades shot out. As Chen Feng glanced at them, his expression darkened. It was still the same rain of wind blades. It was still the familiar-looking multicolored blades. It was still the same milky white radiance after these blades interwove together. And similarly, this attack still had the same might and size as his previous attack. There had actually been no changes. Chen Feng was stupefied. This guy truly had no weaknesses. With Chen Feng's present amount of luck value, as long as Duel had a single weakness, a weakness he could counter, his myriad illusionary wind blades would most definitely shoot out a single type of blade. Chen Feng felt his head aching. This is going to get somewhat troublesome. This time, he had truly stumbled upon a person difficult to deal with. Bang, bang. The numerous attacks of Chen Feng landed. Unfortunately, all of them were easily blocked by Duel. Duel's strength has increased yet again. Someone lamented. A second person gasped in admiration. True. Back then, this guy was nearly the weakest one among us. Who could have thought that he would actually reach this height today? The first person narrowed his eyes. That's to be expected. Since he is improving all his aspects at the same time, Duel is the person who improves the slowest. However, the advantage of this method of improvement is that he is a person difficult to deal with for anyone within the same level as him. Moreover, it will be extremely hard for him to die as well. This is the reason he has been able to improve bit by bit in a steady manner, thus becoming the current him. This guy. That person shook his head and laughed as he made this reveal. You are all aware that Duel is not particularly powerful. Even when all aspects of him are added up together, he barely reaches PK class. However, do any of you know that his actual level is still mid-tier A class? Everyone else skulked abruptly. What? Mid-tier? That person concentrated his gaze. Yes, he is essentially still a mid-tier A class. Due to his super powerful all-rounded capabilities, he is counted as a PK class expert as well. Even the present Duel is already this strong. Imagine the day when he actually steps into the realm of PK class. Who could be his match? So that's the case. Everyone's gaze became solemn as they stared at Duel. Duel was actually this powerful? So he was actually a mid-tier A class. So this was actually the truth behind this so-called not the strongest among the PK classes. Tang Lan let out a breath of relief. Well, I guess no problem will arise this time. He was truly afraid that the Chen Feng he had personally taught would become a calamity for them. He had never expected that Chen Feng's astonishing talent in luck manipulation, coupled with arcane studies, would reach a point where he was capable of countering all enemies with a weakness, even if the enemy in question was a PK class. This was truly too terrifying. Even the true steel armor that was seemingly undefeated under the heavens had been beaten like a dog by Chen Feng. From this, the might of arcane studies was apparent. Chen Feng had truly pushed this skill to its utmost limit. Unfortunately, he would have no chance to do so this time. Arcane studies was something that dealt with the probability of things. When the probability was reduced to 0, it would not work. Facing Duel, Chen Feng had 0 chance of winning. How was one supposed to defeat a person with no weakness? By relying on pure unadulterated energy and an attack that was sufficiently strong. This was a feat a lot of people could accomplish. Unfortunately, this did not apply to Chen Feng, as he was too weak. Regardless of the amount of experts he had once slain, ultimately, he was still a C class, after all. Or, to be more precise, he was currently a pseudo-B class. Bang, bang. Chen Feng was still attacking without stop. All sorts of methods, tactics, and attempts at finding things to exploit were used by him. However, none of them worked. He could only stare with wide eyes as Duel approached him without stop. The distance between the both of them was reducing without stop. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. The distance between them was slowly reducing, slowly reaching a distance sufficient for Duel to kill Chen Feng with a single instantaneous eruption. Everyone sunk into a solemn mood. Soon, was this freakish guy Chen Feng going to finally die? At this time, the barbarians started having an ominous feeling as well. Howl, howl. They howled without stop, and after struggling indignantly, finally, one of them was able to shake off the containment and climb out of the pit. HMPH. Go back down. The other PK class warrior pointed mid-air. With that, the barbarians' climb suddenly transformed into an endless climb. Since they were already aware that these barbarians were immune to energy, they would not make any direct moves against the barbarians. Instead, they had chosen to alter the environment and terrain to ensure that these barbarians would never be able to climb out, that they would struggle forever at the bottom of the pit, akin to someone trapped in the bottom of a well, forever unable to see the sky. The barbarians were helping each other climb without stop. However, that PK class warrior was stretching their climb endlessly, never stopping. Bang! With a loud bang, the barbarian that had been about to climb out of the pit fell back down. Currently, the distance between Duel and Chen Feng had finally reached 10 meters. This was also the most optimal distance for Duel to insta-kill his enemy. He reached Chen Feng. Everyone's eyes shone. At this time, The duel that had always been advancing steadily seemed to transform. His initial combat style of defending steadily instantaneously changed into a combat style of extreme offense, his oppressive aura surging. A layer of energy wrapped around his body. With this, the melee combat ability of Duel, who already possessed the physical body of an A class, increased greatly. Now, instantly, Duel erupted, akin to an arrow let loose from a bow. Finally, this expert that had been maintaining his vigilance for so long erupted with his strongest power. The terrifying might and aura he emanated awed everyone there, Chen Feng included. Bang! The formidable oppressive aura slapped at Chen Feng's face. It reached a point where Chen Feng could even feel a stifling feeling of death. He had tried numerous methods to kill Duel. Unexpectedly, all his methods had failed. This Duel was much more powerful than he had imagined. He was indeed worthy of being listed as one of the PK class experts of the mysterious organization. Chen Feng started lamenting endlessly. Now, Duel was already near him. He could see Duel nearing him one step at a time. In a short instant, or perhaps in a single short second, he would most certainly die. He was truly helpless if he had to face an eruption of power from an opponent at this level. Erecting a defense with myriad illusions, it wouldn't work. Despite all this, though, Chen Feng had no fear. If this was the normal him, against an opponent at this level, he would have turned around and fled long ago. Now, though, was precisely the final moment of his luck aura's upgrade. Chen Feng could feel an invincible power bubbling up within him. His luck aura was undergoing a transformation. In this final moment of its upgrade, the accumulated luck value had also reached a terrifying amount, an amount one could very well describe with the word unlimited. Luck value, Chen Feng remembered how, during the first time he touched a piece of spirit sea wood, that tiny branch, it had already been sufficient to let him see the future, to see through space and time and witness a lot of events. Now, with this huge trunk here, not only had his luck aura been upgraded, he had also accumulated a huge amount of luck value. What could he do with this? Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. He recalled his initial speculation back then. His speculation that with sufficient luck value, he would be nearly omnipotent. Anything that was impossible would become possible with his luck value. The arcane studies were only capable of increasing the probability of occurrences. As for his luck value, apart from doing this, it was also capable of changing everything. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. A gush of energy emanated out of his hand. Let me see, are my guesses correct? Let me see, when I have an unlimited amount of luck value, am I truly undefeatable? Let me see. Will I really be omnipotent? Luck aura was fully activated. Chen Feng stopped using his myriad illusions. He stopped looking for weaknesses. In place of all that, he employed his luck value in an absolutely unrestrained and hegemonic manner, urging inwardly, I want Duel to die. He stopped trying to break through Duel's defense. He stopped trying to defeat Duel. The only thing he wanted was Duel's death, utilizing any possible methods, using any possible ways. Chen Feng stopped thinking and handed everything over to luck aura. This time, he wanted to use his luck to murder. Abruptly, a huge amount of luck value was exhausted. In the accumulated luck value that was seemingly unending, an obvious undulation visible to the naked eye appeared. It was evident how terrifying the amount of luck value exhausted this time was. Chen Feng's heart thumped. Did it work? Despite the fact that Duel's attack was already extremely near to him, despite the fact that Duel's attack might very well kill him in the next moment, Chen Feng still remained unmoving. He wanted to see what exactly would happen when luck aura was pushed to its limit. Bang! Duel's incoming attack was so fast that the whizzing sound of space being ripped could be heard as it traversed. Everyone that could see with their own eyes how Duel had erupted with his strongest attack toward Chen Feng. As for the Chen Feng opposite him, he was standing still like a fool, not reacting in the slightest. Someone found it odd. Has he given up on resisting? I suppose Duel is too fast for Chen Feng to even react. Someone guessed. Is that so? Everyone was unsure. Every single one of them focused their gazes at what was happening, witnessing Duel's charge that was akin to a ferocious tiger and watching on as Duel's terrifying attack erupted instantaneously toward Chen Feng. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Finally, the terrifying attack descended. Such a distance would not be able to pose any challenge to Duel. Bang! The terrifying attack that he had been condensing was finally unleashed at this instant. His iron-like fist, enveloped by a dim layer of radiance that was akin to an exploding sun, slammed down toward Chen Feng. It's over. Everyone sighed. When one allowed an expert with the physical body of an A-class to get within 1 meter of them, there was no longer any suspense as to the ensuing result. Too near. A PK class expert sighed. At this distance, even they who were similarly listed as PK class experts of the mysterious organization could not escape death when facing duel. Right at this moment, among those barbarians within the huge pit that had been struggling without stop, one of them started yelling abruptly, and instantly, that particular barbarian erupted. Bang! His figure started moving violently, trying to once again charge out of the pit. The physical body of this barbarian that had already been at A-class was actually transforming once again. From early tier A-class, his body transformed into middle tier A-class and his strength became even more terrifying than before. The PK class expert responsible for trapping the barbarians merely snorted. HMPH. These barbarians had already attempted this numerous times. Had they not given up yet? He pointed mid-air. So close, yet worlds apart. So close, yet worlds apart was a mystical ability capable of shortening the distance between 2 points, helping the user to speedily travel, flee, or perhaps kill. Naturally, for this particular person who was the user of this ability, in his hands, this ability had undergone countless transformations, becoming a true core ability of his. An example would be the simple variation he had created, opposing direction. By using this variation, he was able to make this ability work the other way around, increasing the distance between 2 points to the point where the distance became unlimited, stopping others from getting near him. This was similarly an extremely powerful ability. This was also what he had been relying on to contain those barbarians. Go back down. In a well-practiced manner, he used the opposing direction ability. However, for a reason unknown to him, his ability failed. Perhaps it was because of the shockwave resulting from the barbarian's sudden breakthrough, or perhaps it was because this was a chaotic battlefield and the energy undulation in the air was too chaotic. Just like that, this ability that had never failed ever since he had become well practiced with it failed. Failed? He wasn't really bothered with this failure. If it failed, he could just reactivate the ability again. These giants were already trapped within the pit. Even if he failed once, they would not be able to come out anyway. However, just as he raised his hand, he could see the giant that had been struggling in the depths of the pit instantly vanish. At this, he blanked. What happened? Why did that giant instantly vanish? Instantly? That shouldn't be possible. As he felt the faint trace of energy lingering in the air, he frowned. Had the failed opposing direction earlier started working now? This opposing direction was an ability that used the ability so close, yet worlds apart as its base. To be precise, every other ability he had created using so close, yet worlds apart used this ability as the base to operate. Hence, if these abilities failed, it might fail in doing anything at all, or perhaps the base ability, so close, yet worlds apart, might be the one that appeared instead. However, such a situation was something he had never seen, even after reaching PK class. He frowned. Is it because of the energy here being too chaotic? In his memories, chaotic energy might result in abilities failing. He had indeed heard of this before. However, he had never expected it to happen here. When he recalled the multicolored blades released by Chen Feng earlier, he felt somewhat relieved as he deduced that the multicolored blades might be the cause of the chaotic energy. Forget it. If one escaped, I can just catch him again. Even if so close, yet worlds apart has appeared accidentally, you won't escape far. You must still be around here. Let me see. Where have you escaped to? He raised his head. Instantly, his expression changed greatly at the sight that welcomed him. Presently, at the main battlefield, Duel was erupting with his full power to unleash the strongest attack he could. His iron-like fist was filled with an astonishing energy and was only 10 centimeters away from Chen Feng. The fist that was like a miniature sun would soon erupt and bloom brightly. Right at this instant, right before Duel slammed his fist down toward Chen Feng, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Chen Feng. With that huge body, that person actually squeezed himself into the final 10-centimeter gap between Chen Feng and the fist. Duel, whose body wasn't particularly huge, was forcefully pushed away. And now, that powerful fist of Duel's finally erupted. Bang! Bang! It exploded with a terrifying might. A terrifying force engulfed the entire core region of the mysterious organization. Everyone's mind was stretched taut. What's going on? Is Chen Feng dead? No idea. Earlier, something seemed to have appeared. That's not possible. right? It has already reached this point. Are you saying he was still able to block it? No idea. Everyone was confused. Question mark. Duel was dumbstruck as well. With his very own eyes, he saw a huge thing forcefully squeeze into that final 10-centimeter gap between him and Chen Feng right before the attack that was condensed on his fist erupted. He did not even have the chance to get a clear look at what it was that had appeared there. What was that? A defensive ability erected by Chen Feng at the last minute? He had no idea. However, he reckoned Chen Feng shouldn't have been able to block his attack, right? Duel was a person with an A-class physical body and A-class energy. When the strength of his physical body and energy were combined, even other ordinary PK-class experts would die if they were to engage in melee combat with him. How could a mere Chen Feng defend against him? Even after using his defensive trump card, it shouldn't be. The radiance ensued from the earlier explosion faded. By the time everyone got a clear look at what had happened there, they inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. The faraway Duel glanced at it as well and was immediately alarmed. There, in front of Chen Feng, a huge body had appeared to block everything for him. Astonishingly, that was precisely one of the barbarians that had followed Chen Feng here. He had actually climbed out of the pit. Instantly, Duel's expression became unsightly. It's them. Indeed. The combination of his physical body and energy was undefeated. Even PK-class warriors might die after receiving such an attack from him. Here, nobody capable of receiving a single punch from him was present. Unfortunately, the barbarians were an exception to this. These fellows brought here by Chen Feng. First of all, these fellows were immune to energy. As such, Duel's energy enhancement had become ineffective. Second, the strength of their physical bodies surpassed even Duel's. With this, Duel's physical attack had been rendered ineffective as well. Since both aspects were now ineffective, how could Duel hope to have injured the barbarian? True enough, with his own eyes, Duel watched on as that simple and honest-looking fellow stood up before rubbing his belly. He seemed to have only felt some itch there and was not bothered about Duel's attack at all. Bang! In a nonchalant manner, the barbarian punched forth to destroy the terrifying energy. Duel's pupils constricted as he saw that punch enlarging in front of him as it neared his chest, where his heart was. Next, a gush of terrifying force exploded right where his heart was. Not good. Duel's expression changed greatly. It's over. The distance between him and this big guy was too small. The distance was so short that after punching the barbarian would be able to counter with his very own punch as well. Yes. His physical body was at A-class. However, the strength of this barbarian's body was simply much higher than his. Furthermore, perhaps due to the recent breakthrough, the might this barbarian was erupting with had even surpassed the barbarian's ordinary strength. It's over. Duel felt his scalp go numb as he felt a choking feeling in his heart as he felt that terrifying gush of force coming at his heart. Too close. So close nobody could save him. At this time, Tang Lan pointed mid-air. Condense. For the first time, the power of arcane studies bloomed. A transparent undulation appeared in front of the barbarian, causing the barbarian's fist to pause slightly and giving Duel the opportunity to retreat rapidly and escape this calamity. Despite his successful escape, he had still been shaken by the shockwave of that punch, to the point his whole body felt numb. Without actually touching his body, merely the shockwave through the air had been sufficient to nearly injure him. What terrifying strength! Everyone else was stupefied as well. None of them had expected this big guy to appear during the crucial moment of the battle. Moreover, that single instantaneous counterattack had almost insta-killed Duel as well. This was too terrifying. If it hadn't been for Tang Lan. At this thought, their hearts trembled. The timing of this big guy had simply been too precise. Wait, this shouldn't be right. Suddenly, they realized something. Why had this big guy appeared suddenly? Even if his speed was even faster than Duel's, it was not possible for him to be this fast. Right before Duel had insta-killed Chen Feng, he had blinked to Chen Feng's front. This was illogical. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads to look at the PK-class warrior responsible for containing the giants. Instantly, an awkward expression appeared on that person's face. Error. The energy around here is too chaotic, which resulted in an error. Everyone. What useless team member is this? Duel gave him a deep glance and said, Li King, I hope there won't be a second time. Li King was aware that it was his fault. As such, he did not talk back. No, there won't be. Tang Lan frowned. Error. Ha! He had a faint ominous feeling. If it was merely an occasional error, he wouldn't be too worried. However, if this was the work of their opponent, with their opponent being Chen Feng, an indescribable nervousness surfaced in his heart. Presently, Chen Feng was gasping at how amazing luck value was. After exhausting a huge amount of luck value, he was actually capable of causing his enemy's ability to fail. Or, to be more precise, it wasn't the ability failing, as an ability shouldn't fail anyway. Rather, what had happened was the appearance of a flaw in the modified ability of his enemy. And next, with this flaw, the barbarian so close, yet worlds apart had been used on was randomly transported away. Coincidentally, he was transported right in front of Chen Feng. Was this the so-called omnipotence ensuing from an unlimited luck value? If so, what if the enemy hadn't been using so close, yet worlds apart? What else could Lakora accomplish? Chen Feng was curious. Naturally, he would not court disaster by trying this out. Theoretically, he presently had a nearly unlimited supply of luck value. However, it was merely nearly unlimited. The more difficult his situation became, the higher the amount of luck value that would be exhausted. What if the required luck value exceeded the amount of luck value he had? Chen Feng had no intention of dying here. Chen Feng was also rather surprised that Lakora could actually fail as well. His initial intention had been for Duel to die. What had happened instead was Duel being rescued at the last minute. Such an opportune moment for him to kill Duel was something that would appear only once. The combination of the provocation of the barbarian and the barbarian being in a recently broken through state was what had caused the barbarian to become so powerful back then. This was the very first time Lakora had failed. Was it due to the arcane studies? Chen Feng looked at Tang Lan. This was the only guy capable of affecting his Lakora. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Tang Lan. At this time, finally, the barbarian made another move. Clenching his teeth, Duel decided to still charge forth. This time, he was sufficiently prepared and would not give the barbarian a chance to insta-kill him. Bang! Bang! Immediately, a huge battle erupted. The huge body of the barbarian gave him absolute superiority. In this situation, where the barbarian and Duel were similar in all other aspects except the size of their bodies, the barbarian was able to obtain the upper hand and beat Duel up. At this time, in order to make up for his mistake earlier, Li King decided to take the initiative and make a move. Duel, hang on there. Let me trap that big guy. He locked his gaze onto the 3.5-meter tall giant. Despite the opponent's strength, against such a person totally incapable of using energy, he only needed to. Duel was finding it hard to hang on. Faster. So close, yet worlds apart. Li King said with a solemn expression. When he saw the barbarian stepping out, he focused and activated his ability on the ground under the barbarian's foot. As long as the barbarian stepped down, the location of the ground he stepped on would most definitely shift. This was the effect of his super powerful modified ability. The next step the barbarian took, he would end up landing back into the pit. Shwa. With a flash of light, that big guy stepped down. However, nothing seemed to be happening. Hey? Li King was dumbfounded. Ineffective? How was that possible? The activation had obviously been successful. He could clearly feel the energy in his body reducing. This signified the successful activation of his ability. If so, how was it possible for it to not work? Was it due to that big guy's energy immunity? That shouldn't be the case either. He was shifting the ground rather than that big guy. Duel glanced at Li King. What's going on? Li King feigned a calm disposition. Nothing. I have to first discern the distance, that's all. Shwa, shwa. He continued using his ability against that big guy. However, it failed. It failed again and again. His ability went through more than 10 activations, yet nothing happened. Li King's expression became somewhat unsightly. How is this possible? He was a PK class, the strongest among the mysterious organization members when it came to enemy containment. Nobody was willing to face him in battle, as it would be too annoying, regardless of victory or defeat. This was what made Li King an extremely unique existence among the mysterious organization members. But now, why had his ability failed? Li King yelled inwardly. Duel glanced at Li King, doubt all over his face. Can you do it or not? He had decided to forget the earlier incidents where he had been screwed by Li King, but now, when he was in this crucial moment, this teammate of his was still slacking. He found this unacceptable. Let me try again, Li King said while gnashing his teeth. Bang! He used a huge amount of energy this time. This time, he was going to utilize the strongest ability he had. He refused to believe that it would fail. He refused to believe that this big guy was so powerful. By my name. Li King planned to activate his ability. At this moment, suddenly, Tang Lan realized that something seemed wrong. Everyone was paying close attention to Li King. The only exception was Tang Lan, who had been staring straight at Chen Feng all this while. He could see clearly how every time Li King made a move, Chen Feng would wave his hand in a nonchalant manner. That motion of his. Suddenly, Tang Lan asked, Li King, did you successfully activate your ability in your previous attempts? Li King was unsure. Yes, I guess. The energy required was indeed exhausted. Tang Lan's mood sank. If so, your ability has indeed been successfully activated. The ability had been successfully activated, yet the supposed effect had not appeared. That was not possible. Since the ability had been successfully activated, it wouldn't disappear immediately. Something had to happen, even if it was the ability being bounced back. That was the only logical thing that could happen. This was also what was supposed to happen to Li King's ability. Contain. What was he containing? Li King was using his own ability to contain those damnable big guys. If so. If some mishap was happening to Li King's modified ability, or perhaps his ability failing, what would happen? The base of all Li King's abilities was the so close, yet worlds apart ability. Wait. Suddenly, Tang Lan had an ominous feeling. Previously, with Li King's opposing direction ability, he had created a prison. The so-called failures of Li King's ability could very well not be failures at all. Rather, it was the same as the first time it had happened, where these activations of his ability were transformed back to their base form, the so close, yet worlds apart ability. As for the direction, suddenly, Tang Lan felt like the position the barbarian was standing in seemed somewhat off. As he paid more attention to it, he noted that Li King and the barbarian were actually standing in a straight line along with the pit trapping the other barbarians. Could it be? Abruptly, Tang Lan shouted, Li King, stop. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ah? Li King stopped moving with a bewildered expression. Despite that, the final ability he had been unleashing earlier had already been released. Once again, opposing direction was activated. Shwa. Once again, that unique ability of his vanished. However, this time, it no longer vanished without leaving any trace behind. Rather, it caused the earth to suddenly start trembling. The expressions of everyone else changed greatly from shock. What's going on? Bang, bang. A certain location started trembling without stop. As everyone gazed over, their expressions changed greatly. The trembling was happening exactly where Li King was trapping those giants. There, the prison created using opposing direction by Li King had thoroughly collapsed. With their super powerful A-class bodies, those barbarians leapt out and directly charged out of the pit. Li King's expression changed greatly. How is that possible? The pit trap created by him was something. Tang Lan sighed helplessly. It's your ability. All the abilities you activated coincidentally failed and transformed back into their base form, so close, yet worlds apart. Next, they coincidentally landed on your pit trap. Shwa. Li King's expression changed greatly at this revelation. The pit trap he had created was something formed using the opposing direction ability, which worked in a manner opposite of the base ability. If the base ability were instead used on the pit trap, it would most definitely fall apart. In short, all the times he had unleashed his ability earlier, he had actually released these trap giants with his own hands. Are you a spy sent here by Chen Feng? Tang Lan asked, grumbling. Li King blanked. How is this happening? This trash Duel did not even feel like talking to him anymore. Initially, he had been on the verge of killing Chen Feng. Thanks to this guy's stupid so close, yet worlds apart ability, he had almost gotten counter-killed instead. As he saw the numerous giants with superb melee ability being freed from the pit, he had a bad feeling. This battle was becoming more complicated now. A malevolent expression surfaced on Li King's face. I will trap them again. The face of an illustrious PK class like him couldn't be lost here. Tang Lan merely waved his hand, telling Li King, just stop. If you continue, you will only mess things up. Tang Lan calmly continued, all your abilities have so close, yet worlds apart as the base. Abilities with opposing effects, improved effects, or mixtures of effects. As long as these abilities are not sufficiently perfect, there will be some flaw somewhere. All these are things the opponent can exploit. Perhaps you would never fail normally, but here, in this unique situation, Facing this unique opponent, you will most certainly fail. Chen Feng has surpassed me when it comes to arcane studies. Would you believe me if I said that the next so close, yet worlds apart you release will shift duel, me, or even others away? Tang Lan glanced at him. Just retreat. Li King paled. He had never imagined that a day would come when he became baggage. He was a PK class, an illustrious PK class, with low spirits. He retreated. The moment he raised his head again, the first thing he saw was a certain indignant person researching his true steel armor without stop. As they exchanged gazes, they started gleaming with tears. What the HLL was up with the world? Bang, bang. By now, all the barbarians had escaped their entrapment. With a wave of Chen Feng's hand, he used his unlimited energy and luck value to easily produce gigantic energy armor for each of the barbarians. With this, the might of each of the barbarians increased dramatically once again. Duel. What useless leaking. Howl. Howl. The barbarians that had been trapped for a long time started crazily making their move. Immediately, chaos erupted. Kill them. Finally, the experts of the mysterious organization made their move. Apart from Li King and the other guy, all other PK class experts entered the fray. However, just as the battle erupted, the scene sank into chaos, all sorts of odd abilities shooting off. Before those abilities could even be released properly, they would all explode suddenly. Holy shit, what the hell are you doing? Furiously asked a guy whose chrysanthemum had almost been blasted apart by his friend. The other guy was puzzled as well. I was merely trying to boost your power. When had his power boosting ability transformed into a chrysanthemum blaster? Something similar was repeating everywhere. The whole battleground became chaotic. The formidable combat power of the mysterious organization members couldn't even accomplish much before they all sank into chaos. All sorts of screams and shouts could be heard everywhere, akin to a bustling wet market. Only the roaring voices of the barbarians remained distinct. Bang, bang. The barbarians started beating everyone up. Almost every time the mysterious organization members tried using their abilities, an accident would happen. One time after another, they kept getting injured by their own comrades. After several repeats, they did not even dare to do anything anymore. Everyone was bewildered. What the hell is going on? It's Chen Feng. Tang Lan's gaze skipped past all those terrifyingly powerful barbarians and landed on the Chen Feng behind them. With a serious gaze, he said, "This guy is the most terrifying one among them." The others might not have been able to notice this, but he had witnessed with his own eyes how, every time Chen Feng waved his hand, chaos would erupt in the crowd. This guy was the most terrifying one here. But then, arcane studies could truly be used to such an extent, even affecting the abilities of genetic warriors. Nowadays, every single A-class warrior had a set of abilities unique to them. This set of abilities was created by using a single ability as the base to create a complete system. Even for Chen Feng himself, the base of his abilities was the Windblade ability. With Windblade and Myriad Illusions, Myriad Illusionary Windblades was birthed. With Windblade as the energy supply and energy equipment as the auxiliary ability, an even more powerful energy equipment could be created. How about other genetic warriors? They all operated in a similar fashion as well. Generally, a single ability would be used as the base. After fusing with other abilities, one would combine the different abilities endlessly to create all sorts of secret arts. An example would be the earlier opposing direction. If one were to be honest, this opposing direction was simply the fusion of so close, yet worlds apart with a certain ability capable of reversing an ability. As for Chen Feng, he had used certain methods related to arcane studies to disrupt this combination, causing the pure so close, yet worlds apart to be the ability unleashed instead. Ultimately, the pit trap had been destroyed. Could arcane studies really accomplish such a feat? Tang Lan truly had no idea. But then, he was clear that this was precisely what Chen Feng had achieved. If so, everyone, listen. From now on, only use perfect abilities, Tang Lan commanded. Any abilities that might fail, even if the probability is only 0.0001%, must not be used. If you don't have such an ability, then just use a basic ability instead of a fused ability. Do not give Chen Feng any chances to exploit. Finally, everyone understood the reason for the various mishaps earlier. Yes, Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. Have I been found out? When he noticed that luck aura could be utilized in such manner earlier, he had concluded that he would be able to use his luck aura to cause all their abilities to fail to clear a bloody path out of this place. Unexpectedly, Tang Lan had figured him out in such a short period of time. But then, that was understandable. Tang Lan was a person aware of Chen Feng's manipulation of luck. The only thing Tang Lan had gotten wrong was the crediting all these feats to arcane studies. Bang, bang. Once again, a huge battle erupted. All the mysterious organization members were using their basic abilities, attacking in the most traditional method by blasting their energy out. Under siege of this huge group of people, the barbarians once again sunk into a predicament. There was really no helping this, though, as the enemies were truly too numerous. Slowly, the mysterious organization regained the upper hand. When Li King and the rest figured out the issue, they also participated in the battle. This time, they were only using basic abilities as well, as they no longer had the courage to use any fused abilities. Bang, bang. The barbarians were once again forced into an impasse. Indeed, Chen Feng was feeling somewhat regretful. When the same move was repeatedly used, it would indeed be seen through. He had initially believed that this method could be used to directly kill a path out of this place. Shwa, shwa, kill him. Accompanied by a resounding shout, 2 PK class experts charged straight at Chen Feng. Evidently, after witnessing how terrifying the freakish methods of Chen Feng were, they were no longer willing to give him any chances to do anything. Instantly, their terrifying abilities enveloped Chen Feng. Thanks to the idiotic Li King from earlier serving as an example, these two had smartly decided to use their basic abilities that were without flaw. This time, they had to ensure Chen Feng's death. Hee. As a response, Chen Feng merely chuckled. Since his earlier method was no longer working, there was no longer any need to employ that method. In any case, his earlier method of exploiting the opposing direction and so close, yet worlds apart, was too reliant on coincidence. After all, if Li King hadn't been here, this method wouldn't have worked at all. As such, now, he was truly curious as to what would ensue when he used his luck aura without Li King's ability. Shwa. Lightly, he raised his hand. Luck aura bloomed. Suddenly, the sky darkened, almost as if it had been shrouded by a dense layer of ink. Next, a power that caused one's heart to palpitate started surging out. In an absurd manner, everyone felt like an aura of death had wrapped around their hearts. And now, darkness descended upon them. Mysterious organization. When the attacks of the 2 PK class warriors descended, when they reached Chen Feng, when they were merely a tiny distance away from Chen Feng, suddenly, the earth trembled. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The 2 PK class warriors clenched their teeth and ignored the earthquake, focusing on first killing Chen Feng. Right at this instant, 2 terrifying black lights gushed out from underground. The 2 figures were directly pierced through by the 2 black lights and were forcefully flung away. Just like this, 2 PK class warriors were killed. What? The expressions of the mysterious organization members changed greatly. Dead? Just like that? Illustrious PK class warriors, who were almost the strongest existences as known by the public, were dead just like that. Shocked, they looked over and noted that on the ground before Chen Feng, 2 huge holes could be seen. A great amount of terrifying black light was gushing out from these 2 holes. The black radiance gleamed endlessly and the earth trembled without stop. The black light that had erupted suddenly was gushing out like the water of a flowing river. Splash! The black stream surged out without stop. Careful. The expressions of the mysterious organization members changed greatly at this sight. They had yet to recover from their stupor from witnessing 2 PK class warriors getting insta-killed. As they saw this freakish development, the only thing they could do was step back with fear. What terrifying thing had this Chen Feng summoned? No matter how they looked at it, regardless of the natural phenomenon in the sky or that terrifying stream, neither seemed like something Chen Feng was capable of doing. What trump card did this guy possess? Exactly? They had no idea. The only thing they could do was retreat without stop for fear that they would get corroded by the black stream. After witnessing with their own eyes how 2 PK class warriors had been insta-killed, they were no longer capable of keeping their calm. Unknown to them, though, Chen Feng was similarly dumbfounded as well. The FCK. What the hell is this? Chen Feng had what the FCK feeling as well. He was aware that presently, despite the fact that there were no abilities similar to so close, yet worlds apart here, luck aura would still work by creating coincidences out of thin air. However, this sudden eruption had somewhat exceeded his expectations. 2 PK class warriors getting insta-killed? As Chen Feng stared at the stream of black-colored liquid, he felt fear in his heart. Careful. Chen Feng started telling the barbarians to retreat speedily. Howl. The barbarians were aware that this was a crisis. Hence, they followed Chen Feng as he retreated. Unfortunately, Chen Feng and the barbarians were, after all, still too near. As such, the black stream was going to reach his feet very soon. Chen Feng's heart chilled. It's over. This freaking luck aura. Yes, you indeed insta-killed 2 PK class warriors. But then, it seems like both the barbarians and I are going to get insta-killed as well, right? FCK, FCK, FCK. Chen Feng did not even know how he should begin berating this sudden fate. He fully activated his luck aura, hoping that it would work one more time and rescue him and the barbarians. Unfortunately, regardless of how he urged his luck aura, there was no consumption of luck value. Chen Feng's heart chilled. It's over. Since no luck value was being consumed, did it not signify that this crisis couldn't be reversed? Where was the promised omnipotence? The black liquid streamed past Chen Feng's feet. Next, they started streaming away from him. Hey! Chen Feng stared at the stream flowing beneath him that was deep enough to reach his ankles with a dumbstruck expression. The barbarians were similarly dumbstruck as well. This seemingly terrifying stream had not dealt any damage to them. Why? Chen Feng had no idea. In any case, he had a fast reaction time. As he saw the faraway mysterious organization members that were retreating in fear, an idea surfaced in his brain. Go! Chen Feng told the barbarians, urging them to take the initiative and charge forth. His overcast voice started echoing about, it's about time I let you guys witness what true power looks like. In order to add to the atmosphere, he had even used myriad illusions to use some minor abilities capable of magnifying his voice. Are you scared? Are you nervous? This is precisely my black domain. Chen Feng's domineering voice spread throughout the mysterious organization. Now, run for your lives. Ha 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 ha. The black liquid streamed out without stop. As they heard this, the mysterious organization members were all alarmed. This thing here had truly been summoned by that Chen Feng. Black domain? What the HLL was that? The only thing that gave them some sort of relief was the fact that they were rather far away from Chen Feng. Despite how scary that black stream was, its speed wasn't particularly fast. But then, that Chen Feng, bang, bang. Suddenly, the earth started trembling again. As they raised their heads, they saw Chen Feng sitting on top of the barbarians chasing after them. Those D-nable big guys were actually not affected in the slightest when stepping through the black liquid and were taking wide strides to chase after them with a terrifying speed. DM. This was indeed something Chen Feng had summoned. Only a power he himself had summoned would be under his control in this manner. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Lan issued the order to retreat. Go! Shwa, shwa. All of them started fleeing frantically as Chen Feng's group pursued them amidst the black water, appearing exceptionally fierce. None of them had expected that the operation to encircle and annihilate Chen Feng would transform to their current scene in such an absurd manner. The members of this huge mysterious organization were actually being pursued by Chen Feng. Run, run. Run. This was the only thought in a lot of them. They somewhat rejoiced the fact that the black water was ineffective against buildings. Thereupon, a lot of people fled to highlands nearby, and some started flying. Despite all this, none of them had the courage to approach Chen Feng's group. What joke was that? Those giants were all A classes. On top of that, Chen Feng himself was also incredibly terrifying. He only needed to nonchalantly drag one of them toward the black water and that person would die before even knowing what had happened. They had no plans to die just like this. Chen Feng appeared regretful, hateful. I had originally planned to kill all of you right here. Shwa. These words sent a chill up the spine of all the mysterious organization members as they started running even further away from Chen Feng. Chen Feng's cold voice echoed about, HMPH. A day will come when I kill all of you. Calmly, he patted the barbarian below him. Let's go. Howl. The barbarian responded with a single howl. Next, the group of barbarians started running and left while moving through the black water. As for the mysterious organization members, they merely watched on from far away, not daring to even pursue. What joke was that? While trying to kill Chen Feng, 2 PK class warriors had been easily defeated, and another 2 PK class warriors had been insta-killed. With this, who had the courage to go after Chen Feng? This guy was excessively terrifying. What could they use to chase after him? Who would even dare to chase after him? Finally, The figures of Chen Feng and the barbarians were no longer in sight. The direction Chen Feng's group had run in had none of the black water. However, as they saw the black water streaming around, they instead let out a breath of relief. Finally, he was gone. Yes, that terrifying demon Chen Feng had finally left. Tang Lan sighed. This is the strength of our most wanted person. With the strength of Chen Feng, classes were now meaningless to him. Apart from their leader, who could defeat Chen Feng at such a young age, Chen Feng had actually reached such a height. Sigh. Everyone else sunk into silence as well. The grand and magnificent mysterious organization had actually suffered defeat 2 times in a row at Chen Feng's hands. 2 times. This was not a game. Presently, even after Chen Feng's departure, they still needed to deal with that seemingly boundless black water. At the place where Chen Feng had originally stood, the place where the 2 PK class warriors had been insta-killed, black water could still be seen gushing out without stop, planting fear in all their hearts. What exactly is this black domain? Why have I never heard of it? Is this something Chen Feng created himself? He has way too many trump cards, and a huge amount of self-created abilities to top it off. What should we do about the black water? Everyone watched on with a powerless feeling. Currently, their entire headquarters had already been flooded by this black water, and they did not dare to step down at all. Those capable of flight were all hovering in the sky and silently staring at the flowing black water. As for those incapable of flight, their circumstances were truly rather hilarious. Some were up on street lamps, but some were huddled together above some high-rise buildings to the point that all 4 of their limbs were pasted to the wall, them not daring to move in the slightest. None of them had the intention of getting insta-killed by the black liquid. Since Chen Feng is no longer here, this thing should vanish soon, right? I guess so. As they saw the unending water gushing out of their holes, they couldn't be sure. Tang Lan shut his eyes. Let's report this to the leader. This thing had developed in a direction that surpassed their imaginations. The initial operation to surround Chen Feng had transformed into an operation where they were slaughtered by Chen Feng instead. This was no longer something he could handle by himself. Only their leader could do something about this. Or, perhaps, the fellow apprentice brothers of the leader. Right at this instant, the sky started drizzling with a light rain. Splat! The black-colored raindrops landed on the ground. One of the mysterious organization members was alarmed to see that a black-colored raindrop had landed on his hand. He cried out in alarm and nearly fell off the top of the street lamp he was holding onto. What happened? It's raining, he stated, horrified. It's black raindrops, the same as the black water on the ground. Be careful. What? As the rest heard this, their expressions changed greatly. Shwa, shwa. Numerous defensive barriers were instantly erected. Splat, splat, splat. The crisp sound of the pattering rain could be heard as the mysterious organization members frantically erected their defenses, all afraid of having these scary black raindrops land on them. Fortunately, those here were all experts with formidable strength. As such, the instant the rain started drizzling down, their defenses were fully erected. They looked at the person who had been hit by a drop of rain earlier. How are you? That person still had a lingering fear in his heart. I'm fine. Only a single drop, and nothing is happening. However, my hand feels somewhat itchy, but perhaps it's just my misconception. I already consumed some healing liquid. Everyone nodded. Make sure you check your condition properly. If there's truly no other choice, just cut your arm off. We can help you construct a new arm later, Tang Lan stated with a solemn expression. That person nodded. Understood. I won't cause you all any trouble. They had seen far too many terrifying viruses and infections. Sometimes, due to them being too soft-hearted to act decisively, things had developed to the point where a biochemical calamity had arisen from those viruses and infections. This was the scariest prospect. Since these people here were capable of being the core members of the organization, their mental states were sufficiently powerful as well. Thereupon, they started defending against the rain without stop. Splat, splat, dot. Splash, dot. Slowly, the rain became heavier. From the initial pattering, it unfolded into a majestic heavy rain. Tang Lan and the rest watched silently at the holes that were spurting black water out without stop. Since the rain and the gushing black water had never stopped, they could only wait here. What do we do about those who just returned from outside? They ought to not be foolish enough to come over here. Be careful. They were all on high alert, waiting here, staring at the holes. Suddenly, within a certain building, someone walked out. Hey, How come it's raining? Question mark. Tang Lan and the rest were alarmed as they saw this. As they concentrated, they discovered that this was the very person Chen Feng had used to get rid of all their B-class warriors and who had ultimately been tossed away by Tang Lan, Xi Zongdong. Tang Lan recalled that earlier, she had been knocked unconscious before being left in the hall of one of the buildings nearby. She had actually woke up at a time like this. DM careful, Tang Lan shouted, and he was about to charge out to rescue her. What? Xi Zongtong stared at her surroundings in a daze. She truly hadn't felt any sense of crisis. The last thing she remembered was resting in her house. Suddenly, she had reappeared somewhere, and suddenly, she had lost her consciousness. Even now, her brain felt somewhat giddy and she had no idea what was going on. Splat! She stepped into the black water. What am I supposed to be careful about? She looked at the people around her with a bewildered expression. Why were all these people behaving so weirdly? Tang Lan's charging figure halted abruptly. This young lady had stepped in the black water just like that. Their expressions changed greatly before assuming a solemn expression. They were aware that this young lady that had once brought them happiness was going to perish here. There's water here. Only now did Xi Zongtong notice that not only was the water dropping from the sky, the ground was already flooded with about 20 or 30 centimeters of water. Everyone sighed. Everything was over for this young lady. Next. How annoying. My shoes are now wet. With a kick, Xi Zongtong flung her shoes out as she decided to walk barefoot instead. Next, she stared at all the seniors hiding on top of the walls and buildings, feeling extremely curious. What are you guys doing? Xi Zongtong asked. Everyone else. Nothing was happening. They were all astonished at the fact that Xi Zongtong was still fine. One had to know that even those two PK class warriors earlier had been insta-killed. Thus, some of them started summoning some life forms before sending them into the water. Surprisingly, those life forms started playing happily in the water. They widened their eyes. Nothing is happening. Finally, one of them decided to step into the water. Let me try it out. He was fine. He was truly fine. That person inspected the composition of the raindrops and noted that there was truly nothing unusual about these raindrops. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. How was this possible? More and more people started stepping into the water. Some started inspecting the water with their abilities and noted that nothing was wrong with it. Instantly, Tang Lan's expression became unsightly. Suddenly, someone said, I just received a message. Seems like this black rain is falling at a lot of other places as well. Tang Lan. His face was now scarily ashen. In short, Tang Lan inhaled deeply before continuing. This whole F-King incident is unrelated to Chen Feng in any way, I guess. So, that person answered carefully as he stared at Tang Lan's expression. Tang Lan, scammer. He's a freaking scammer. What F-King Black Domain? Your whole family is the Black Domain. Fury raged in Tang Lan's heart. He had never expected that Chen Feng's so-called Black Domain was simply a lie. A lie Chen Feng had made up to flee from them. As he recalled the disappointed expression feigned by Chen Feng due to him failing to kill them all before leaving, Tang Lan felt like killing someone. Then how were those two PK classes killed? It should be those two beams of light that appeared during the initial eruption of the black water. The water itself is not harmful at all. My guess is the two black beams were simply too terrifying, and with the two seniors coincidentally standing in the way of those black beams, they perished as a result. Tang Lan. What more could he say? Get the research department to study this black water and figure out what exactly it is, Tang Lan commanded coldly. Yes. The others obeyed his command. Once again, the mysterious organization members started busying themselves. None of them had noticed that the gushing black water had not spread elsewhere due to it soaking into the ground unendingly. Bit by bit, as the black liquid permeated the underground, the color of the soil became darker. Slowly, it became pure black in color. Headquarters of the Genetic Union. Defense test complete. First round of tests complete. Degree of resistance. Scope of resistance, test duration. A faint layer of gold was swirling around the entire Genetic Union. This was the latest defensive system installed by the Genetic Union, and it was more efficient and more powerful. It was a defensive system that, theoretically, as long as its energy supply remained, would be able to defend against any and all attacks with power surpassing A class included. Why are we building this thing? I suppose it's due to the previous mysterious killing command? Didn't we defend the headquarters successfully? But still, that was thanks to Chen Feng, right? True. Everyone was discussing without stop. This new energy defensive system required a huge amount of manpower and resources, and it had exhausted a huge amount of resources. If it wasn't for their president agreeing to this, just accumulating enough resources for this would have been difficult, let alone completing the setup. The president is getting somewhat stubborn. True, considering the huge amount of resources spent on this, wouldn't they have been better used elsewhere? True, someone stated. Suddenly, at this moment, the sky darkened. It's going to rain? Hell, the weather forecast is indeed inaccurate. Everyone looked up at the sky as they complained. Suddenly, their expressions changed. That is, bang! Space cracked apart, and akin to something shrouded in black ink, the entire sky turned black. Next, a choking aura that gave rise to a feeling of despair started emanating from the sky. Black raindrops started falling down from the sky. Gradually, the rain became heavier, seemingly attempting to alter the very land beneath the sky. The defensive system of the genetic union activated noiselessly. Splat, splat, splat. The black raindrops landed on the barrier, resulting in a pattering sound. Something must have happened. Everyone's heart sunk. This new defensive barrier of theirs would most definitely not have any reaction toward normal weather phenomena. Only when facing an attack or modified weather would this defensive barrier react. These black raindrops, splat, splat. But then, the genetic union was still the genetic union, after all. Almost instantly, someone could be seen making a move. One person with sharp eyes stared straight toward several ordinary villagers several hundred kilometers away and noted that when the rain dropped onto their bodies, nothing unusual happened. Just like an ordinary raindrop, when it landed on their bodies, they would either wipe it away or shake it off, or it would ricochet off their bodies and land on the ground. His gaze flickered around. Only after observing several tens of thousands of people did he make his conclusion: the rain is not harmful toward a human's body. Another person wrinkled his nose for a long time before saying, no unusual aura detected. This rain is harmless. The rain is not corrosive in nature. Another person concluded. In a short few seconds, the experts of the genetic union were done with their analysis. Regardless of the angle they looked at it from, this seemed like rain that had nearly zero differences from normal rain. If one insisted on highlighting the difference, then the only difference would be the black color of the rain. However, if this was regular rain, why had their defensive barrier activated? The rain pattered down from the sky without stop. Due to the black raindrops, the sky appeared even scarier, and the black mass gave them a choking feeling. They were all alarmed. What exactly is going on? Was this an omen of something to come? Could this be another plot of the mysterious organizations? Someone asked. Nope. The same black rain has appeared at our branches as well. They were all shocked. One had to know that the genetic union had branches all over the planet. At nearly every single place humanity could reach, there was a genetic union branch. Did this not mean that this black rain was falling everywhere? Wait. Do we have anyone at any untamed or unknown regions? Those we can contact? Yes. Get them to check out the situation over there. Someone started contacting their friend to check it out. Soon, the reply was received. Similarly, black rain was drizzling down over there as well. At this, everyone exchanged gazes as their hearts chilled. What happened? Exactly. They became increasingly anxious. At this moment, the entire world had seemingly sunk into darkness. The enigmatic rain and their defensive barrier that had activated for no apparent reason were seemingly hinting that something was happening right now. In the central area of the genetic union, one person was muttering while looking up at the starry sky, hopefully this is not the exact thing I was worried about. After all, we should still have some time left. At a certain location in the unknown region, Chen Feng and his barbarian squad appeared. Chen Feng rejoiced. Haha, we're out. His previous operation had been too hard. He had already been aware that his luck aura was powerful. However, he was still pleasantly surprised at what his luck aura had done for him. Only now did he realize that he only needed to utilize his luck value properly and he would be omnipotent. But then, Chen Feng checked his luck aura. Presently, his luck aura was about to be done with the upgrade. As such an amazing feat would be something he had no chance of repeating in the future. However, now that the luck value of the spirit seawood had all been absorbed and his luck aura upgraded, his future life might pass easier. The raindrops landed on Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng was somewhat amazed. What exactly is this? The entire sky was shrouded in darkness. Something terrifying was seemingly preparing to happen. However, this rain was truly harmless. As such, nobody had any idea what was happening. They could only wait silently. As for Chen Feng, he had finally completed his mission of infiltrating the mysterious organization. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Time to return, then. Regardless of what these black raindrops were, regardless of the event to come, he had to first rush back. Shwa. He set off with the barbarians. However, after they traveled 10 kilometers, from the dusky sky, amidst the pattering rain, a figure flashed past, akin to the shadow of a ghost. Chen Feng was immediately startled. Who is it? Shwa, shwa. That figure flickered before slowly solidifying. A familiar person could be seen. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. It's you. That figure split apart the raindrops around him and started flickering with a familiar green light. I told you, you will die here. It was actually Lu Han. He had actually appeared here. I initially believed that they would be capable of killing you. Lu Han sneered before continuing. It seems like I still have to do the job myself. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. So it's you. He had been curious as to why he had been discovered despite his secretive actions when he had been sneaking into the mysterious organization. Now that he looked at this, if there was someone like Lu Han keeping watch, it would be reasonable for him to be discovered. After all, this guy was a Green Diamond member. This was an expert so strong the present Chen Feng couldn't even begin to imagine his strength. Was this his real body? Chen Feng paid close attention and breathed out in relief. Since the green radiance did not seem so dense, it seemed like this was yet another clone. Chen Feng laughed. Do you think that you can kill me with just a clone? This wasn't the first time Lu Han had tried to kill him with a clone. It's sufficient, Lu Han stated calmly. However, in view of how you are capable of using unique methods to escape every single time, this time, I won't give you any chances. No chances at all. Lu Han repeated himself seriously. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. Right at this instant, shwa, a black shadow flashed past. From the pitch-black night sky, a figure flashed past and descended like an apparition. Before he could even realize it, that figure had already appeared behind him. Chen Feng glanced back, and instantly, his expression changed greatly. That was because, on the forehead of the newcomer, a black diamond could be seen shining. Black diamond? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. I have been looking forward to meeting you, that figure stated lightly as the black diamond on his forehead shone. Only a black shadow was visible from his entire figure. Chen Feng was astonished. Oh, do we know each other? Naturally, the black figure's tone was filled with an odd sense warmth. You have been running rampant in my territory for so long. What do you think? Do I know you? Your territory. Chen Feng repeated the words, and his eyes widened abruptly. You're the mysterious organization's leader. Chen Feng's heart chilled. It's all over. Finally, this legendary major boss had revealed himself. Even more troublesome was the fact that when Chen Feng had been escaping earlier, his luck aura had already completed the upgrade. His current luck value had reverted to its normal state. Chen Feng gave his luck value a glance and noted that, after upgrading, 1000 luck value was left for him. Truly excellent. This luck value would be sufficient to help him survive when facing an ordinary person or even a PK class warrior, but unfortunately, those surpassing A class were exceptions to this, let alone two of these old freaks. Chen Feng had zero confidence in succeeding. Even if all 1000 luck value was exhausted, he would not be able to defeat these two. This time, things had become truly dangerous. Lu Han's gaze was bitingly cold. Is the figurine still with you? Figurine? Chen Feng pondered for a bit before fishing out the young lady's figurine. You're talking about this? This figurine had been built using a rather unusual unknown material that felt extremely cozy to the touch. Moreover, it was somewhat flexible as well. Since he was afraid that Lu Han would snatch it from him, he tightened his grasp on it instinctively. Lu Han, who, clenching both his fists tightly, Lu Han let out a long breath. Hand over the figurine and I will keep your corpse in one piece. Lu Han barked coldly. For this, the surprised Chen Feng looked at the figurine in his hand. He had initially believed that Lu Han would make a move to kill him directly. If Lu Han's actual target was this figurine, don't bother thinking of any tricks, Lu Han stated coldly. Since I am already here, I will most certainly not allow you to survive. I am only trying to avoid damaging the figurine in the battle. If you hand it over, I will keep your corpse in one piece. Otherwise, I will extinguish your very soul itself. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying aura surged. The imposing aura of a super expert like Lu Han bloomed, giving Chen Feng a choking feeling. So this is the power of a true expert. What more trump cards do you have? Use them all, Lu Han said with a lofty expression. Even against an opponent like Chen Feng, Lu Han would not underestimate him. Truth be told, after the few confrontations they'd had, he was already seeing Chen Feng as an opponent at the same level as him, to the point where he had requested the mysterious organization's leader accompany him here as backup. From this, it was clear how cautious he was when facing Chen Feng. Evidently, he had suffered defeat way too many times at Chen Feng's hands. On top of that, the method used by Chen Feng to insta-kill the two PK class warriors earlier was weighing on his heart as well. No matter what, this was an opponent he could not afford to underestimate. Instinctively, Chen Feng glanced at the mysterious organization's leader. "Don't look at me," the mysterious organization's leader stated lazily. "I am only here to prevent your escape." Brother Lu said that you have a lot of trump cards. Therefore, he needs my assistance here. Chen Feng could only smile bitterly as a response. Was there a need for this? He was only a newly advanced small-time B-class warrior. Against a small fellow like him, two experts surpassing A-class had to be deployed. This was too excessive. Was it truly possible for him to contend against those surpassing A-class? If Lu Han had appeared earlier, when his luck value had still been unlimited, there might have been a chance. Green radiance started flickering. A weapon condensed in Lu Han's hand. A gush of power surpassing A-class flickered without stop. Chen Feng's nerves went taut as he looked at the faraway mysterious organization leader that was maintaining constant vigilance and then looked at the too small amount of luck value he had. His heart chilled. This time, things were truly becoming troublesome. With this little amount of luck value, he might still be able to escape from Lu Han alone. But now, splat, splat. From the dusky sky, raindrops fell without stop. The black drops rained down, seemingly to cleanse everything. When the drops landed on their bodies, they ricocheted down to the ground. Here in this unknown region not far from the mysterious organization, an austere mood pervaded the air. Lu Han's entire body was enveloped in a layer of green radiance, and his killing intent intensified unendingly. Suddenly, the mysterious organization leader stretched his hand out. With a somewhat odd expression, he looked at the black water on his hand before staring at the sky. Something seems wrong. Lu Han wasn't exactly surprised. What's up? The present him was no longer the same extremely egotistical person he'd been when he had first met Chen Feng. The moment he had decided to make a move against Chen Feng, he had already been expecting Chen Feng to do something. The mysterious organization leader frowned. "I keep feeling that something is off." Suddenly, a black radiance seemed to flash through the sky. With the black sky as the backdrop, that bizarre dark figure was not visible to the eyes. However, the shaking in the air was something everyone could clearly feel. Space trembled. Abruptly, the expressions of Lu Han and the mysterious organization leader changed. Their connections had been severed. Their connections with their main bodies had actually been severed. Presently, far away, at a certain location high above the sky, Lu Han and the mysterious organization leader had unsightly expressions on their faces. A short moment ago, they had lost their connections with their clones. Moreover, the hovering screen used to monitor the scene had vanished as well. They could no longer see anything. Lu Han shut both his eyes. Chen Feng. A fire was raging in his heart. Every single time he confronted this Chen Feng, some mishap happened. From the first encounter where his wife had absurdly fallen in love with Chen Feng to the subsequent encounters where Chen Feng had escaped him in an absurd manner to transforming into Wang Feng after his death, and so on. During all of these incidents, all sorts of random coincidences had happened. This time was no exception despite the fact that he had recruited the help of his junior apprentice brother. The mysterious organization leader pondered before saying, "There's no need to worry. Even if our connections with our clones has been severed, our clones will still remain at PK class with a power that slightly surpasses a regular PK class warrior. Chen Feng is not a match for the both of our clones. As long as the clones succeed in killing Chen Feng, everything will be settled." The mysterious organization leader was confident. Perhaps Lu Han had nothing much to say to that. Due to the many failures in the past, he no longer had any confidence when facing Chen Feng, despite the fact that this Chen Feng was merely a fellow much weaker than him. At this time, In that unknown region where the clone's connections had been suddenly severed, shock appeared in Lu Han's eyes. You are actually capable of this. Their clones had been created with unique methods, granting them a connection to the thoughts of the main bodies. This was something that couldn't be blocked. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng was actually capable of totally blocking the connection. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Even he was not aware of what was happening. Was this the after effect of his luck aura? But then, he had yet to activate his luck aura. Could this truly be a coincidence? Forget it. Just kill him directly, the mysterious organization leader stated decisively. Lu Han nodded. They could not afford to be disconnected from their main bodies for long. A bright radiance started shining. The killing attack in Lu Han's hand bloomed. Regardless of the tricks employed, they only needed to focus on killing Chen Feng. Bang! Two extremely terrifying radiances bloomed. The frightening attack in Lu Han's hand streaked toward Chen Feng. However, right as that attack reached Chen Feng, right before Chen Feng could be killed, a stuffy sound echoed. Next, his body stiffened. He had to kill Chen Feng. This time, Lu Han had prepared to kill Chen Feng even if it meant destroying his clone in the process. An intent had been planted within this clone the moment it had been created. He was aware of how perverse Chen Feng was. He was also aware that Chen Feng might still possess other trump cards. Therefore, he'd made a lot of preparations and prepared a lot of methods this time. Surprisingly, when his attack was about to land, something still occurred. Moreover, what happened was something totally inconceivable. A stuffy sound could be heard. Instantly, Lu Han's body that had been charging toward Chen Feng went rigid. On his chest, blood blossomed. Another mishap. Instinctively, Lu Han turned around. He was under the impression that some terrifying life form had appeared from the darkness. However, surprising him, when he turned around, a familiar figure entered his sight. The terrifying power started spreading through his entire body from his chest. At this moment, that clone of Lu Han's started collapsing. Lu Han widened his eyes in an unbelieving manner and asked, "How is this possible?" Bang! The clone exploded, dead. Transforming into countless particles, Lu Han's clone dissipated. At this moment, the rain was growing heavier. The pitch-black raindrops landed on the ground without stop. With such a scene as the backdrop, that pitch-black figure behind Lu Han appeared even more bizarre. Surprisingly, that was actually the mysterious organization leader. The diamond on his forehead was shining even brighter now. Chen Feng was totally stupefied. There. FCK, what had he seen? The mysterious organization leader had just killed Lu Han's clone, blocking their connection before killing the clone. If so, even Lu Han's main body would not be aware of what had happened here. Could this be the works of his luck aura as well? Instinctively, Chen Feng checked his luck aura. Had luck aura gained a new function after upgrading? A function to cause his opponents to fight among themselves? However, when he checked, he noted that no such change existed in his upgraded luck aura. His luck value still remained the same as well. Earlier, during his moment of crisis, luck aura had been activated. If it had worked, the luck value would most definitely have gone down, but none had been consumed. It was still the same 1000 points. In that case, Chen Feng rubbed his skull and wondered if he had coincidentally stumbled upon the inner power struggle of the mysterious organization. This was too lucky. Wait. He pondered deeply again and noted that this wasn't something worth rejoicing. After this mysterious organization leader killed his senior apprentice brother's clone, he would most certainly not leave an outsider like Chen Feng alive. At this thought, Chen Feng activated his luck aura. Since only this leader was left here, he might be able to escape. His gaze started racing around, looking for an opportunity to flee. With a flicker, the mysterious organization leader instantly reached Chen Feng. Not good. Chen Feng's heart sank and a chill went down his spine. At this moment, though, a familiar yet ancient voice resounded. "What are you running for?" Instantly, Chen Feng's body stiffened. This voice. He turned around abruptly. The darkness that was the body of the mysterious organization leader solidified and revealed his true appearance, an appearance that had not appeared for a very long time. Instantly, Chen Feng's pupils dilated. Qin Hai. That's right, this was Qin Hai. On that familiar face, some additional scars could be seen. This was the face of someone who had gone through the vicissitudes of life, and it appeared somewhat older than before. However, it was still a face Chen Feng was familiar with. Chen Feng was overjoyed. "It's really you." So many years had passed, Yet Qin Hai was still alive. A smile appeared on Qin Hai's face. "It's me. It's indeed me." Chen Feng gave Qin Hai a firm hug. Hey, both him and Kong Bei had still been feeling guilty about Qin Hai's sacrifice. After all, finding out that Qin Hai was still alive was truly good news. Despite the huge amount of questions he had, he only needed to know that Qin Hai was still alive. That was sufficient. Back then, Qin Hai was aware of what Chen Feng wanted to ask, and he started talking. For some unknown reason, the sage suddenly decided to accept me as his disciple. With that, I become a part of the ancient race. He paused and glanced at Chen Feng. Based on his guess, this might be related to Chen Feng's luck aura. Chen Feng smiled. I am aware of that. This had already been told to him by Xun. What he had been worried about was Qin Hai's whereabouts since the ancient race had disappeared. Now that he could see Qin Hai alive and well, he was already satisfied. The true question of his was, how did Qin Hai stay alive until now? Even Xun, with his long lifespan, was not able to survive time and had been forced to depart from this world. A helpless expression appeared on Qin Hai's face. Oh. This. It might be related to this. As he said this, he pointed at the diamond on his head. This thing was granted by the sage. From it, I can feel the power of time. The effect of time is greatly weakened on my body with this thing here. Chen Feng gasped in admiration. So magical? One had to know that the present Qin Hai merely looked somewhat older than the previous Qin Hai. Chen Feng's instinctive reaction was to touch this thing. Let me take a look. Don't. Qin Hai took a step back and stated in a somewhat awkward manner, this thing is somewhat sensitive. Fine. Chen Feng clicked his tongue before saying, I suppose, in the future, you can try some different positions with Lady Xiaoru with this new sensitive spot on your body. Qin Hai. It has been so many years. Why is this guy still so annoying? As for Xiaoru, Qin Hai's eyes seemed to flicker at the thought of Xiaoru. Chen Feng was amazed. What? You have yet to meet her? I visited her once. Qin Hai continued in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Back then, she was still a newborn baby. I held her in my arms and had my face sprayed with her pee. You two are truly a creative couple, Chen Feng lamented. Who knows what you did to her back then? Qin Hai. He no longer felt like talking to this guy here. Let's go. We can continue catching up after returning. You can go visit Xiaoru as well. Chen Feng was thinking of bringing Qin Hai back. Unexpectedly, Qin Hai's body did not move. Chen Feng was curious. What's the matter? I can't. Qin Hai shook his head, and he stared at the boundless dark sky. Did you not feel it? Darkness has descended upon us, he stated with a trace of vastness and aged wisdom in his voice. No matter what, the present him was ultimately a person surpassing a class, a person who had surpassed his limit and broken through his previous bottleneck all those years ago. The magnetic voice of Qin Hai echoed, as the darkness descends, this great land will sink into an everlasting chaos. Chen Feng curled his lips. So, only those who have joined the Diamond Club can escape this calamity? I shall let you know that back then I was a VIP member as well. 1. Worry was plastered all over Qin Hai's face. He felt like beating this Chen Feng to death. As he saw the grudging gaze of Qin Hai, Chen Feng admitted defeat. Fine. Continue your story. I don't have anything else to say, Qin Hai grumbled. The atmosphere that he had tried so hard to create had been wiped clean by Chen Feng just like that. What else could he say? In short, back then, the sage predicted that a huge calamity was going to fall and the entire world would sink into chaos. However, he couldn't figure out the source of the calamity. As such, to avoid the calamity, he decided to start a war at an earlier date to destroy both the barbarians and the devil race. Unexpectedly, when they reached the devil race, he found that the devil race had already been destroyed. Chen Feng was surprised. Destroyed? Yes, destroyed, Qin Hai stated with a solemn expression. The Devil King killed off all his clansmen, including himself. Chen Feng gasped. What a feat! Let alone eliminating his clansmen, he had even killed himself. What a true man! Had he overdosed on drugs or something? At this moment, Chen Feng felt like these super experts were truly hard to understand. Perhaps this was the so-called generation gap. Suddenly, Qin Hai continued. But then, When searching the ruins of the devil race, we discovered some magical substance that was subsequently named black dust. Black dust? Chen Feng seemed to recall hearing about this somewhere before. Sure. He turned his screen on. As the mysterious organization had been trying to lure him into their headquarters earlier, they had yet to shut down his access to their database. Instead, he had been granted an even higher scope of authority there. Chen Feng started searching for black dust. Next, some data popped out. Devil Spirit Project. Project Code, ABP 505. Project Tier, Top Secret. Project Classification, Forbidden. Summary: it is rumored that after the devil race was killed by a certain unique power, they transformed into black dust and their souls sunk into the earth, transforming into a unique existence known as Devil Spirit. These devil spirits did not possess physical bodies and were capable of traversing freely between the illusory and physical world. Moving in groups, they were unbeatable. The moment black dust blended with the earth, the devil spirit would awaken from the black soil. Devil Spirit Project. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. These things were actually the work of the mysterious organization. The likes of Tang Lan do not have to authorization to know about this. This project is something only us fellow apprentices are aware of. Qin Hai sighed and said, based on our guesses, back then, the devil race might have realized that they were not a match of the ancient race. As such, they planned to hibernate for 10,000 years to avoid the era where the ancient race reigned supreme, waiting for a chance to be reborn. However, this plan was seen through by the ancient race. They planned to awaken the devil spirits in advance and gain control over the devil spirits to conquer the entire world.